Fake It Till We Make It by Tyla Walker.
Ready to dive into some seriously steamy scenes, gorgeous?
Absolutely, you know I'm game for anything with you.
Well, I have an offer that'll make your heart race even faster.
You always bring the good stuff, so spill. What's the deal this time?
Picture this. Head over to Tyla Walker's website and use the code SAVE40 for a jaw-dropping 40% off on all digital products. Just imagine all the extra steamy stories we can enjoy together.
Sounds too good to resist. TylaWalker.com, here I come. And maybe I'll find something even hotter than what we've got going on. You're listening to Fake It Till We Make It by Tyla Walker. Chapter 1. Amber. I consider myself to be an incredibly organized person. That is what makes me so good at this job, as a receptionist at one of the most renowned companies in the country. The LTD Corporation isn't exactly a dream job, but it's been something that pays the bills for the past 10 years of my life. That in itself says something. This morning, despite my organized persona, I start to wonder if there is a full moon. Multiple proposals came in at once the day before, along with an assortment of contracts and reports that require immediate review before the chairman can sign off on them. My desk is swamped with paper, my mind fueled by expensive caffeine from the lounge. I am laser-focused, even while the phone continues to ring and emails keep popping up on the monitor before me. This job is all about balance and priorities, and not getting frazzled when things become a bit overwhelming. My mother always taught me that panicking is a waste of time. Though it may feel necessary during certain tragic and extreme moments, most of the time it just delays the inevitable. She had been accused many times of being a cold woman because of it. Never by me. I adored her willingness to make the difficult decisions, and it has helped me flourish in my chosen area of expertise. I have since been accused of coldness just like her, but I work in a sexist environment. Men are allowed to be calculated, focused. I, of course, am not. I am a woman. Water off a duck's back. When I finally finish off the files, I feel a rush of relief wash over me. I am satisfied, stacking them in a neat pile before rising from the desk. Then I walk by the cubicles of my coworkers, carrying the papers with me to the chairman's office. I hold them in the crook of my arm, stand up straight, and knock twice. Come in. I am the only person who can walk into the chairman's office with virtually no advance notice. He is a man, of course, so he is allowed to be a hard ass. He never is with me, though. He never has to be. I know how to do my job. Rustum Williams, or Rust to his closer friends, looks up from his wide, expensive oak desk. The clear blue sky behind him shimmers in the heat, visible and attention-grabbing through the glass windows. I've got those files you wanted, I say firmly, placing them down in front of him. Russ nods, not looking at me at all. He takes them into his hands and places them, one by one, side by side, on the wide space in front of him. He barely reads through them before placing his stamp upon all 8 of them. Good work as always, Amber, he says, finishing off the final file with his signature. A part of me is always irked when he barely takes a second glance. Another part of me knows that this means he trusts me. I am so hardworking and efficient that the damn chairman of the company doesn't need to double-check my work. Thank you, Rust. I gather up the files, bending over the desk as I stack the files together again. Rust never looks at me in any way that is inappropriate, so I never feel self-conscious in front of him. In fact, he's one of the few men I've ever met who hasn't scanned my body like airport security. It fills me with ease to not have to worry about that. Plus, I make a point of wearing blouses that button all the way up to my neck and only dress pants to my job. I don't need any distractions from what I am there for. Have you ever thought about doing anything else, Amber? I settle the files into the crook of my arm again, my mind having already traveled into the future, where I could let my hair down. Sorry? He smiles at me. that half-mouthed smirk. You are great at this. It just makes me wonder if you would be suited somewhere else, somewhere more challenging. I give him a nod, trying to act nonchalant. I'm fine here, Rust. You don't need to worry. He accepts my response, and I return back to the front desk. It is past my usual lunch break, so I go to my favorite cafe around the corner for some calm and quiet. The cafe is small and cute, but often busy. It plays easygoing jazz that always soothes the bouncy nerves inside my body. I stand in line, glancing at my watch every now and then, thinking about what more I still have to do with my day. As I move up in line, something catches my eye. There is a tall, lean man at the register, wearing a charcoal gray and red plaid suit. It looks expensive, and when he turns around with a coffee in his hand, my heart nearly leaps out of my chest. He moves toward me, his familiar steel blue eyes like spotlights in a dark sea. He catches me looking before I have a chance to look away. Well, well, he says, stopping next to the line. What an entirely small world it is, indeed. Kaden Williams, with that unmistakably sharp jawline and an effortless, rugged exterior that makes women swoon from miles away. It has been a while since I've swooned for anyone, and it's almost annoying how easily I start to feel flustered in his presence. Kaden, I say, forcing a friendly smile. It's been a while. What brings you to a place like this? His smirk is one-sided, the faint peppering of stubble on his face catching in the morning light. His posture is impeccable, which is something I always remembered about him, even through the years of not speaking. He motions toward a booth behind me. When you get your coffee, meet me in the back. I am not a fan of being subservient to men, so my first response is to tell him to go to hell. But I am curious, so I agree. He moves into the back, and I order my dark roast hazelnut blend. He sits in the booth, back straight as an arrow, using a toothpick to stir his coffee. When I sit down, I speak assertively. I can't stay long. This is my lunch break. Kaden snickers, then leans forward onto his palm. His expression is condescending, yet still dangerously handsome. How soon we forget, he mutters. I cock an eyebrow, holding my coffee close in case I need to flee. I lean forward with narrow eyes, not in the mood to be intimidated in the slightest. Do you really think I could forget something like that? I say in a whisper. Kaden erupts into a guffaw, his smile unforgettable. He continues to stir his coffee as he shifts his eyes up to me, a confidence in him that he didn't seem to have lost over the 5 years of his absence. I have to meet a colleague here in a few minutes, Amber, but I wanted to ask you, since fate has brought us together once again, how do you feel about a little debt repayment? My knee-jerk reaction is once again to tell him off. Instead, I remain still, caught up in those hypnotic blues. It feels almost like old times.
Chapter 2. Kaden. The morning had started off in an agitated fashion. My receptionist, especially, was in a foul mood after finding a water leak in her apartment that morning before coming to work. I found myself starting to get a headache before the clock even struck 9. I make a point of having a close relationship with my employees. This includes, of course, the receptionist, the janitor, the person who comes in to water the plants, anyone who plays any role on my team. I see people as people, no matter how much status I've garnered or wealth others assume I have cultivated. They would assume correctly, of course. I've worked hard to get where I am, and without the cushion of nepotism to boot. My grandfather taught me that hard work itself is the only thing you can depend on to pay off, and it lets you gain a little self-respect while you are at it. But that doesn't mean I have control over how people see me. My genetics have blessed me with a handsome face, pointed along the edges of my jawline, a strong nose, and razor-sharp cheekbones. This makes me naturally intimidating, which is helpful during business meetings, but not so helpful in personal relationships. I am mindful of my presence and demeanor. I've been working in the business world for years, and am keenly aware of both my skills and shortcomings. I work hard on my body, just as hard I work on my career. When I smile, I show off pointed teeth, like a predator searching for prey. There isn't much I can do about my appearance. I feel it is important to maintain a clean and neat exterior, but beyond that I am unwilling to change or soften for the comfort of others. This only serves to enhance the overall dominating appearance I give off. It isn't necessarily intentional as much as unavoidable, but it is what it is. So I rest in the knowledge that a person's first impression of me is out of my control. I've learned to harness it for good, knowing I can demand respect and portray assertiveness in a way that few people can ignore. I sit in my office this morning, rubbing the bridge of my nose as my receptionist rambles on about her leak. The headache crawls up my spine, slithering and eventually settling into the base of my neck. She hasn't had an easy life, so it would be abrupt and unkind to tell her to get back to work. I try my best to find some sympathy for her plight, even if the complaining is beginning to fray my nerves. "That sounds frustrating, Joan," I say, gazing down at the document she placed on my desk earlier. "Give me the name of your maintenance workers in your building, and I will call them promptly." I feel her stop at the front of my desk, hands clasped and ringing. I look up and smile, my attempt at bridging the gap and reassuring her I am a man of my word. "You mean that, Kaden?" she says. Joan isn't a young woman, but she is gorgeous without a doubt. I suspect she is the type who had most things in life brought to her by eager suitors and missed the chance to learn how to assert herself otherwise. I always feel a special pull for those types, knowing I have enough confidence for anyone. I don't mind sharing it. Besides, I know that my prowess and good looks intimidate her, which likely gets in the way of her asking for anything from me directly. I nod, then return to the documents. "Just leave the number on my desk. I've got a meeting in an hour, but I will get to it then." "Thank you so much, Kaden," she says in a small voice. I nod, rubbing between my eyes as she closes the door behind her. I sigh, thinking that I need to get out of the office before the actual meeting. I could at least stretch my legs, breathe some fresh air. An hour is plenty of time to get my mind settled. I take my blazer and slide it on, making sure I look presentable in the mirror. Departing the office, I remind Joan again to leave the number on my desk. I step outside into the cool spring air, taking a fortifying breath. I walk to a nearby cafe that has a calming serenity to it. I let my mind slow down as I purchase my coffee, then turn to spot something that is nothing less than extraordinary. The entire mood of my morning changes. My headache is instantly forgotten as I spot Amber Coleman, a young woman I had aided financially 5 years ago. She is strikingly beautiful, just as she was back then. When I move towards her, she is lost in thought and does not see me right away. When recognition finally clicks in, her hazel eyes are startled. They glisten with a mixture of wariness and eagerness as she regards me. Though it has been years, I can read her expression to tell that finding me here is not an entirely painful experience. It's the same way I feel about running into her. It is as if no time has passed, like she is still as comfortable to be around as a dear friend. I ask her to sit in the booth with me. I never had the chance to say goodbye all those years ago. It had been a business deal, no doubt about that. But through our interactions, something had sprouted in me. Something that I have yet been able to replicate or tamp down in her painful absence. She sits down opposite me, reluctantly clutching her coffee cup close. When I remind her about the debt, she pulls even further inward. "I only make enough money for rent, my mother's medications and such. There's no way I could pay you back all that now," she says uneasily. I wave my hand in the air, scoffing. "Money isn't what I'm here for," I say, resting my eyes on hers. "I'm thinking about something that will be mutually beneficial to both of us. What do you say?" Amber has her dark brown hair straightened, sitting on her shoulders as neat as a mannequin wig. Her blouse is buttoned all the way up, looking stylish and rounding out her immaculate breasts, like the clothing was painted on. Her good looks are just as intimidating as mine in their own way. that penetrating stare able to bring any man or woman to their knees. Something I know firsthand. Maybe this is what I like so much about her. Hardly anyone is able to make me nervous. Over years of applying mindful habits, I've built up a confidence that I've been told radiates like the sun. And Amber isn't very different from me. She is always composed, sitting up straight, a vision of dignity and proactiveness. Even now, when I hear the tinge of nervousness in her voice, she never lets too much out. It's subtle and contained in her regal persona. Her hands come from her coffee cup to rest gently against the table. The cafe around us has an easy din about it, but it starts to fade as she looks at me straight on. My heart picks up the pace in my chest, a bird wanting to be free. "I will have to see what your proposal is first, Kaden," she says, her glistening lips curling into a grin. "I wouldn't be a very smart woman if I said yes too quickly, would I?" I chuckle, unable to hold it in. I feel like I am glowing, a sensation that isn't surprising when Amber is around. But the lack of it through the years of our disconnect makes me subsequently mournful. I haven't exactly excelled in my dating life in the past 5 years. I can't help wondering what might have been if we had never been separated. This is what I've been searching for, this feeling that was lost to me before. Amber reminds me that there is more to feeling alive than running a billion-dollar company. A simple gaze from her, one that isn't afraid to look deeper behind my well-kept aesthetics, tells me to try more, to reach higher than ever before. At this moment, I feel a dull, dropping sensation in my chest. It makes me think about my mother, for the first time in a very long time. It is the same feeling I had when she passed away, that feeling that nothing would ever be the same again. It is a painfully human sensation that I have run from for too long in my need for control. I blink slowly, then lean forward on the table. Amber doesn't move away, even when our hands nearly graze one another. She's listening still, ready and capable. There's a fearless glint in her eyes that tells me she's ready for whatever comes next, and it makes my heart race as if her excitement for life is contagious.
Chapter 3. Amber. Kaden has always been captivating. He has a way of looking at anyone without wavering, never giving away what his true intentions are. I am an intuitive person, so I find it easy to pick up subtle movements that indicate the truth behind most people's veiled requests. People rarely say what they really mean and hardly ever ask for what they really want. But Kaden is different. Maybe because his eyes are so arrested, they distract me from interpreting any micro-expressions or movements. I never know what he is thinking underneath the surface, and the mystery has always intrigued me. Even 5 years ago, when he was a skinnier man, wearing mostly gray sweatpants and sweatshirts that hid away his small frame, he took my breath away. He did everything then with conviction, so it doesn't surprise me now that he is wearing what looks like a luxury 3-piece suit. It likely costs more than the rent in my apartment. In what way would it be beneficial, Kaden? I say, feeling my mouth go dry. He is leaning forward on the table, his head dipping to my eye level. God, those eyes. I could swim in them and be glad to be lost. He speaks with the speed and firmness of the lash of a whip. Marry me. I scoff, a knee-jerk reaction that is protective by nature. What are you talking about? Kaden is grinning on one side of his face, a crooked, excited smile. He touches my wrist as it rests against the table, and shock surges through my heart. Hear me out for a second, he begins. It would be a fake marriage, of course. I need to wed in order to inherit my grandfather's fortune. So we get married, likely for about a year, and get the money. We can divorce after that, and I'll help you use some of the money to settle everything. The cost of your mother's medication, debts, anything. You won't even have to think about it while you're married to me. You'll also get $1 million for helping me out. Kaden's smirk remains, likely aware of how absurd his proposal is. He knows this is ridiculous, but he does not seem to care. Once again, the man boggles my mind and leaves me reeling. I settle into the booth, pulling my hand from his. He calmly takes his own hand back, showing no sign of offense. His face looks eager, waiting expectantly for my answer. So you're asking me, after not seeing me for nearly 5 years, to go in on a fake marriage with you? I say, continuing to scoff. Why on earth would you pick me for something like this? Kaden leans his chin on his palm. His stare one of amusement and curiosity. He has yet to look away, even down to his mug. Still, he says nothing in response. I wonder if he has any intention of answering my question. My thoughts begin to indulge in enticing fantasies during the silence, taking note of the sharpness of his jaw, his teeth, the eye candy my body would submit into tasting easily. He has always been attractive, a trait that hasn't diminished with time. I wiggle in the booth, crossing my legs to distract myself from the way they start to burn. I blink heavily and clear my throat. His expression is still full of ego, likely enjoying the power he has over my previously dormant sexual feelings. Are you going to answer my question, Kaden? He finally leans back, his icy blue eyes scanning my lips, my neck, but never going down past my collarbone. A part of me wants him to ogle me, to look at my breasts, imagine his hands massaging them. I think that it is something that will be mutually beneficial, that is all. I hadn't thought of it until I saw you right here, right now, to be honest. I nod, peeling my gaze from his, pretending to mull over his proposition. He isn't completely wrong, but I am not sure how I'm going to explain to my mother that I'm going to marry a man just for the money. It all sounds so old-fashioned and, frankly, boring, but I will not lie to myself and say that getting to be around Kaden wouldn't be thrilling. My body is responding to his presence in a way it hasn't responded in years, so I do the smart thing and let it breathe. Give me a few days to think about it, I say, rising from the booth. I'll give you my number. Kaden nods silently, handing me his phone already open to his contact list. I hand him mine, and we trade information. Then we trade back. He is confident, almost smug, as he takes his phone back, flashing me a broad, steady smile. I look forward to hearing from you, he says. I have to force my legs, which suddenly feel like jelly, to spin around after bidding him farewell. I go back to work without having eaten lunch and bury myself in work, thinking that the distraction will stop my spinning mind. I work past 5, wanting to get a lot done before the next day swarms me with documents and calls all over again. I leave around 8 p.m., taking a cab home to avoid walking in the dark alone. When I get inside the apartment I share with my mother, I flick on the light. It's a bleak place, dull and without personality. But it has the minimum requirements a person needs in a living space, which is all I need for now. I toss my purse onto the couch and bolt into the kitchen, pouring myself a stiff whiskey in a plastic cup. I take a quick look around, realizing my mother is already in bed for the night. With her heart condition, early nights and fatigue are not uncommon. I watch her sleep for a moment, verifying that everything is okay, then return to the living room. I wander over to the window that looks out over the street. Headlights from cars blink as they pass by, unaware of my ruminating presence. I think about Kaden, his proposal, how different but the same he is from all those years ago. I had been desperate back then. My father had died in a car crash and left a crippling debt on my and my mother's shoulders. And there was Kaden, emerging from the fog to let us breathe and handle the burden. It is the only time I would let a man think he could take care of me, especially when it came to money. Most men tend to think women are like piggy banks. You put money in and sex falls out. But Kaden had never expected that. That only made him more appealing. That is what now has me standing here, licking my lips and thinking about him in the most inappropriate ways. He was confident, refined, so sure of himself today. He knows a fake marriage is absurd, but it was like he was looking into my soul, seeing my own repressed need for adventure, as readable as the pages of a book. His argument is certainly valid. I could finally pay off all my debt. I could pay for Mother's heart medications without feeling like I am barely keeping my head above water. Plus, I would be on the arm of one of the most gorgeous men in the universe. As his wife, to be honest, there isn't much about this deal that turns me off. I shoot back the rest of the whiskey and slam the cup down roughly. I run my hand through my hair in front of the window as spatters of rain begin to fall. I hold my hands there, staring outside, and imagine him coming up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist and nipping at the subtle skin on my neck. My body warms up like a volcano. I let my hair drop and let out a heaving sigh. This is a dangerous proposal to accept. The way Kaden sees through me with that high-powered perception of his is dangerous. But I haven't dabbled in danger in a very long time. My soul is riveted, and I am thirsty for something beyond the agony of the mundane. I run my hands over my body, looking over at the arched back of my own silhouette, envisioning what we would look like together as husband and wife.
Chapter 4. Kaden. 2 days go by in the blink of an eye. I feel slightly tired and behind the 8 ball today. I reflect on last night and how I was awake until 3 this morning, coming up with an agreement for Amber. My head's swimming, wondering if I will even hear from her. Designing a contract before I know she's even willing to consider the offer might have been a bit hasty. I don't even want to be at work, that's how tired I am. Usually I love my job. Still, maybe being here will let me clear my mind, or at least give me something else to focus on. I'm sitting behind my large cherry wood desk in my office, given to me by my grandfather as a gift for graduating from Harvard. My focus is entirely on the documents in my hands. I'm allowing work to consume me because it seems much more manageable than stressing that I may or may not hear from Amber. The world almost sounds dull around me as my laser focus guides my steel blue eyes over each document. I lose myself in words in front of me because work is what I'm good at. I know coming in today is the best thing to do for myself. It always provides the distraction I need from everything. I can't do a half-assed job, so to do a good one I have to concentrate, removing everything else from my head. My eyes sweep over each row of words, drinking them in carefully. I don't even notice my legs shaking with anxiety, causing my heel to tap on the ground. Suddenly my phone rings, causing me to snap out of the trance. It takes 2 rings before I can think clearly enough to look at the caller ID. I quickly see that it's Joan, my secretary. What does she possibly need at this very moment? My fingers are now tapping on the desk. I quickly snatch the phone out of the receiver, holding it to my ear, slightly annoyed at the interruption but also anxious to see what she needs. "Mr. Williams, you have a visitor," she says, straight to the point. "A visitor?" I think as I raise my eyebrow, unsure who might be here to visit me. I allow a brief pause before responding carefully. "Okay, who is it?" I ask, confusion riddling my voice. "A woman by the name of Amber Coleman. Precisely 2 days on the dot. At least she's prompt." "Go ahead and let her in," I reply and quickly hang up the phone. I sit back in my plush swivel chair with my lips arching into a leer. I rest my elbows on the armrests as the tension of waiting for Amber to walk in continues to grow. The documents from earlier are still lying flat on my desk. My eyes shift back to them, peering at every word again to mask the anxiety and tension building up in my body. My office door opens abruptly, causing my gaze to shift automatically to the beautiful woman walking through it. She seems to float through the door with unparalleled and dignified grace. I can't help but stare in adoration at her light brown, wavy hair and her tantalizing eyes. I'd recognize those hazel eyes anywhere. That's definitely Amber Coleman. I flash a quick smile, greeting her. "Hello, Amber," I say happily. Her being here must mean she wants to hear me out. Hopefully she'll agree to my proposal, I think to myself, and clear my throat with a cough. A smile beams on her face, kindness in her eyes. "Good morning," she replies politely, as she sits on the couch adjacent to me. My mind is racing with thoughts. I notice she looks good, and her outfit complements her body well. I stand quickly, absent-mindedly readjusting my gray stone suit and straightening my royal blue tie. At least she's giving me a chance to explain. I thought maybe she'd run for the hills after what I asked last time I saw her. I genuinely do think I'm making her a good offer, as long as I can get her to hear me out. It's an opportunity for both of us. I open the top right drawer of my desk, removing a manila legal envelope containing the agreement I had prepared the previous night. Butterflies are racing in my stomach as I walk towards her, fumbling with the envelope. Jesus, Kaden, what is your problem? I don't know why you're so anxious. This is like any other business deal, I think, trying to reassure myself. I take a moment to look at her, staring into her eyes. I can't help but fully appreciate the intelligence and beauty in them, which seems to pull me to her. Why does she have to do this to me? I try to shake the feeling as she smiles at me kindly, causing the anxiousness inside of me to rise more. I can nearly hear my own heartbeat. I have her attention at this moment, so I need to deliver. I'm not trying to pressure her into an answer, but it seems she's curious, at least to know what the terms say. I need to get this moving before she changes her mind. I extend my hand, handing Amber the folder gingerly. I can't help but notice that I'm shaking slightly, causing the envelope to do the same. Okay, why am I shaking? I'm a business professional and review business contracts every other day. What makes this so different? I forcefully try to shake the anxiousness and seem more professional. I'm a damn CEO, for God's sake. She quickly grabs them from me, never losing eye contact. Her fingers graze mine as she snags the folder, sending a shockwave to my brain. That should cover everything. Read them over and let me know what you think, I say, casually but professionally. Immediately, she opens the folder and starts going through the documents right in front of me. Jesus, I don't mean you need to stay here to read them. Now I have to keep my composure the entire time she reads them. How the hell am I going to do that? But I know I need to stay calm and professional, so I lean back on my desk, watching her eyes scan each and every line. Amber appears to be reading it thoroughly, taking her time as she studies the document. She's biting her lip as she reads, which makes me more anxious. Is there something wrong with them? She looks so focused, but I admire her attention to detail. Suddenly, a grimace appears on Amber's face, almost making it look like she bit into a lemon. Damn, she doesn't like something about the contract. Please don't walk out. Let's talk about this. That's it. Remind her she can make adjustments if she wants to. Panic setting in as I stuff my arms into my pants pockets. The unknown is killing me. Before I can stop myself, I find myself yelling out and interrupting her reading. Do you want to add something or clarify the terms? I ask, stumbling over my words slightly. She looks up at me for the first time since opening the manila envelope. The butterflies rise to my throat, awaiting her response.
Chapter 5. Amber. My heart pounds, and I can't speak, leaving a deafening silence that fills the air around us in Kaden's office. My eyes won't leave the stack of papers in front of me, and I keep rereading the lines on every page. I'm combing through the document, line after line. I know I want to add my own terms, some adjustments to keep us as separate as possible. But I know the second I look into his eyes, I'll lose my words. His eyes have always been womanizing, but there's something about his newfound confidence that makes their powers even stronger. Then, if you can look past his eyes, his smile is the next thing to grab your attention. His deviously handsome smile shows off his pearly white teeth and perfectly defined lips. I've never seen such a prominent Cupid's bow on a man, but it makes me want to let his mouth meet mine. With a sexy sculpted jawbone that makes a woman go mad just at the sight of it. He's every lonely woman's nightmare. Don't think about his eyes staring at you. Don't look up. Think about the contract and its severity. He wants to pull one over on you by flashing his smile like he always does. And you're not going to let him. Even though his offer is extremely generous, I must think carefully about this because committing to its rules will take a lot of patience and persistence. It's a massive step for him and me, and I don't want to agree to anything I'm uncomfortable with. I know he's offering a lot of money, and with that money comes a lot of stress off my plate. It's nearly impossible to pass up, so I want to take my time and think out every scenario. Kaden's foot starts tapping the floor as I read, but I urge myself not to let him rush me. Think of the pros and cons before making a decision. This is life-altering. He can be patient. It will help me afford my mom's medication. It could go so far in helping us finally feel like we have our feet underneath us. Kaden helped us deal with the initial, crushing expense we were left after my father's death. Not only do I owe him for that, but a chance to get even further ahead would be fantastic. We managed to avoid losing everything thanks to Kaden back then, but we've never truly gotten out from under it. But I have to think about my choices for the rest of my life. I want to do the right thing, but a year with someone is a long time. I don't know if I can live alive for as long as he's asking me to. There has to be boundaries, especially with the baggage between Kaden and me. He has to know that I want nothing more than the fake side of this, no other benefits besides money. I won't give him anything outside of this contract. He needs to know that before I sign. Be bold. Tell him exactly what you need to feel comfortable. Don't let his perfect eyes trick you into agreeing to anything. I take a deep breath before shooting a look at him and beginning with my conditions. Okay, I don't mind most of the conditions here, but if we have to live in one house, let's have separate rooms, I say. I can be his wife in public, but I need my personal space at home. He scoffs. That can't happen, Amber. Why not? I ask in irritation. Is he only trying to get me into his bed? Because that is not a part of the contract. He can ask someone else if he's expecting those kinds of wifely duties. I won't be fulfilling that part of my title. A grin appears on his handsome face after my apparent signs of discomfort. I'm not trying to get you into my bed, he says, almost like he's reading my mind. I'm just saying it would look suspicious if we didn't share a bedroom. My brow raises, confused by his answer. What do you mean? Who's going to see us at home? What if my family comes over for a visit? Or what if the staff finds it odd and talks about it? Word travels fast. It would look weird if a newly married couple weren't sleeping in the same room. Newlyweds are known for not leaving the bedroom, so not sharing one at all would raise suspicions, don't you think? His reasoning makes a frustrating amount of sense, and I can't find a good point to argue. A part of me keeps thinking about the money and how long I've been struggling to help my mother. If I do this with him, I can move on from everything after a year. I can finally help her in the best way possible, by giving her the life she deserves. I think back to the years of struggling and barely getting by, and I know my mother and I deserve so much better. We've been through hell since losing my father, and we haven't even been able to mourn properly. She lost the love of her life and the father of her child, and I lost my father. But the debt that drowns us keeps us too focused on surviving to truly deal with our loss. If I get this money, we can finally slow down and heal from it. I can finally start to forgive him for leaving me with so much to clean up after him. I don't resent my father, but having his debt off our shoulders and bringing air back into our lungs will make it a lot easier to remember the positive things about him. Everything in the contract seems reasonable enough, and if I can get past the bedroom issues, it'll be fine. That's easy enough. I can throw some pillows between us and always remember to change my outfits in the bathroom. I return to reading the terms one last time, looking for red flags. Despite the uncomfortable living arrangements, I don't see anything else I don't agree with or benefit from. Just do this. Get through the year, divorce, and never look back. You can do this. He sits across from me, never breaking eye contact the entire time my insides fight for a decision. His eyes nearly burn through me, making my heart race, and I glance at his lips. God, why does he have to be so attractive? I guess that's one good thing about this. I'll have a nice view over the next year. Fine. Can I have a pen? I ask, heart racing even faster now. He pulls one from the pocket of his dress shirt, leans forward and slides it across the table toward me. Thank you, I say, and sign my name as fast as possible before I can change my mind. He grabs the contract and pen and slides them back to his side of the desk. He opens the top drawer and grabs something out of it. Perfect. Now that that's done, here, he says. Holding his hand out, he tries handing me whatever he pulled out of the drawer. Curious, I lean across the desk to accept the mystery item. He places a small box in my palm, and I open it to find a beautiful diamond ring. Wow, this is gorgeous. Did you buy this just now for the arrangement? Or have you been carrying this around the whole time? I ask. He ignores my question and sits back in his long-backed leather chair. This will be what you wear to show we are married. Hope it suits you. He grins again, and his perfectly sculpted jawline protrudes, reminding me how handsome he is. Go. You have to get out of here before you embarrass yourself. Yep, it looks great. Thanks, I have to go, I say, and race out of his office. I'm pretty sure I don't take a breath until I am outside, back in my car. The whole way home, I can't stop thinking about him. His perfect jaw, his gorgeous smile, how the steel blue of his eyes make you want to dive into them. Stop it, Amber. You are doing this to help you and your mother, nothing else. Don't think about him like this. You'll only get hurt. After a short drive home, I pull into the parking lot and shut off the car. Walking to the door, I start to realize how ridiculous I'm being. It hits me. What a terrible idea this must be, if I already can't stop thinking about him. What will an entire year do? What have I gotten myself into? How am I entangling myself in a fraudulent marriage with a man I'm indebted to? A man I have history with? A man I can't even believe I'm seeing again after all these years? Although I'm kind of glad I am. He's even more handsome than I remember.
Chapter 6. Kaden. It's a beautifully warm Saturday morning, and Amber and I decide we need to start making moves toward revealing our marriage to the public. We're in my office again, trying to think of who we'll start with. She's asking about my family, but I ignore her, knowing we can't go to my grandfather first. That would be too obvious. And to be honest, I don't care how the rest of them find out. We're tossing ideas back and forth. I can't stop looking at her hazel eyes, losing myself in them every time she looks at me. What is the newfound attraction for them? I've seen them hundreds of times. What's new about them? She smiles at me, encouraging me to come up with something new. Then she nonchalantly bites her lip thoughtfully and laughs nervously when I catch her. Her giggle is adorable, and I don't know why I think that I'd like to hear it more often. I shake my head, trying to toss the thoughts of her out when I think of a fantastic idea. How about your family? I call out, remembering her widowed mother. Let's start with your mom. She's perfect because a mother's love is always forgiving, so she hopefully won't say anything to ruin this. If we tell the wrong person and they have doubts or voice a negative opinion, Amber might decide it's not too late to run, and I can't have that. She gasps. My mother? No way! Why would you want to start with my mother? She doesn't even know you. There's no way she will have anything good to say about this. Why would you even think of going there first? She asks, obviously annoyed by my suggestion. Damn. Come on. You have to say something to get her to agree. Her mother is going to be the easiest person to convince. If we can't make her believe us, no one will. If I'm being completely honest, I also want to start with her mother to solidify the agreement. Once her mother knows, it will be more difficult for Amber to change her mind. Amber is the perfect person for this, and now that I've set my sights on her, I really don't want anyone else to do this with me. She'll be a great one to practice on. We can work out all the kinks of telling someone the news of our phony marriage by pretending and acting like a loving couple in front of her first. A mother's love is always forgiving. She might question your choices, but she'll never hurt your feelings, I say, trying to sound convincing. She doesn't answer, and I can tell she's shutting down. I push ahead. Look, you can't tell me you didn't think you'd have to tell her. Don't you think it'd be better for her to hear about this from us than someone else? Don't think of us telling her first as a trial run. Think of it as helping her, so she isn't furious with you if she hears it from someone else. She stares at her lap, and I can't tell if the thoughts circling her brain are good or bad. I want her to agree because the first person will be the hardest. Once we get it out in the open for the first time, we can tell everyone else. Then my plan can start taking effect. Fine, let's go now before I change my mind, she says. She hurriedly leaves the office, and I race after her. We walk to my car and climb inside. She's silent the whole drive, and I can tell she's nervous. Her leg twitches, and she's biting her lip as she stares out the window. Where's the bold woman I saw 2 days ago? The one who was ready for a fun adventure? I ask, pulling her out of her trance. She shoots a glare at me as she responds. This is my mother we're talking about, Kaden. Do you think it's easy for a daughter to deceive her mother? How can I tell her I got married in an instant to someone she's never met and expect her to believe it? It's going to be easier to tell her I saw a flying pig, she says, snapping at me. Okay, I'm sorry, I understand. I drop the subject and speed toward their apartment. Once I pull my Bentley into a space outside the apartment, we climb out. I grab her hand, holding it and noticing how bad it's shaking as we walk to the door. I glance around, noticing onlookers' eyes are glued to us. Suddenly, I start thinking my excuse about wanting her mom to find out from us, and not a stranger, might actually have some merit. Amber unlocks the door. Once we're inside, I pinch her hand, trying to comfort her and soften her worries. Just then, her mom appears around the corner in the kitchen. Hi, Mom, Amber says, not letting go of my hand. Her grip tightens as her mother walks toward us, and I can't help noticing how good her hand feels in mine. Amber, who is this? She asks, ignoring her greeting and making me nervous. Please don't ruin this. Amber starts stuttering and tripping over herself, trying to form the words. I decide to jump in, saving Amber from herself. Hi, Mrs. Coleman. I'm Kaden Williams. Your daughter and I have some news we wanted to share with you personally before word got out, I say, being as gentlemanly as possible. Her eyes dart back and forth as she stares at us, not saying a word. My heart pounds. I can feel Amber's palm starting to sweat in the grip of my other hand, telling me I must act fast. We got married today, I exclaim, blurting it out before I lose my nerve or Amber stops me. I hold her hand up to show off the ring on her left hand. Her mother snatches Amber's hand out of mine and brings it closer. She stares at it for a few moments and my heart races, hoping she doesn't get angry and ruin this whole thing. Suddenly she drops Amber's hand, and hers flies to her face. Oh my gosh, what a ring, she says. But what do you mean that you got married? I didn't even know you were seeing someone, Amber. Don't be upset, please. She wasn't keeping it from you on purpose. We have been keeping it pretty quiet. We got married on paper, and have kept the whole relationship under wraps because we plan on focusing on our careers first. But once Amber agrees to a wedding in a church, I'll marry her again. The right way, I say, smiling at her. With my mention of a possible church wedding, her whole demeanor shifts. She hugs me tightly, and a weird feeling emerges from within. It's the first motherly hug I've had since my mother died, and I don't know how to feel about it. Her warm body holding mine is something I have almost forgotten. It's strange to notice the feeling from someone who has no relation to me. It's a feeling I never thought I'd have again after losing my mom. I find myself holding on to her a little longer than I want to admit when she suddenly lets go. Call me Amelia, she says. I nod, trying to answer, but my mind is still thinking about the warmth of her hug as she continues. Come on, let's go sit down. We follow her into the living room and sit around the coffee table. Sorry for my rudeness at first. You see, my daughter has been cheated on in the past, so I'm hesitant when she's around a man. I don't want to see her in tears again, so please take care of my daughter, son. Amelia shifts on her cushion beside me, and I'm at a loss for what her mother is calling me. The words son haven't come in my direction from a woman's mouth in far too long, and it almost hurts me to hear it. Suddenly it's like I have an out-of-body experience and no longer have control over what I'm doing or saying. My lips start moving all on their own. I will take care of her, and I won't hurt Amber. I love your daughter, I hear myself say. The words flow out of me and I can't stop them. Amelia's eyes fill with tears. She claps excitedly, turning to Amber and starts asking her motherly questions about her romantic life. My heart pounds as I look at Amber to see her expression, which seems as shocked as mine. I turn back and stare at the glass top of the coffee table, thinking about what I just said. Those words are now ringing in my ears. Those words have never come out in all the time we've known each other. I love your daughter. Where the hell did that from?
Chapter 7. Amber. Kaden's luxurious mansion is definitely not something I'm used to, and his words about making myself at home keep echoing in my head. I'm trying my hardest, but it's strange coming from such a small place where we barely have the necessities to get by, to a place that would make giants feel small. I'm also struggling to be away from my mother. It's embarrassing for a grown woman to admit that, but it's true. It's been a long time since I have spent time away from her since losing my father, and it's uncomfortable not to be under the same roof, especially considering her health problems. Still, I understand her reasoning for not coming and not wanting to be a bother. That's the only reason I agreed to let her stay by herself, knowing she would feel guilty for intruding. Instead, I let Kaden send a personal maid and a private nurse over. Telling her she can come to visit anytime she wants to doesn't feel like enough. Between missing and worrying about her and feeling out of place here, the past few days of staying with him haven't managed to make me feel at home yet. As I sit on the soft tan leather couch, looking at the decorations and pictures hanging on the walls around me, I can't help thinking that this place must have cost him a fortune. Each piece of framed art here probably costs as much as my and my mother's combined decorating budget for our entire place. I have to admire his excellent taste, though. For a man, he has everything decorated perfectly, with matching color schemes and matching patterns. It's actually impressive. It's weird, sitting on an expensive couch in front of a rock fireplace, big enough to be in the lobby of a hotel, and watching the birds fly by the enormous panes of glass. The tiny apartment I share with my mother could fit in the room I'm sitting in 3 times over. But I'm slowly getting used to the days here with him, saying goodbye to the life I know too well. It's nice being around someone who treats me well, the way a man should treat a woman, even if he's just pretending. I can't help thinking how lucky his next wife will be, a real one. He treats me better than anyone ever has, and I'm only here temporarily. He meets me in the morning with a cup of hot coffee and my favorite peppermint creamer. Plus, he always hangs up a new dry towel in the morning after he showers before me. Kaden's doing some work in his home office, and I've spent the time alone getting to know the rooms in the mansion. No matter how many times I go through it, I seem to find new and exciting places every time I wander. Right now, I decide it's time to check out my favorite element of the house, the beautiful commercial-style kitchen. I've seen it on my walks before, but it excites me every time nonetheless. I walk across the floor, finding where the wood meets the tile and transforms from a brilliant pine to a white swirled marble. I run my fingers along the black granite countertops, noticing the tiny flecks of glitter shimmering when the lights overhead hit it just right. We've been eating out nearly every day since I moved in. Maybe I'll try to up my wifely duties and cook for us tonight instead, I think, grabbing the handle of the enormous double-door fridge. As it swings open, I realize the contents within are scarce. I shrug my shoulders and close the doors, moving to the cabinets to find anything worth eating. A voice sounds from behind me as I open and shut doors. Still no food in sight. We just moved you in a few days ago, and I don't know why you're even looking in the kitchen. Kaden laughs. Oh my God, you scared me. You can't sneak up on me like that, I say, grabbing my chest. It takes me a moment to slow my racing heart. He grins deviously. Why are you so jumpy, darling? My body trembles at him, calling me something men call their real wives. It shocks me how much I enjoy hearing the word leave his lips, forcing my eyes to look at them. I bite my own, watching his movements, and then snap back to attention when he continues. Are you planning on cooking something? I nod, pulling myself together as much as possible. Cooking was the plan, if I can manage to avoid the distraction of Kaden. Then we're going to need to go shopping because you won't find a hint of food here. Kaden grins again, unbothered by his sad excuse for a pantry. Okay, yeah, when do you want to go? I ask, nervously pinching my palm. He gestures at the door. I'm ready when you are. He starts heading toward it, but I quickly stop him, stammering to speak as he walks away. Hey, can I have a minute to get ready first? He rolls his eyes playfully. Fine, but I'll be waiting for you in the car. He walks out the door as I head down the hall, looking for our bathroom to freshen up. Hopefully, I can find it in this maze. As I wander around, I spot an area that looks familiar enough to be the right way. I walk around for a few minutes, but find it surprisingly fast. I must be finally getting to know my way around here. I head into the bathroom to freshen up and make sure I'm presentable. I have been lazy today and haven't taken the opportunity to look in the mirror, so now's my chance. But thankfully, I look fine. I run my fingers through my curls a few times to smooth them and spritz on some body spray. I walk to the bedroom, change from my sweats into jeans, and start heading out the door to meet Kaden when my phone rings. It's my boss. Hello, sir.
Chapter 8. Kaden. I check my watch and sigh deeply. I've been tapping my finger for nearly half an hour now. Jesus, really? That long? I think to myself. I know it takes time for women to get dressed, but come on. It's just a trip to the grocery store. I angrily fumble for the door handle, ready to see what's taking her so long, and finally catch it in my grasp. But before I can open it, the passenger door opens. Amber slides into the leather seat, looking at me with her endearing hazel eyes. I apologize for making you wait. My boss called earlier and I couldn't get off the phone, she explains apologetically. I nod at her with a smile on my face. It's almost impossible to hide my amusement for her. I feel slightly annoyed with myself for blaming the delay on makeup and clothes. I should have known it wasn't makeup keeping her. Besides, she's beautiful enough without it. She's never been that type anyway. Work keeping her busy makes much more sense. Thinking of her routines of quick freshening up and very little makeup takes me back to the past. I think about how long I've known her and realize that she's never been like that. So I don't know why it even crossed my mind. I feel like I should have known better than that. Have I forgotten who she really is? My mind trails off to more memories of her, settling on the tiny spark there's always been between us. I've never acted on it, of course, but deep down, it's always been there. I catch myself smiling at the thought, but quickly shut it out of my brain as I throw the car and drive. As soon as we get on the road, it's apparent that traffic is horrible. I find myself becoming increasingly annoyed. I already have a short temper, and this traffic certainly isn't helping. My anger shows slightly when a cherry red Audi cuts me off. "Are you kidding me, asshole?" I shout. It takes me a moment to notice that Amber is laughing in the passenger seat. I'm glad one of us finds my temper amusing, I think, as I pass the Audi, flipping him the bird. Amber is killing it as a DJ, but the music doesn't calm my rage. I glance at her and smile at her attempt. I've always loved the way the sun glistens off her perfect brown skin. She's dancing in the shotgun seat. I can't help but grin, temporarily releasing the road rage boiling inside me. When we finally reach the store, my anger instantly increases again at the look of the parking lot. Of course, parking is awful right now. Amber smiles at me, seeming to sense my frustration. Hell, I'm pretty sure the homeless guy halfway down the street can sense my frustration. Maybe next time I need to drive. It'll save you a little bit of money not having to go to your anger management counselor, Amber teases. Ha ha, I say back sarcastically. I do enjoy the jokes deep down. They make me feel a little giddy inside, knowing she notices my little quirks. There's the damn spark again. I circle the parking lot what seems to be 35 times before I finally spot a minivan backing out. I effortlessly whip into the spot as they leave, feeling satisfied with myself. Thank God that's over. I glance over at Amber, who's staring at me quietly. She has a hint of a small smile on her lips, but doesn't say anything. Great. She probably thinks I'm a maniac now. I need to break the tension. I apologize for my road rage. It seems to slip out sometimes, I say with a half-hearted smile. My smile quickly changes to a genuine one, though, as Amber's laugh roars loudly. You might have a smidge of a temper while driving, she says, still laughing. I quickly undo my seatbelt and open the door, clambering out. I scurry around the car, hoping to get to Amber's door before she opens it. As I reach the passenger side, I find myself successful, so I open her door with a smile. Amber returns my smile as she steps out of the car. I can't help but think about how perfect she looks, even just at the supermarket. Her dark brown hair waves in the slight breeze, causing my heart to skip for a second. Thank you, Kaden, she says, reaching down to grab my hand and instantly giving me butterflies. Of course, I say gleefully, as any hint of anger left in my sails leaves my body. The feeling of her warm skin on mine is almost intoxicating. Amber all but drags me into the market, but I don't mind as long as I get to keep holding her hand. When we get inside, I grab a shopping cart but only make it about 5 feet, before realizing I might have picked the squeakiest one in the store. I sigh deeply and return it, exchanging it for a silent one. Amber's laughing again, which is music to my ear. She's going to have all my quirks down before long, I think to myself as we walk deeper into the store. Hopefully, she doesn't think I'm a nut job before this is all said and done. I follow Amber into the produce aisle. While she's looking at apples, I feel my phone vibrate in my back pocket. I quickly remove it to find a business email staring me in the face. Great, just when I'm finally enjoying myself. A slight annoyance returns to my bloodstream. No, I don't need to worry about work right now. I'm here to enjoy myself with Amber. I quickly stow my phone and turn my attention back to Amber, now looking at me with a raised eyebrow. Everything okay? I felt your blood pressure rise from here, she says, teasing me again. God, I actually enjoy the way she jokes with me. Of course, I was just passing the time. I was worried your boss would call and I'd have to stare at grapefruits for an hour, I say, shooting taunts right back at her. Amber busts out laughing again, and the sound of it is so pure I can't help but laugh with her. I enjoy how easy it is to be myself around her. I sometimes find myself too caught up in CEO me. I forget to slow down and just be Kaden again. What's next? I ask, hoping to distract my brain from noticing the spark circling us once again. We quickly make our way to the cereal aisle, and I'm overjoyed by the fact that Amber holds my hand the entire way. I smile brightly when we both reach for the same cereal box simultaneously. I can't help but notice how synced our brains are, even about silly things like types of cereal. We barely make it out of the aisle before Amber stops dead in her tracks. Damn it! I forgot to grab some veggies while we were in the produce aisle, she says. That's simple enough, I say, maneuvering the cart towards the veggies, almost clipping her heels. Jesus, you're a bad driver with that too, she exclaims. I'm going to hear about my driving for a long while, I think to myself. It doesn't upset me, though. I can't help but enjoy Amber's jokes. I appreciate the attention she pays to me, even if it's to my less favorable traits. We make our way to the vegetables and become completely immersed in what greens to get, joking with each other the entire time. It's a wonder we can get anything done. As much time as we waste, we're never going to leave this market. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice interrupts my thoughts. Amber, is that you?
Chapter 9. Amber. I hear Damien's voice behind me, and my face pales. It feels like all the blood leaves my body, and my palms sweat as I turn around slowly to face him. My heart sinks when I'm not only facing him, but my cousin he left me for as well. My hands ball into fists, and my blood starts to boil when I see them together. It's not even just a fling he left me for. He created a whole new relationship with her, and it hurts a little worse knowing it's continued. I don't want their happiness waved under my face. I wanted to think they've both suffered and regret their mistake, not thrived because of it. Rachel's eyes stare me up and down, like the mean girls in high school who were always judging your outfit. I hate her smug grin, like she's still prancing around, knowing she has him and thinking I'm still the lame girl she took him from. It's been 5 years and you still don't have a boyfriend? How dull. I would have hoped you'd moved on by now. I mean, I know Damien's amazing and probably devastating to get over, but that's a little embarrassing, she says, clinging to Damien's side and sneering. My rage is now fired up, and the only thing that'll extinguish it is putting her in her place. How dare she see me after 5 years and still try to rub this in my face? You got a man who's a liar and a cheater. You don't have the prize you think you do, honey. As I'm about to retaliate with an even better insult, Kaden's masculine arms wrap around my waist and cradle me against his chest. His body is so warm, and I melt to his touch instantly. Love, who are these two? He asks. This is my cousin Rachel, and that's Damien, an ex of mine, I say, pointing to them. Care to introduce them to your husband? He asks. My heart pounds as soon as he says the words, and their looks are priceless. Damien's face pales, and Rachel's mouth falls open. I'd love to, babe. Damien, Rachel, this is my husband, Kaden. He's the CEO of EN Technologies. Neither of them says a word for a moment, and it feels fantastic. I don't usually like making people feel bad about themselves, but these two deserve a taste of their own medicine. Nice to meet you, man, Damien says, holding a hand out for Kaden to shake. He shakes it, and I can't help noticing how aggressively Kaden takes it. It's a very alpha move, but in this circumstance, it makes me smile. Yeah, what are you guys doing at this market? He asks, ignoring his fake greeting. We like to shop here sometimes. We just don't make it down here too often. They were just having a sale on soda, and we needed to restock, so... Rachel interrupts. Wait, CEO, that's high up, right? She asks. Kaden chuckles. Yes, it's as high up as I can go. It's my company. Her mouth falls open again. So, Amber, you married a rich man, huh? That's insane. I nod and squeeze his side. Yes, but the money is just a bonus. He's the sweetest man I've ever met and treats me like royalty. I'd never have to worry about him going elsewhere. You know how awful it feels to have to worry about that, Rachel. I can't resist sneaking in a subtle insult to help myself feel better. She gasps, and they storm off as she grabs Damien's hand, yanking him back out of the entrance. I turn back toward the cart, giggling at having the opportunity to remind her that Damien's a pig. I take the cart down the next aisle and suddenly feel Kaden's warm hand on the small of my back. Are you okay? He asks, sounding genuinely worried. I nod, trying not to think about the goosebumps his touch sends across my entire body. Yes, I'm okay. Is there anything you can think of that we're forgetting? I ask, trying to avoid the conversation. I need a few minutes to process before I cry and make a scene. It's not that I still think of Damien or that I'm longing for him or anything. It's just the fact that he's still with her. It must have been me, not just some random hookup that went too long. He's still with her after all this time. It must be where he wants to be. I certainly don't want Damien back. To be honest, it feels like a bullet I dodged, but it does still prick at the little part of me that wonders if there's something wrong with me. I couldn't even keep a bad boyfriend. I used to blame it on his cheating ways, but he obviously put them aside for Rachel. So why couldn't he do the same when he was with me? Kaden adds a few more things to the cart while I muse in silence. When we are ready, we take everything up front to pay. He swipes his card, and we head outside to load the groceries. I sit in the passenger seat, watching him take the cart back inside like a gentleman. It's such a small act, but it shocks me. Even though Kaden's only pretending, he treats me so much better than any of my actual boyfriends ever have. He's more like a partner to me than Damien ever was, and we aren't even really together. He climbs inside and throws on some music as we head home. I finally break our silence to thank him. Thank you for doing that back there. You didn't have to do that for me, but I'm so glad you did. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't intercepted them. Plus, the look on her face when you announced it made my entire year. I laugh. He nods. Of course. I watched from the aisle for a minute, but then once I heard her being a bitch to you, I couldn't resist stepping in. I'm just glad you're not mad that I did. No, of course not. I was shocked actually, but in a good way. Plus, being able to throw in what you do for work was really just the cherry on top of it all. He chuckles. It was really no problem. Plus, you'll need to return the favor anyways. My brow raises. What do you mean? I ask, confused. He grins, and his pearly white teeth almost glow in the darkening car. Tomorrow we'll meet my grandfather. It's time he knows so we can get the ball rolling in the right direction. So now instead of me owing you yet again, we can think of it as returning today's favor. We both win. Really? Tomorrow? But don't I need to prepare or something first? Didn't you say he's a scary man? My heart pounds at the thought of having to face the man who is the whole reason we're doing this in the first place. Kaden only needs me to gain the right to his inheritance. If anything goes terrible with this meeting, the whole thing will implode on us. His grandfather is the one person we need to convince. Am I ready? He's intense, but it's going to be just fine. This is what he wants from me, so he's not going to be looking to poke holes. He'll see what he wants to see, me, a happily married man just like he hoped. If I'm lucky, it'll go perfectly. And he'll be in a great mood thanks to our news. He glances over, trying to read my face. Whatever he sees there must satisfy him, and he continues after a beat. That means today we'll go home. Cook dinner and get to bed early. I want you well rested. This is important. All the way home, I run through mental ideas of what to make for dinner, reflecting on our recent purchases. I want the first meal I cook for him in our home to be remarkable. I finally decide on steak and mashed potatoes as we pull into our driveway to unload the bags.
Chapter 10. Kaden. As we drive towards my grandfather's office, I can't help but notice a deafening silence. I glance at Amber and find her staring out the window, fidgeting with her fingers slightly. Hey, I'm driving. Aren't I supposed to be the tense one? I joke, a tongue-in-cheek callback to my unchecked road rage the other day. Amber seems to snap out of her trance. My joke lands and she looks at me with a smile on her face. That's a fair point. She laughs. I apologize for being tense, she says apologetically. I reach over with my free hand and place it on her leg, squeezing her thigh to reassure her. Don't be. I just figured I would try and break the tension a bit, I say, my gaze shifting back and forth between the road and her beautiful hazel eyes. Amber places her hand on top of mine, interlocking our fingers before looking back out the window. I finally turn down the street of my grandfather's office, trying not to let traffic bother me. I need to be cool, calm, and collected when we arrive. I feel slightly on edge, but I try not to show it for Amber's sake. After another short period of silence, Amber shifts her gaze back to me again, a look of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. I recognize this area. Your grandfather must be meeting with my boss, she says anxiously. I feel my stress levels increasing a bit at the nervous way she says it. I really hate when she's uncomfortable, but I hate it even more when I'm the reason for it. But I know she's going to kill it, I remind myself, as my brow furrows slightly. I don't know. Maybe you're right, I say truthfully. I guess we will find out shortly, won't we? I think. I quickly find a parking place in the large parking lot and rush to the passenger side to help Amber. She looks nervous, I think to myself. I flash her an encouraging smile, hoping to show her she has little to worry about. Don't stress, Amber. I'm sure my grandfather will love you, I say, reassurance coating my voice. We quickly walk inside, my hand finding the small of her back as we walk up the small flight of stairs. When we reach the door, I stretch my arm out in front of her, opening it for her carefully. Amber smiles warmly at me as she walks in, but the second she's through the next set of doors, I see her whole body stiffen like a board. Oh, that can't be good. I quickly rejoin her side, my hand resting on her back once again. She glances up at me, and I promptly read the panic in her eyes. Is something wrong? I ask, concerned. She shakes her head slightly, but her stance doesn't soften. That's strange and not the reaction I expect. She hasn't even met my grandfather yet. Amber's expression does not make me feel any better, as she offers me a spectral smile, her gaze not softening. Confusion is running rampantly through my brain now. I cannot shift my gaze from her, and worry fills my mind. Why isn't she answering? I hope I haven't done something to cause her sudden shift in demeanor, I think to myself. Anxiety courses through my veins as I watch her, hoping to pick up any indicator of what might be happening. Amber finally regains her composure and grabs my hand as we walk towards the elevator. My hand throbs due to her death grip on my poor fingers, and my mind races with the possibilities of what may be wrong. Thankfully, Amber doesn't let my mind race for long. We're closing in on the elevator when suddenly she looks at me, her hazel eyes hardened, and breaks the silence. Kaden? She asks. My name normally rolls off her tongue in a way that makes me want to hear it forever. This time, however, I can't help but detect the slightest trace of venom in her tone. Please don't tell me that your grandfather is the chairman of this company, she says with panic in her voice. I quickly shift my gaze to her, taking in her wide, nervous eyes. She's acting as if she sees a ghost. What the hell is going on with her? Why does she seem so freaked out that my grandfather is the chairman? Does she know him or something? I stare into her eyes before cautiously nodding my confirmation. She immediately looks shocked, like she'd love nothing more than to melt into a puddle and slip between the cracks in the floor. Amber groans quietly. Oh my God, Kaden, she whispers, staring at me with eyes as wide as dinner plates. Clearly that answer isn't helping her anxiety. Why? What am I missing here? I question for a moment. The questions rattling around in my head are quickly answered as Amber turns to face me, a serious look on her face. Your grandfather is my boss. Damn it, this makes the whole thing so much worse, she exclaims with a look of horror. Oh, great. This is going to go over well. But I don't tell Amber that as we make our way into my grandfather's office. I announce our arrival, gingerly leading a frightened Amber inside. We sit down in the chairs across from him. After a brief explanation of why we've come, the uncomfortableness in the air multiplies. He doesn't say anything for a long, anxious moment. He eyes me and then shifts to Amber before settling again on me ultimately. I guess I'm not sure what to say, my grandfather starts. He leans forward in the high-backed office chair to set his folded hands on his large mahogany desk. He shifts his gaze to my wife, his secretary, to regard her. Are you really my grandson's wife? He asks bluntly. Grandfather, I hardly find that to be an appropriate question. In fact, it seems slightly disrespectful, I say to him. He completely disregards me, almost refusing to acknowledge my presence as he continues. You know how much I despise liars, Miss Coleman. Or should I refer to you as Mrs. Williams now? He says, almost sarcastically. His gaze is virtually made of pure steel, and I can see his jaw tense as he clenches it repeatedly. The room suddenly feels 1,000 degrees warmer, and I can only imagine how Amber feels. My grandfather's an intimidating man. There's a reason he can rise as far as he has in his career. Honestly, I wouldn't blame Amber for buckling under pressure. My anxiety is through the roof as we stare at her, wondering what she will say. This can go one of two ways, and I'm not sure I like my odds in this matter, I think to myself, my fingers anxiously twiddling at my knees. Amber sits straight in her chair and looks my grandfather in the eyes, meeting his steely but suspicious gaze. "Yes, I am your grandson's wife, Mr. Williams," she exclaims with a confident smile.
Chapter 11. Amber. Amber, is that really the response you want the chairman to hear from you? If this doesn't go well, you could lose the contract with Kaden and your job to boot. Are you going to double down on something this risky? Mr. Williams' eyes stare through my soul as I wait for his response, and I'm shaking like a leaf. I'm sure the immediate regret is plastered all over my face, and I want to crawl under the desk and disappear. "I'm so sorry, Kaden. You will be looking for a new fake wife after he kicks me out of the building, I think." The awkward silence rings in my ears. I start to feel sweaty, and my cheeks flush, until finally he smiles. "Well then, welcome to the family, honey," he says. Relief instantly washes over me, and I can't believe what I'm hearing. I figured he'd take one look at me and send me packing, but he stands out of his chair and walks around the side of his desk toward me. He holds his arm out, and I stand to meet his embrace. "Visit us tonight, and I'll throw a feast of celebration for my grandson's marriage," he says excitedly. After letting me go from the hug, he sits back in his chair. I thought when Kaden first told me he was married, maybe someone had tricked him for his money. I didn't understand why it was such a rushed affair. But now, Amber, I understand perfectly after seeing it, is you. It's a bit of an awkward situation, dating the boss's grandson and all. To be honest, I appreciate your discretion until the matter was more settled. I'm so glad you have each other. I grab Kaden's hand and squeeze it, pleased with the reaction. Thank you. We're so happy you understand. I'm also glad you agree with us doing it quickly. You're very right. As two career-minded professionals, it was really the best choice for us, I say, hoping to continue winning him over. "Well, Grandfather, we won't keep you. I know you're a busy man. We will see you tonight for dinner," Kaden says, pulling me to stand with him. His grandfather nods and Kaden pulls me out of the office. I can't help noticing how quickly he's yanking me down the hall. Is he upset? His reaction was better than I expected it to be. Was Kaden expecting more? Or did I go too far? He helps me into his Bentley and gets behind the wheel at record speed, starting it and flying down the highway toward home. The silence is almost suffocating, as he doesn't say a word the whole drive home. He doesn't even take the time to turn on the radio. My anxiety gets the better of me, and I have to break the silence. "Did I say something wrong?" I ask, worried he's upset with me. His eyes dart to mine. "What? No, why would you think that?" He responds. "Oh, good. I just was worried when you pulled me out of there so quickly that I had done something wrong." "No, of course not." I was relieved with how it went, and I can't believe he's inviting us for dinner to celebrate. I just know how my grandfather is. We needed to bounce before he changed his mind. He laughs. "Plus, I figured you might want some time to freshen up before dinner. I know how women are about dinner parties." "That's true," I giggle. "Thank you for thinking of me. Hopefully, I have something nice enough to wear." He turns to me with his handsome smile. "You look gorgeous in everything. It won't matter what you wear." Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he shifts his gaze quickly back to the road. My cheeks heat up, and his words ring in my ears. Is he complimenting my appearance? What is he doing, and why do I enjoy it? We pull into the driveway and head into the house, spending the next few hours showering and getting dressed for dinner. I actually decide to put on some makeup, something I rarely do, but I feel that a night like tonight is worth putting in a little extra effort. Plus, I can't stop thinking about Kaden's compliment earlier. Part of me wants to show him how nice I can look when I want to. I want him to stop and look for a minute. It's worth the effort, even if I know it won't go anywhere. It feels good to be admired, especially when the man admiring you is as attractive as Kaden. Dusk rolls around, and Kaden pulls his Bentley into the driveway of the biggest mansion I've ever seen. "Oh my God, I thought your mansion was huge. Look at this thing." I laugh, completely in awe over the size and beauty of the home in front of me. It looks more like a museum than an actual home. The stone exterior and the large pine pillars leading to the front door only add to the magazine-worthy look this place gives off. The grass is neatly trimmed, and there are perfectly round hedges on either side of the driveway, suggesting he has several gardeners helping keep up the curb appeal. Seriously, this might be the biggest and fanciest place I've ever seen outside of a magazine. I can't even imagine how much it costs to live here. Your grandpa must have more money than he knows what to do with, I add, after not getting a response from my first compliments on it. Kaden chuckles, turns off the ignition, and grabs the door handle. "Just wait until you see the inside," he says, walking around to help me out. He grabs my hand immediately, and we walk up the stone path toward the massive wooden castle-like door. He knocks half-heartedly, and it opens almost instantly. Mr. William greets us and lets us inside. As the door closes, I notice a man who I am guessing must be Kaden's father and a few other family members standing behind him. They all welcome us kindly. I respond as nicely as possible, thanking them for having us. Kaden doesn't say a word, causing my attention to turn to him, wondering why he's so quiet suddenly. He doesn't even look at me. He just walks past them into the kitchen. They follow closely behind me, asking me questions and asking about our relationship. I'm answering to the best of my ability. It isn't easy, as we haven't rehearsed most of the answers, and I wish Kaden would jump in to take a few of these questions. But Kaden will not respond to a single one. The occasional half-assed comment he does offer is dry and full of irritation. I can tell he's being apathetic to his mother, siblings, and father, and I can't help but wonder what the hell is going on with him. What has he brought me into?
Chapter 12. Kaden. My head spinning after seeing my stepmother and my half-siblings. Feelings I hold inside seem to be working their way out tonight in my irritated actions. I can't keep all of the many reactions I have at seeing them here bottled up forever. So I settle on letting out my anger and frustration. It must be a coping mechanism, but it fills me nonetheless. I hold a significant amount of resentment towards my father for marrying her. To begin, how exactly can you move on so suddenly after your wife dies? Not just move on, but build a whole new family, I think to myself. For some reason, I find the concept hard to grasp. My father always said that my mother was the only one for him. As far as I can see, that only lasted about 20 minutes after her death. I guess I just failed to see what losing her ever meant to him. I mean, hell, doesn't even seem like he mourned her. Just a quick fix to an empty bed, and he seems to have found happiness all over again. When my mother died, I became riddled with grief. She was the type of woman who was impossible to replace, truly one in a million. How was he able to move on so quickly? I still can't move on, so hell if I know. I thought I'd be okay seeing them tonight. I wasn't entirely unsurprised, just caught off guard to realize it was harder than I thought. My frustration increasingly grows as I stand in this house, being welcomed by them all like nothing's wrong. I know it isn't my stepmother or step-siblings' fault, but I have never been able to get past it enough to let them in. I watch how warmly my stepmother Deborah and her children welcome Amber. They greet her with hugs and casual conversation, as though she's been here for years. They regard her with the utmost respect, which infuriates me in a way I don't understand. I grab Amber's hand and pull her behind me into the kitchen. As I do, I hear Deborah say, "I'm so excited to meet you. I can't tell you how thrilled I am that Kaden found somebody to hold his heart, especially someone as beautiful as you." Suddenly, my entire demeanor shifts, and I feel an overwhelming warmth in my heart for them all. They're being so good to her. In a way, it makes me feel bad for my feelings toward them. My stepmother said she's happy for me. I think to myself solemnly, wondering why I can't let her in. Conflict boils inside of me, and I feel torn. There's a battle raging inside me, and it's eating me alive. Part of me wants to embrace them all now, apologizing for my behavior. But deep down, I'm not ready for that yet. I want my mother to be the one greeting us and calling Amber her daughter. I don't understand why she was taken from me, from us. Amber would have loved her, and she would have been so proud of me. The pain, guilt, and anger gut punches me again. I'm clearly still mourning my mother's death, and I'm unsure how to cope. Is there even a way to cope with the fact that she was here for far too short, missing important details of my life? Especially now, when a mother needs to be here for her son to experience his new wife. Deborah turns towards me with caution on her face and approaches me. She smiles warmly and extends her arms to embrace me. I falter, then sidestep her entirely and head for the balcony door. I can almost hear my stepmother's heartbreak as my steps get farther from her, but I can't find the courage or strength to fight these demons today. Maybe one day, just not today. Before I can reach the door, Amber approaches me, matching my stride with what appears to be a puzzled look on her face. Christ, not her too. I don't want to break down in front of her. "What's wrong?" she asks me softly. I don't stop moving in my path to the back door as I shake my head at her, hopefully signaling I don't want to talk about it. After what feels like 5 miles, I finally reach the door and step outside to the balcony. I'm not trying to disregard Amber, but I know if I had stopped, I would have broken down. I don't need her to see it today. The cool outside air rushes into my lungs the moment I step outside. I breathe it in deeply, trying to ground myself, but I can't seem to block out the pain and confusion no matter how hard I try. She's so good to Amber, and I'm being an asshole in return. She isn't my mother, though. I would love for my mother to be here to meet Amber and greet her the same way. A solitary tear rolls down my cheek as I reach into my pocket and pull out a small book of matches and a Cohiba cigar. Within seconds, the cigar is lit. I take a deep puff. The smoky, sweet taste filling my mouth gives me a sense of calmness. The Cubans know how to make a cigar. I'll give them that, I think, before taking another long drag. One of the perks of having a lot of money is Cuban cigars. A small smile forms on my face. At least one small thing helps fill the void. I settle into a comfortable outside love seat. I quickly shift my gaze to the stars, instantly mesmerized. I can't help but wonder if my mother is watching me right now, chewing my ass out for this very cigar. A half smile crosses my face again. Suddenly, the door opens as Amber delicately steps out onto the balcony. She looks at me as if I'm an object to be handled carefully. It appears she knows I'm hurting in my own little way. Amber shuts the door behind her, sealing us away from the rest of my family in the house. They are undoubtedly wondering why I am the way I am. She slowly walks to where I'm sitting and joins me on the love seat. Thankfully, she doesn't say anything. I'm grateful because I need a few minutes to collect myself. Hence the isolation and the cigar. I wonder if I'm going to get a lecture for this. I wonder for a moment. But Amber doesn't seem like that type. In fact, she seems to be genuinely concerned for me. Amber suddenly reaches over and sets her hand on my free hand. I finally gain the courage to look at her, meeting her gorgeous hazel eyes with my strong blue ones. I'm willing myself not to cry as my emotions overtake me. After a few minutes, Amber suddenly breaks the silence. "Kaden, please talk to me. What's the matter?" I look at the ground, not sure how to answer her. Finally, I offer the only words I can think of. I struggle with being around them, but honestly, I'm not sure I'm ready to talk about it, I say, my voice noticeably breaking. Amber reaches out and gently lifts my chin, forcing me to meet her beautiful eyes. I understand, and I'll be here when you're ready to talk about it. In the meantime, I see it's bothering you, so I'll stay out here as long as you need me to, she says calmly. Amber's words warm me inside, making me feel I finally have someone in my corner. I quickly reach out and pull her into a warm embrace.
Chapter 13. Amber. I'm standing in the middle of the room, watching Kaden walk outside, trying to decide if I should follow him. He's clearly upset, but I'm not sure why. Do I be the person I usually am and walk out to check on him? But if I do, is he going to think it's out of kindness or just my expected wifely duties? Or do I leave him alone for a while and let him have his space? My thoughts are jostling around, not knowing what to do, when his stepmother suddenly approaches me. "Amber, do you have a moment? I'd love to speak with you if you wouldn't mind," she says. I look back at the door, not wanting to leave him, but not wanting to be rude and ignore her. So I decide we'll chat first. If he's still out there when we finish, I'll go check on him then. "Sure," I say, and follow her into the living room. We sit on the sofas that are across from each other. It's awkwardly silent for a moment because I'm nervous about what she's going to say. I don't want to interrupt with something unimportant to fill the space. She stares at me with a small smile, almost looking like the words won't form. Finally, she breaks the silence, the conversation spilling out from her nervously. "So, Amber, has Kaden told you much about the situation here?" she asks. Her question confuses me. What situation is she talking about? Is there something going on here that I don't know? Is it the reason he's acting so funny? I shake my head. No, I don't think he has. He's always pretty quiet about his family, and I never press the questions because I can tell it's a topic he steers from. Okay, I'm not surprised he hasn't. I honestly would be more surprised if he had told you. We're somewhat of an embarrassment to him. My brow raises. An embarrassment? What do you mean by that? She sighs. Kaden's mother died a few years ago, and his father remarried me. Kaden has a hard time with me because the marriage was fairly soon after her death, and he's never forgiven us for it. I think he's always resented me for stealing his mother's position in Conrad's life. I listen intently, not knowing what to say. I want her to get everything she needs out in the open. Plus, these are all things I don't hear from Kaden. I want to learn more, as it's making me curious about the things he struggles with, but bottles up inside. She continues, "I've tried so hard to be here for him, but no matter how hard I try, he pushes me away. I'm sure you saw him disregard my hug in the kitchen." I did. I wasn't sure why, and then he walked out. I tried to stop and ask what the matter was, but he wouldn't answer me. He's not much for talking about his feelings. I laugh, trying to lighten the mood. But I'm sorry. I'm sure it isn't easy trying to love someone, despite them trying so hard to push it away. She wipes a tear rolling down her cheek. It really is. But I love that kid so much, even if he doesn't realize it or want to accept it. I've always felt so badly for him, losing his mother because boys need their moms. I wanted nothing more than to try and help him through it. I knew I could never replace her and wouldn't want to. She sighs, looking despondent. But I wanted him to look at me as at least a mother figure. Not his mother, of course, but someone he could come to for advice about girls. Someone to help him with matters he felt were too emotional for his father to deal with. Conrad's not much for talking about his feelings either. She laughs, but I can hear the sadness behind it. I know at this point it's been years and he's older now. He probably doesn't need any more guidance, especially now that he has you. But I'll never stop trying, she admits. I'm just so grateful he has you to help him if he won't let me. He needs a woman's love, and I can see how he looks at you. He has such love in his eyes every time he glances at you. And it's something I was so worried he wouldn't search for after being so hurt from losing his mother. She reaches out a hand to grab mine, squeezing it gently. I wasn't sure if he'd ever try to find someone, or even know how to treat her after all he's been through. But you truly seem great together, and it makes my heart so happy. She smiles and squeezes my hand again, more tears falling. I sit silently for a moment as she lets go and sits back again. I'm trying to wrap my brain around what she's telling me. Why don't I know this? And is she serious? She sees love in his eyes for me? I don't think you can fake a feeling in someone's eyes. I can believe a fake smile or holding hands to hold up an image. But a loving glance, he can't force that, can he? I can't help feeling sorry for her. She's clearly hurting from the lack of effort he gives her. She wants to love him and show affection, like a mother shows her son, but he won't let her in. I know how stubborn and hot-headed Kaden is, so I know he won't listen to her. He's always letting his emotions reign over his rationality. Maybe he needs a hug, or perhaps I can talk some sense into him. I'm so glad you think so. He's a wonderful man, and I try my hardest to be the best wife I can be for him, despite his hard-headedness. I finally answer, pulling myself out of my thoughts. But thank you for sharing this with me. I continue, wanting to wrap up our conversation so I can go find Kaden. I truly appreciate it. It's amazing to finally learn the part of his past that he doesn't talk about. Maybe it will help me help him even more. And Mrs. Williams, I hope someday he'll finally accept you as his mother. I get up off the sofa and embrace her. She's sobbing softly as I do, and I can tell she needs a minute. So I decide it's the ideal time to excuse myself and take a minute to console Kaden. I'll give you a minute here and go find him. I'll try and see if I can talk some sense into him and get him to enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm so glad to be here, and I'll be right back, I say, walking out of the living room to the place where I saw Kaden go last. I walk for a few minutes until I spot the balcony where he is. Taking a deep breath, I ready myself for an attempt at repairing some damage and open the glass door carefully.
Chapter 14. Kaden. A consuming mix of emotions surrounds my heart as I embrace Amber. I can't help but feel like I really need this hug, but only from her. I feel safe and warm inside. I'm not sure how to describe the emotions, but the old spark is continuing to try and flare up. I pull back from her, pausing just long enough to crush out the tip of my burning cigar before wrapping my arm around her again. She snuggles into me, her head on my chest as we sit silently, drinking in the peacefulness of the night. Hours of silence pass before I feel I have the nerve to walk through the house again, long enough to get to the front door. "Are you ready to go home?" I ask Amber quietly. She quickly nods her head yes, and I help her up. I can only think about getting home to my lovely, comfortable bed with her as we walk inside. She thanks everyone, faking a migraine to get us out of dinner. What a saint she is. Everyone says their goodbyes and we return to the car. When we arrive home, Amber excuses herself to the bathroom to prepare herself for bed. I get ready in the bedroom at the same time. I'll feel better having her lie with me. I haven't been at peace like she brings me for quite some time. Plus, I owe her an explanation for my actions this evening, I think to myself as I strip out of my clothes and into a pair of basketball shorts. Amber appears out of the bathroom and sits on the edge of my bed. She stares at me without judgment, warmth radiating from her eyes. "Hey, I was wondering if you'd like to lie closer to me tonight," I ask abruptly. Damn it, that's not how I want to ask. "I was thinking maybe we could talk about tonight, and I'd feel better if you were closer," I quickly continue, trying to recover the conversation. Amber smiles, trying to hide any reaction to me stumbling over myself. I would love that, Kaden, she finally says. My heart's pounding at her agreement as we settle into bed. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her into my body again. Warmth radiates off her, and it's incredibly comforting to me as I try to find the right words to explain. She lays her head on my chest, patiently waiting for me to begin. After a few minutes of me trying to find the right words, Amber breaks the silence. I'm sorry tonight was rough on you, Kaden. I might know in a way how you feel. The money you loaned me was because my father passed away in a car accident, she says softly. My gaze quickly shifts from the ceiling to her face as I look at her. Did she think I forgot? I remember everything about her from those days. I remember that, I say simply. I'm so sorry you had to go through that and everything after his death, I reply. I knew how they struggled with the debt he left behind, not to mention his medical bills and funeral. It was all very overwhelming at the time, and I had been happy to take some of that burden away from them. Amber glances up to meet my gaze, never taking her head off my chest. Your stepmom told me why you resent her. If you need someone to talk to, Kaden, please talk to me, she says, her soft tone breaking me down emotionally. I just have a hard time, I guess, I say with my voice cracking. I struggle with an internal battle. On the one hand, I resent my father for moving on. I mourn the loss of a fantastic woman, someone I thought he would have been devastated to lose. And instead of mourning for her, he started a new family. It didn't seem like he struggled the way I did. Like I still do. Amber looks at me, and I can't help but notice how soft and kind her eyes are. On the other hand, she gently prompts me to finish. I sigh deeply as I struggle to find the words to explain how the other side of me feels. On the other hand, I know my stepmother wants me to accept and love her. Truthfully, she's good to me, which showed tonight in how she acted toward you. I just can't help but feel like it should have been my mom meeting you tonight, I say finally. I notice Amber rubbing my chest with her soft hand, her eyes never leaving mine. I feel she genuinely listens to me and cares about how I feel. I haven't felt like someone actually listens to me since Amber and I were separated the first time. I feel like I belong around her. Amber doesn't say anything in return, seeming to ponder my words carefully. Truthfully, I don't need her to say anything more. I already feel like a weight is lifting off my shoulders. I roll over to look at her and immediately notice how seductive my wife is. Her black satin nightdress complements her skin very well, and I can't help but let my self-control slip as my hand suddenly falls to her thigh, making contact with her bare skin. She glances down at it for a moment, and then quickly, her head snaps back to meet my gaze. She's so sexy, but how am I allowing myself to lose control? I'm scared of what her reaction will be at my sudden lapse in judgment. Suddenly, she answers my thoughts and lunges forward, pressing her soft lips on mine. I don't make an effort to stop her. In fact, I push toward her. I feel her mouth part and her tongue dart out, slipping between my teeth. Mine quickly meets it, and I enjoy the feeling of our tongues dancing together. After we break away, Amber looks at me with a seductive smile, softly biting her lip. I feel slightly cautious, not wanting her to feel I'm taking advantage of her. Amber, you're playing with fire, I say as I pull her closer. I'm not sure how much I care, though. The feeling of her warm skin on mine is intoxicating, filling me with desire as our heavy breathing synchronizes. I glance into her eyes again, and it seems clear that she desires me similarly. Screw it. I pull her nightgown over her head, exposing her perfect naked body, causing my heart to jump when seeing her bare for the first time. Her lips meet mine again as fireworks of passion explode in my head. Amber, please tell me to stop. I can't take advantage of you, I start to say. Her index finger quickly interrupts me as she presses it against my mouth, silencing me. Kaden, I know what kind of man you are. I just want to give you pleasure, she says seductively, stroking me softly. I can tell you want me just as much as I want you. I want to fulfill both of our desires, Amber says passionately. The emotion in her voice is too much, and I can't stop myself. I lunge at her, my lips meeting hers again.
Chapter 15. Amber. Kaden's tongue parts my lips as he kisses me deeply. Our kissing grows more intense and passionate the longer he lingers before moving down my body. His warmth causes shockwaves of pleasure to shoot up my spine, and every cell in my body tingles. I want him so badly. I need him, I think to myself. He starts kissing my stomach. As his lips contact my pelvis, goosebumps spread like a wave across my skin. His breath is hot on my skin, making me want him more. My hand shoots to the back of his head, my fingers entangling themselves in his hair. As he works his way down. This scene is too spicy for YouTube to allow us to share with you. It's not what you want to hear, I know, but there is good news. If you're craving the good stuff, head straight to TylaWalker.com for the full, unadulterated audio adventure. Because Miss Tyla's got your back, saving you from that oh-so-familiar pang of letdown. And let me tell you, the part we're slicing off, it's so sizzling, it's going to make your phone melt. Get ready for all the tantalizing twists and turns, because the unabridged edition of Fake It Till We Make It is waiting for you. Just punch in code SAVE40 at checkout for an irresistible 40% off on this steamy romance and any other digital delights on TylaWalker.com. Now, let's plunge back into the narrative, shall we? We collapse in bed together, still breathing heavily. I quickly cuddle into his chest as goosebumps line my naked body. Kaden throws the comforter over us, helping ease the bone-chilling cold. Kaden kisses my forehead as I tuck myself into him, enjoying the closeness between us and fully appreciating his body warmth. There's an aura of calmness in the room, the sexual tension broken with the light of dawn. Okay, he's so hot and good in bed. I won't mind this side of him for the rest of my life. The fact that he's a cuddler after sex is something I can appreciate too, I think sleepily. I'm delighted, and I'm guessing, judging by his deep breathing and the smile plastered on his face, that he is too. My eyelids become heavy as I watch him start drifting off to sleep. I can't help smiling, and my heart is utterly content as we fall asleep in each other's arms.
Chapter 16. Kaden. I awake and listen to the soothing house sounds around me before I open my eyes, like the coffee pot on a timer hissing in the other room. But the most soothing sound comes from the woman beside me as Amber breathes deeply, still asleep. Her warm, naked body is pressing into mine, and I can't help but notice that she's basically a human space heater. Something feels different, though. It takes me a moment to put my finger on it. This is the first time in forever that I feel light. The last thing I remember is how much I was enjoying her scent next to me. The next thing I know, I'm waking up. But I'm certainly not upset about it, I think to myself. The whole thing seems so surreal, but it fills me with happiness. A smile dances on my lips as I finally open my eyes. Amber's bare shoulders are exposed, and I notice they're covered in goosebumps. I carefully pull the comforter up around them, not wanting to disturb her sleep. She looks so peaceful, I think, smiling at her. I start to sneak out of bed, but suddenly, Amber rolls over towards me, burying her face in my neck and tickling my veins with her warm exhales. It seems like she's purring when she finally settles. A large smile encompasses my face. "What a greedy woman," I whisper jokingly. "My greedy woman," I say, in less of a joking manner. "I suppose I can get used to this," I think as I wrap my right arm around her, cradling her cozily. I rest my chin on the top of her head, watching her breathing deepen and even out. I wait until Amber's snoring softly before attempting to get up again. I gently snake my arm out from around her and slide gingerly out of bed. I quickly cover the exposed portions of her naked body, trying to preserve her warmth. I stand over her for a moment, admiring the woman I call my wife. I quickly begin recalling all her traits I simply adore, and I feel my heart getting warm with a feeling I don't understand. Waking up next to her is the most peace I have felt in a long time. I'm not waking up stressing about my company, family, or anything else. For the first time in forever, I woke up completely and totally content, I think, a smile reappearing on my face. There's no apparent reason I'm feeling this way. I guess it's just the fact I feel at home with her. At home? As in, home is a person, not a place. Who are you turning into? I remember our time together in college and the spark that was always between us, carefully hidden away. I then looked down at the amazing woman in my bed and realized that the spark is still there. In fact, it has been growing without me noticing. It makes sense. Home is not a place, it's a person. Amber is my home. Suddenly, it all makes a little bit more sense to me. I always trust her with my feelings, and my heart feels a particular way when I'm with her. She's been here for me, and she listens to anything I need to get out. I hardly feel like I can ever be myself around anyone else, but with her, it comes naturally. I feel at home because she's my closest thing to home. I make my way toward the bathroom, allowing her to rest. After relieving myself, I turn on the water in my massive walk-in shower, allowing it to steam up the bathroom. As the water heats up, I make my way to the kitchen. I quickly retrieve 2 mugs and pour a cup of black coffee for me and 1 with cream for her. Before returning to the bathroom, I set her mug on the nightstand, careful not to wake her. I quickly retreat to the bathroom and find the hot steam inviting as I shut the door behind me. I quickly jump into the shower. The feeling of the hot water pouring down my skin is blissful. What little stress I have left from last night quickly washes away with the water. After standing in the stream for 5 minutes, I grab my shampoo and lather it in my hair, singing softly under my breath. As I rinse the shampoo, I feel arms wrap around my chest, immediately causing me to smile. "Good morning, my beautiful wife," I say happily, as I rinse the rest of the shampoo out of my hair. Amber gently kisses my back, her soft lips giving me goosebumps. "I didn't know you sang," she says softly, smiling as I turn to face her. Oh, great. She heard me singing. That's embarrassing. Heat rises to my cheeks. This time it is from embarrassment, not the temperature of the water. "Only in the shower." I laugh. "I'm sorry. Did I wake you?" I ask, stepping back slightly to allow her to come under the soft drizzle of water. I watch the water pour off her perfect brown skin for a moment before putting my hands on her waist. "You should sing more often," she says sweetly as she stands on her tiptoes to kiss me gently. "No, you didn't wake me, but I came to see where you were." "Thank you for the coffee," she says, her smile getting larger. "It was my pleasure," I reply, squirting her shampoo into my hand. I gently rub it into her silky hair, smiling when I hear her sigh with approval. I love every single second of the time I get with her, so I might as well make the most of it. After our shower, Amber makes waffles and bacon. As I watch her gracefully move around the kitchen wearing my t-shirt, a sense of unexplained happiness washes over me again. I can certainly get used to this, waking up next to her, showering together and having breakfast. She sets the plates of waffles down in front of me and hands me a plate, putting a waffle on it and pouring my syrup. She's smiling and humming a tune as she makes herself a plate too. I can't stop watching her in awe, thinking of how she's caring for me so well. After breakfast, I'm taking her back to bed for a movie marathon and cuddling. Where are these thoughts coming from? I'm not a lying in bed, watching movies and cuddling type of guy. What is she doing to me? Suddenly, I can't help but notice the feeling rushing over me again. Amber is my home.
Chapter 17. Amber. Over the past week, Kaden and I have been falling into our roles as husband and wife. The connection between us is getting stronger every day. I keep reminding myself that it's not real, that we're not really together. He's only putting on a good show. Even at home, there are often maids, gardeners, and other staff dropping by. Most of his tenderness, I think, is to convince them we are a loving husband and wife. He doesn't want any chance of this not seeming real, and I can't let myself get caught up in it. The sex was, of course, only between us, but I don't think I can assume it means anything more than what it is. He's a man and I'm a woman. I keep telling myself that I'd be playing with fire if I let myself believe he has feelings there. It was a physical act between two people who are attracted to each other, but that isn't love. We don't work the same schedule, so I find myself longing for him to come home or heading in to work early just so I won't have to be alone. It's a weird feeling, wanting to be around him all the time when I'm unsure of what we even are. I don't want to admit that my feelings are growing for him, especially after being intimate. I know that to him, we're only abiding by the contract. Our night together was only a tiny lapse in judgment. My need to help others and his sexy grin took over me, and his eagerness didn't help. I often think about our night together and how much I crave his presence. I want to feel him again and be close to him. I mean, we shower together almost every single morning, but it doesn't seem like enough. He hasn't tried anything more than cutely washing my hair for me. As much as I enjoy his fingers massaging my scalp, I wish they'd travel to other parts of me. I notice his demeanor toward me is shifting too. He's becoming more of a real husband. The things he does and how he treats me are like a real husband's affection for his wife. He even tells me if I want to quit my job, he'll fully support me, and I can do whatever I want. It's such a sweet and generous offer, but of course I don't accept it and probably never will. I enjoy my job and want to pursue my career. Especially when our year is up, I want to be in a place where I'm still well off. Even without his help. I don't even take advantage of the fact that I am technically now the chairman's granddaughter-in-law, because I don't want it to bite me in the ass later when this is all over. When he first suggested I quit, I was expecting a fight because I didn't take his suggestion. Surprisingly, he didn't push me at all. He agreed with me, letting me know it was something I had to pick for myself. To be honest, the way he appreciated my work ethic only served to make him even hotter in my eyes. Thinking of his attractiveness brings me back to his sculpted jaw and how it feels pressing against my collarbone as he kisses my neck. The way his kisses travel down to my chest, finding my breast like he knows exactly what gets me going. Suddenly, Kaden's voice entering the kitchen interrupts my dirty thoughts of what I want to do to him. "Good morning. Are you going to work today?" he asks, leaning in for a kiss. After the kiss melts onto my lips, I notice the tie he's wearing with his executive attire is crooked. I fix it before responding. "No, today's my day off, silly," I say, pouring syrup on my waffles. "Are you hungry?" "Oh yes, that's right. I forgot. Sorry. No, thank you. I'll pass on breakfast. I'll hurry home to help with the dinner tonight, okay?" he says, leaning in and kissing my forehead. His second kiss makes me frown, realizing he's leaving me alone all day. I don't realize the look of sadness appearing on my face until he pulls me in. The way he cuddles me, trying to cheer me up, makes me aware of how pathetic I must look. I try to wipe the expression off my face, not wanting him to think of me as some love-struck, moony teenager. But it only makes my wish for him to stay home with me grow even stronger. He leans down, whispering in my ear, "Believe me, I wish I could stay home with you. I would love to spend all day cuddling and watching movies with you." His voice becomes seductive, teasing me a bit. "We could eat these waffles you're making and then shower together to rinse off the syrup. I might even wash your hair for you again, or use the soap and let my hands decide where they want to clean." I giggle at his breath, tickling my ear and sending a wave of goosebumps across my entire body. I can't help imagining his hands rubbing soap suds all over the parts of me I crave for him to touch again. His hands feel so good on my skin, and his kiss is magical on my lips. He also definitely knows what he's doing in the bedroom, and hearing his suggestions only makes me crave him inside me again, only this time in several different positions all day long. I promise, there are so many things I'd rather stay here with you and do. Believe me, it's an endless list. But I have to go. It's an important day for clients. We have a couple of meetings going on later today, and I have to prepare. I can't miss them because the clients are so important to the company, and they're huge investors. I'll be home as soon as I can. He kisses me again, letting it linger for a moment. Your shower suggestion sounds like a great way to spend a day off. Much better than being here alone, I hint with a little laugh, hoping to subtly change his mind. Or maybe at least a moment where he picks me up and sets me on the counter, having his way with me before he leaves. But I don't luck out. I promise I'll make this up to you, he says gently. You better, I joke, trying to sound less desperate than I feel. Drive carefully. I hope you have a good day. God, I really do sound like a wife. I will, thank you. You try to have fun at home too, he says before waving goodbye and heading out the door. As soon as the door shuts, I let out a deep exhale, realizing I had been holding my breath. His explanation of the things he wants to do suddenly has me all hot and bothered. It's making it even harder to let him go now because he needs to take care of this mood he awoke inside me. The more I think about the positions I want to be in with him, the more I crave his touch and the feeling of him again. These thoughts only make the way I am missing him grow stronger. I don't know why I'm missing him at all. It's not like I haven't known a life outside of the one we are making together. Still, there's a feeling growing for him inside me that I don't recognize. Is this turning into more between us? Is his explanation and admitting he wants me something I need to focus on or throw out? Is he really wanting these things because his feelings are developing, or because he's taking advantage of the female living in his bedroom? Will I find out what he really wants before it's too late and I end up hurt? What have I gotten myself into?
Chapter 18. Kaden. I'm sitting in the conference room of EN Technologies, attempting to listen to two of my employees give a monthly report. I can hardly focus on the massive screen, though, my mind drifting back to Amber. God, what I would give to be back in bed with her, I think, as the employees' words are flying over my head. Of course, her day off would have to happen when I'm stuck in meetings all day. I try to shake myself out of my thoughts, needing to get my head in the game and focus on the presentation. It doesn't last long as my thoughts shift quickly back to her. I wonder what she's doing right now. Jesus, Kaden. You are at work. Get yourself together. You are at work. Act like it. I focus for a while, gazing at the charts and graphs presented to me. But my mind always seems to run straight back to Amber. I have serious questions, and I feel like my entire life depends on knowing the answers to them. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life than I want to be with her. It can't be possible that our actions, especially lately, have been fake. Right? I mean, I know mine haven't, but I want to know what's going through her mind, I think to myself, losing all awareness of the meeting around me. I begin to worry, hoping that Amber feels the same way I do. It seems somewhere along the way, the spark I've always felt for her is now erupting into a full-blown wildfire. I'm not quite sure how I let it happen, but here we are. I'm finally able to focus on the meeting again, trying to block the thoughts of our relationship out of my mind. I have a business to run, and my employees can't afford me to be checked out. I'm listening attentively, nodding in approval of the continuing presentation, when suddenly my phone vibrates. I glance down and notice it's a text from Amber. My heart flutters with excitement as I rush to unlock my phone. As I read the message, my feelings quickly change from happiness to anger. Hey, babe. I hope meetings are going okay. I brought lunch to surprise you. I got stopped by an employee. He wouldn't let me in. My temper bubbles inside of me, suddenly making my body feel hot as I quickly text back. Are you still here? Which employee? Instantly, I see the chat bubbles pop up again, indicating that she's working on a response. Finally, Amber's message shows on my screen, worsening my anger. I just got back out to my car. Chad, I think. Why? My anger boils over now as I read her text multiple times. I shoot her a quick response as I decide what my next move is. My meeting is over now if you'd still like to have lunch with me, I respond, quickly running through the employees in my head to figure out who she might mean. Suddenly it pops into my mind. Chad Johnson, General Manager of the Finance Department. Congratulations, Chad, you're screwed. I quickly stand up, dismissing the meeting. I try to bite back my annoyance to give them a polite but firm goodbye, letting them know that their presentation has answered my questions. I'll look over the rest of their reports later. Satisfied they seem happy to be off the hook anyway. I can't blame them. Does anyone like being on the spot in front of their boss? They collect their things and scurry off as I leave the conference room in search of Amber. My phone vibrates again, and I see a response from Amber. Sounds great, babe. I'll be right up. I'm so irritated by this obstacle, even if I can't quite explain why. Other people have their wives stop in for lunch. Why is he being such a hard ass to her? I love that she's calling me babe and that she surprises me with lunch. But thanks to Chad, I can't even enjoy it at this moment. I ponder this, which ends up only fueling my rage as I walk toward my office. As I approach my office, I hear Amber's voice down the hall. Look at the message. He told me to meet him at his office, she exclaims. The sound of a male voice follows her statement. Ma'am, don't make me call security. I've already told you once that you can't be up here. My anger goes through the roof, practically causing my head to spin as I all but run around the corner. Amber stands in the hall with a man blocking her path to my office. I clear my throat loudly. The man turns to face me, undoubtedly to see who made the noise. Your worst nightmare, Chad. That's who, I think, as my anger reaches its peak. Excuse me, Chad. I've got a question for you, I say with hostility in my voice. I watch the color slowly drain out of his face with every word I say. Yes, sir, Chad says. Who the hell do you think you are exactly, not allowing my wife to come to have lunch with me? I shout, my anger spilling out of my every pore. I had to leave a meeting because she tells me you're not allowing her to surprise me. In my own building. A crowd gathers now as Chad starts stuttering up a storm, trying to make excuses. There isn't an excuse in the world that can cover your ass on this one, I think, gritting my teeth. I'm sorry, sir. I guess I didn't realize who she was, he finally says. Wrong answer. I take a deep breath and slowly release it. My body shakes with the anger pooled up inside me. I'll tell you what, Chad. Spring must have come early, so here is what I need from you. Go into your office and clean everything out of your desk. Once you've done that, get out of my building, you incompetent prick, I bellow, causing Chad to flinch. He doesn't say a word as he scurries out of sight. I glance at Amber, whose face is shocked at the turn of events. I quickly walk over and kiss her. Are you ready to have some lunch, babe? I ask her, politeness returning back into my voice. She smiles and grabs my hand, interlocking her fingers with mine. Absolutely. I'm starving, she replies. I glance up to see half the floor now standing in the hallway, wearing equally shocked expressions. I raise my voice just once more to drive home the point. Let this be a lesson. Anyone who pretends now they don't know who she is out of luck. She's my wife, so stop giving her a hard time, I shout. I hope I have made myself pretty damn clear. Most of the onlookers now look scared, having never heard me raise my voice. This isn't the way I normally handle things, but something about this entire incident has pushed me over the edge. Chad has never done this with anyone else's wife. The fact that he felt the need to bully her and make her squirm just to be petty makes me livid. Well, play stupid games and win stupid prizes. The moral of the story is don't screw with the one thing that brings me happiness, I think to myself as I walk hand in hand with my wife to my office to enjoy our lunch.
Chapter 19. Amber. Kaden speeds down the road, and my heart's racing. Why does it feel like we're going 2 miles an hour? I keep thinking about the 3 business meetings I have with the chairman. Now that he knows I'm with Kaden, I feel even more inclined to work hard. It seems like he's watching my every move, keeping an eye on the person who takes care of his grandson, and I find myself constantly on edge to meet his expectations. The meetings have to go perfectly. I can't stop thinking about what I'm going to say and how I will participate and impress him as we drive. Kaden keeps looking at me but doesn't say a word, letting silence fill the car. Usually I try to talk about our evening or decide what we'll have for dinner. Today is too important, and I can't distract myself from it. We finally pull into the lot, and I don't think he's even parked all the way when I jump out, shouting a hurried goodbye. I throw open the doors and run to my tiny desk, hoping for a few minutes to review my notes before the first meeting starts. I'm sorting through the papers and getting myself prepared when the chairman walks out. "Good morning, Amber. Are you ready to go?" he asks. I want to tell him hell no. I need at least another day to fully prepare for the events of today. With the image I'm trying to uphold in front of him, I can only nod. "Good morning. Yes, sir, I am. Let's get started," I say, grabbing my things and following closely behind him into the conference room. When we arrive, the table is full of guests, and Russ takes a seat at the table head. He points to the chair closest to him and tells me to have a seat. Well, he must not be upset with me yet. That's a good start. Just focus and remember to actively participate so that he knows you listen and pay attention to him. The room is full of potential clients wanting to buy a new product or share their ideas if they can't find something they already like. It's important because they have a lot of money, which leaves ample opportunity for the entire company to grow if this goes well. I want to ensure I'm helpful. I'll get brownie points if something I do or say sways them into doing business with us. As the chairman talks, it reminds me of how well he does his job. His proposals and graphs of the products and the stats for the company as a whole are colorful and well thought out. Rust is a man that definitely knows what he's doing, and I strive to be as successful as him one day. Throughout the day, the meetings continue. People wander in and out for bathroom breaks. Workers stop by regularly, bringing in food and beverages. It never gets any easier to sit in one spot all day long, listening to people talk numbers and sometimes terms I don't understand, but I know it's the best way to get where I want to be. Russ keeps looking at me when questions are asked and smiles when I answer them, letting me know I'm doing a good job. Finally, the last meeting concludes, and he tells me I'm free to continue with my day because he will have a one-on-one with them next. As I walk back to my desk, I can't help feeling like the meeting was successful. At least, I hope so. I need him to think of me as being an asset to the company, as well as to his grandson. I sit at my desk, open my computer, and pull up some emails with new tasks for the day. I'm scrolling through them, sorting information out the chairman will need for the future, and answering calls. I'm in charge of organizing his meetings and making sure nothing overlaps. After what feels like 4 days combined into one, the clock finally hits 6 o'clock. I'm drained. I don't have any energy left inside of me, and I want to go home. Nothing sounds better than a long, hot bath, dinner, and a relaxing movie in bed. I pack up my things, getting ready to leave. Just then, I receive a text message from the chairman. "I was supposed to take you home tonight. Kaden got caught up in a meeting, but I'm not done with our clients yet. Do you want me to call Kaden and tell him to come to get you?" I pause, thinking it over. I wait for Kaden. I wait for Kaden's grandfather. Or I just get home on my own. I finally settle on a response, texting him back. "No, that's okay. I'm fine with walking, thank you. Have a good evening." Tired as I am, the idea of walking doesn't thrill me nearly as much as I pretend it does. But waiting sounds even worse. I just want to get home. Suddenly, my computer dings with a direct inter-office message. I look up and it just happens to be from one of the department heads in the meetings with us today. Are you needing a ride home this evening? It looks like the chairman is busy, and I think Kaden's stuck in a meeting. The offer is kind, but very curious. Why does he know any of this? I try not to overthink it too much, as there's likely a perfectly good explanation. Still, something about it raises my hackles. Thank you for the offer, but I'm okay walking home tonight. Have a good evening. Even aside from my suspicions, I know I would deny it every time. It's nice of him to offer, but I don't know him well enough to accept. A reply flashes across my screen a moment later. No problem. Just thought I'd ask. You too. I don't even feel like walking, but I don't feel like sitting here waiting for who knows how long for Kaden's meeting to finish either. I want my hot bath and my bed, so I grab my things and head out. I'm heading down the sidewalk, eager to get home and start the tub, ready to let the boiling water melt away my stresses from today. Then I can settle in our comfy bed with some dinner and a new movie. Suddenly, I notice a man leaning against the side of a building I'm approaching. His eyes stare through me, and I awkwardly smile as I try to pass him. Hey, cutie. Want to come inside with me for a drink? He asks in a low, raspy voice. Immediately, my palms start sweating. Not today. Please just let me walk past and leave me the hell alone. Please. No, thank you. I have somewhere to be right now, I say, trying to decline in the nicest way possible. I don't want to upset him because I'm out here alone, and no one will see me if this goes sideways. Oh, come on. Just one drink unless you beg for more. He laughs. I shake my head and start speed walking away from him. I can hear his footsteps on the cement behind me, and they're getting closer as he closes the gap between us. He's a large man, so his stride is nearly twice mine. It doesn't take long before he is quickly catching up to me. I can see him reaching out his hand from the corner of my eye, and every muscle in my body tenses in apprehension. Suddenly, a car speeds up toward us, grabbing both of our attention. I turn to look and notice it's a black Bentley. Holy hell! It's Kaden. Thank God. The man freezes, and Kaden rolls the passenger side window down. What business do you have with my wife? He asks. His voice is hard, firm. The challenge is implied in the tone. The man stutters over himself as he tries to respond. I'm sorry, I didn't realize she was... He cuts himself off abruptly, opting instead to turn and run away. I immediately race for the door, throwing it open and sliding into the seat. I lock the door behind me. As soon as I'm in, I can tell the feeling inside the car is off. Something's wrong. At first, I think it's in my head. I'm obviously a bit shaken up from the close call. I try to change the subject, starting a conversation about his meeting. He ignores my questions, so I ask what he wants to listen to, but there is still no response. I sit in silence for several minutes, racking my brain as to why he's acting this way. Finally, he looks at me sternly, his eyes sharp and frustrated. If my meeting hadn't ended early, and I didn't come to pick you up, what would have happened to you, Amber?
Chapter 20. Kaden. I parked the vehicle in the driveway and shut the car off before quickly stepping out. I rush to Amber's door and open it, offering her a hand. She carefully steps out, eyes on mine, almost like she's searching them to see if my anger is directed at her. My eyes rake over her entire body, triple-checking to ensure that she's completely unharmed. That piece of crap better hope I don't find so much as a scratch on her, I think, my mind ridden with anger and protectiveness. After feeling satisfied that Amber's unharmed, my mind starts repeating the entire incident repeatedly. I run my hand through my hair, trying to soothe my mind as the stress of something happening to her eats at me. I'm beyond glad she's okay. I'm not sure I can take it if something happens to her. My mind is running rampant with worry now. As we walk inside, I place my hand on the small of her back, neither one of us speaking a word. I need a shower and a minute for a breather so I don't take my rage out on her. It isn't her fault, I think to myself as soon as we cross the threshold. I quickly kiss Amber's cheek before heading in the direction of the shower, avoiding eye contact. I don't want her to see the rage in my eyes. As soon as I hit the bathroom, I start the shower and quickly strip before getting into the boiling hot water. I stand below the stream, letting it wash away the stress for a good 15 minutes before I even consider soap. After about a half-hour shower, I finally feel some of my stress and anger wash down the drain along with the water. I feel it is sufficient enough. I don't think I'll lose my temper, so I shut the shower off and grab the large plush towel waiting for me. After drying off, I wrap it around my waist and go downstairs to my room. I'm in immediate shock when I open the door to our bedroom. Amber's dressed in dark red lingerie, waiting for me. The lingerie accentuates her curves perfectly, and the color goes well with her skin, making my mouth water almost instantly. My tongue nearly falls out of my mouth as it falls open. "What are you wearing, Amber?" I asked, giving in to my curiosity a bit. She doesn't answer me, so I close my eyes before the sight of her overwhelms me. Suddenly, her arms wrap around my neck, sucking her body up toward mine. I open my eyes to meet the gaze of her beautiful, hazel-colored ones, feeling my heart skip a little. God, she has the most beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Amber breaks the silence. "I'm so sorry, Kaden. I'll be more cautious next time," she murmurs. "I promise." Hearing her apology makes my throat dry. Feeling her body, wearing virtually nothing, causes my need to shoot through the roof. Did she put on perfume? I wonder. The addictive scent of my wife makes my head fuzzy with euphoria. Lingerie and her perfume. She knows my weaknesses, that's for sure. Suddenly, I feel my towel drop off my waist as Amber undoes it. Unfortunately, the rest of this scene is too hot for YouTube. I know it must feel terrible to not get the freaky parts. But don't get too upset, okay? Because I've got a deal for you. Head over to TylaWalker.com to find the complete, unabridged audiobook with all of the naughty scenes ready to go. Use discount code SAVE40 for 40% off of all digital purchases so that you can get the bang for your buck. Let's continue the story.
Chapter 21. Amber. My heart pounds as I pull into the parking lot of my mother's apartment. It feels like forever since I've seen her, and I can't wait to catch up. I'm curious to know how the home nurse cares for her and how the maid has taken care of the house. I park and walk to her door on the second story, knocking before just walking in. God, it feels weird to knock on a door I used to just waltz into. Almost instantly the door opens, and my mother's beautiful face appears. She has a massive smile on her face and wraps her arms around me. Once she releases me, I follow her inside, closing the door behind us. "Why'd you knock, Amber? You know this will always be your home," she says, sitting on the couch. I sit across from her and it's awkward momentarily, suddenly feeling unfamiliar. "I know. I just felt weird waltzing in when I don't live here anymore," I say. She shakes her head dramatically. "This will always be your home. You will always have a key to the front door. Don't ever knock again, you silly girl." She laughs, and I can't help laughing with her. It warms my heart to be here with her again, and the unfamiliarity washes away. "How are things, Mom? How is the nurse treating you?" "It's been great, honey. She's such a nice lady. She sends other nurses out sometimes, too, but I always have plenty of care. It's awesome how much they seem to care about me. I'm usually telling them to leave by the end of the day because I'm ready to start taking care of myself again." She laughs. It warms my heart to see her smiling, and I'm so glad she's getting excellent care. I'm so glad. I knew Kaden wouldn't send someone over who wasn't trustworthy. I just wanted to make sure you liked how they treated you. My eyes sweep over the space, taking it in. I can see the maid is also doing a great job. She's definitely keeping it up better than I ever did. I smile. joking about the fact that organization has never been my strong suit. She jokes along with me, making fun of me the same as she always does. I miss her, and it truly hits just how much the longer I sit here. I glance around the room, remembering every detail of the apartment and looking at the old family pictures, the ones that my father begged us to take. I always despised picture day, but now that he's gone, I appreciate his persistence, because without it, we wouldn't have a single thing left of him. Suddenly, my mom's voice jolts me out of my walk down memory lane. "So, how's the married life, sweetheart?" she asks. I turn to face her again with a smile. "It's been amazing. He's the sweetest man ever. It's crazy not to be living here with you, though. I mean, I love my Aunt Kaden's house. It's nice spending so much time together. But it's a harder adjustment than I thought," I say. She sits forward on her cushion. "I'm going to ask my favorite question that I ask all newlyweds after some time together. Do you think it'll last?" I giggle, hoping she'll ask something else. But when the silence continues, and I realize she truly wants an answer, I think of something as honest as I can without telling the whole truth. "It's too soon to tell, Mom." She reaches for my hand. "Take my advice. If a man loves you enough to propose and then actually commit to a marriage, he's hooked. You only have to keep his belly full and his heart warm. You can make it through anything if he's the right one. After meeting Kaden, I truly think he's the one for you." Her words fill my mind with questions, but I'll think about them later because I don't want to take time away from Mom. We spend the afternoon catching up, and I make us both lunch. The nurse visits and introduces herself, going through the normal routine before leaving again. It's a great day until afternoon rolls around, and I hear a shuffling noise at the door. "Are you expecting someone else, Mom?" I ask. She walks to the door just as someone knocks. "I don't think so," she says, opening it. I peek around the kitchen island to see my aunt and uncle standing in the doorway. My blood boils as soon as I see them, because they're the relatives who caused us so much debt. They're the reason my father owed so much money when he died. He was always trying to bail them out of trouble. I return to what I'm doing, trying to avoid them. That is, until I hear them yelling at her in their conversation at the front door. What the hell is going on? I think, stopping for a moment to listen closely. I hear them raising their voices, asking for more money. Oh, hell no. They're not getting another dime from either of us. My mother better make them leave right now, or I will come unglued on them. Continuing to listen only infuriates me as they continue shouting at her, insisting they deserve it. I want her to stop them, to make them leave and shut the door. I don't know why I even think there's a possibility of her doing that. Family means everything to her. She'd bleed herself dry for these people before turning them away. Finally, I can't take it anymore. I walk into the living room, opening the door wider and stepping into view. "Mom, go inside, please. I can handle this," I say. She turns to me, tears in her eyes. "No, honey, it's okay. I can handle them." I grab her and help her back in the door, kindly taking her from the situation. "Mom, I love you, but I'm not asking. Go inside, please. I will handle this," I say sternly, no longer giving her a choice. Once she's sitting on the sofa, I walk outside into the hallway and shut the door behind me so she can't hear our conversation. "What are you guys doing here?" I ask angrily. "Wow, that's a rude way to greet your aunt and uncle. Plus, why'd you have to intervene? You don't even live here anymore," says my aunt, fueling an already lit fire inside me from the pain they've caused this family. I don't like to argue, but these two deserve to be put in their place. It's bad enough they only come when they are asking for money for something. They promise every time to pay it back, which of course never happens. But now they come here knowing my father is no longer here, still thinking they can feed on my mother's kind heart to support them. No, I won't let it happen. I've been cleaning up the messes they cause for far too long already.
Chapter 22. Kaden. My meeting with a big investor wraps up fairly quickly, which is excellent news for me. I check my phone to find no message from Amber, puzzling me for a moment. Damn, I forgot she's visiting her mother. That's probably why she hasn't messaged me recently, I think. I quickly make my way to my car and get across town. I want to surprise them both, hoping for warm welcomes. A deep frown forms on my face as I pull up to my mother-in-law's apartment and see a blue car that I'm unfamiliar with. That's interesting, I think. It's in one of the 2 spaces reserved for her apartment number, though it could just be an annoying neighbor stealing her parking spot. Still, I file it away as I jump out of my car and take large strides toward the apartment. It doesn't take me long to hear a male voice arguing in the hall just outside the apartment, saying harsh things. He seems to be talking to Amber, who's standing at her mother's door with her arms folded. What the hell is going on? I wonder as I head toward them. I'm almost to them when I hear Amber yell back at him. Her voice breaks as if she's crying, causing my temper to skyrocket immediately. I don't know who the hell is yelling at my wife, but I'll make short work of that. There is a certain level of aggressiveness in my stride as I approach the group. Amber looks shocked to see me, with tears running down her cheeks. I look up at the 2 causing the tears, ready to fight whoever they are. No more than 6 feet away stands her aunt and uncle. Her Uncle Ted is a short, squatty man who resembles a toad. His face is contorted, veins sticking out of his forehead and neck with anger. He doesn't even regard me and suddenly releases a statement he'll soon regret. "You ungrateful bitch!" he yells. "Excuse me?" I think as I quickly stand between them. I take an aggressive posture, ready to defend my wife. I will tolerate many things, but disrespect toward Amber is not something I'm willing to let slide. My temper's flaring dangerously as I respond. "I don't know who you think you are, but I would check your goddamn tone with my wife if I were you," I say to him, a threat lingering in my voice. He regards me, a fire in his eyes that suggests he's not going to back down. "What are you going to do about it?" he taunts. "This doesn't concern you, so why don't you back off?" "Doesn't concern me?" "Last I checked, it concerned me the second you made my wife cry." Before I can respond, Amber's Aunt Alicia pipes up. "So this is why you won't help us," she says, pointing at me. "You think you're fancy now that you've married a big shot? Don't have to help the common folk out anymore, huh?" she asks, seemingly pleased with herself. "Is this the best you can do, peasant?" An angry smile forms on my lips at her calling herself a commoner. What is this? The 1500s? Who are they to talk about my wife like this? "Here's an idea," I say, after taking a brief pause in an attempt to collect myself. "Why don't you ignorant assholes get back in your car and get out of here before I make you?" There's anger in my voice and no hint of joking. This isn't a request. My body's kicking into fight or flight. Unfortunately for them, it's choosing to fight. Ted takes a step toward me menacingly. His head bobs as he does, increasing his similarity to a frog. I can't help but almost laugh. "Tough guy, huh? So this is how it's going to be. No problem." I start to shed my suit jacket. I'll gladly put him in his place if he wants to rumble. I'm ready to fight now, my body tensing and ready to pounce. My head is swimming in anger, fully preparing for what'll happen next as my fists ball up at my sides. "You come here and pick on my wife. You deserve the ass-kicking you're about to receive." "Kaden, please don't!" Amber's voice suddenly says, cutting off my brain from figuring out how to beat the hell out of this guy. "They'll just call the cops, and then you'll be in trouble." "Honey, please," she says, practically begging me not to give her uncle what he deserves. "Damn it, babe. Why do you have to be logical?" I'm silent, fighting every instinct to pummel this guy for making her cry. Instead, I sigh and force my fist into my pocket, retrieving my cell phone. Within seconds, I'm on the phone with my lawyer. "Mr. Williams, what can I do for you today?" he asks, straight to the point. "I'm going to need a restraining order for my mother-in-law," I say bluntly. "The respondents will be my wife's Aunt Alicia and her Uncle Ted," I say. I'm not on the phone much longer, just enough to give him the details. He's good enough to find exactly who they are. The little bit I know about Amelia, Amber's mother, is all it takes for him to locate them. The paperwork will be submitted by the end of day, Mr. Williams. Is there anything else I can help you with today? He asks. This is why I pay him good money. He's fast and straight to the point. He's exactly what I need in an attorney. That'll do it for now, thank you, I say, pulling my phone away from my ear as I stare Amber's uncle in the eye defiantly. Great, that's all taken care of, I say, a false smile across my lips. My attorney has filed a restraining order. You're no longer allowed within 500 feet of this residence. It's a slight exaggeration, at least until the paperwork officially goes through. But let's see if they know that. The pair of them stare at me, dumbfounded. That means, get the hell off the property. If I find out you're here again, I'll have you thrown in jail so fast your head spins, I say, aggression returning to my voice. They both look frightened as they stutter, trying to form a response. Ted is the first one to finally speak. Of course, the rich asshole has a dirty lawyer on speed dial. Ted sneers before he grabs Alicia's hand and heads down the stairs. If you mess with my wife, you're messing with me too. Let's not forget that lesson in the future, I respond sharply. I think they understand my point. I glance at Amber, her perfect hazel eyes meeting mine. She immediately bursts into tears, almost falling to the ground. I rush forward and catch her, holding her tight against my body. Her head's on my chest and I cradle it protectively. Her whole body shakes with sobs as I hold her, recognizing the best thing she can do is cry it out. Hey baby, it's okay, I say softly, attempting to comfort her as I rub her back with my free hand. I've got you, honey, and I'll always protect you, I say honestly. I can't help but feel protective of the beautiful and kind woman sobbing in my arms. I'll never let anyone hurt you again, I think to myself as I allow my cheek to rest against the top of her head.
Chapter 23. Amber. Kaden's hug is just what I need to collect myself enough to go back inside with my mother. Thank you, I say, letting go of him and wiping my tears. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I need to go talk to my mom now. I open the door to find my mother still sitting on the sofa, tears rolling down her cheeks. I rush over to her, cradling her hands in mine. It's okay, Mom. Kaden came and took care of it. He got you a restraining order against them, so they can't come close to the property without getting into trouble. I tell her, hoping to ease her mind. She breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, Kaden, thank you so much, she says. He hugs her, and we say our goodbyes. I follow Kaden home while thinking about how disrespectful my aunt and uncle are. As soon as we're in our driveway, Kaden parks and walks over to open my door. He grabs my hand, helps me inside, and takes me to the kitchen. He pours me a glass of expensive red wine, and I can't help but smile. He grabs the bottle and pulls me to the bedroom, tucking me in and climbing beside me. We spend the rest of the night talking and laughing, but in the back of my mind, I can't stop worrying about Alicia and Ted returning to my mother's. Honey, don't worry about them. Amber, they don't deserve your sympathy. Plus, your mother doesn't need the stress of them showing up unannounced, Kaden says, reassuring me as he rubs my back until I fall asleep. The next morning, I wake up to the smell of waffles and bacon entering the bedroom. My eyes slowly open as Kaden sets a lap tray across me. I sit up, smiling and excitedly looking at the plate in front of me as he slides it up. Thank you so much. This looks amazing. But isn't it making you late for work? I ask, grabbing the fork. He shakes his head and climbs into bed beside me. Nope, I'm taking the day off. We'll have a lazy day together and get your mind off yesterday. So, breakfast in bed is the first part of our very relaxing and pampering day, he says, sliding his own tray over his lap and grabbing the TV remote. I instantly feel bad. No, Kaden, you can't do that. I'll be fine, I promise. Please don't skip it for me. I don't want to be the reason you lose money. Plus, I have to work on my LTD company report. He scoffs. My account will continue to add zeros to the end of it. Even if I'm not there, honey, it's okay. I promise. I can pamper you while you work, he says teasingly. It takes a weight off my shoulders, but I can't stop myself from playfully smacking his chest. We laugh and tease each other through breakfast, with the TV filling in the silences as we eat. He grabs the trays and takes them into the kitchen when we finish eating. He does the dishes and I start helping him clean up. What part of pampering don't you understand? He laughs, pushing me out of the kitchen. I laugh and sit at the bar instead. All of it. I haven't gotten pampered much. I'm usually the one pampering everyone around me. Well, not today, Amber. You're getting all the pampering done today. I can't help but smile at his kindness. Part of me feels weird letting someone take care of me like this, but the other part of me loves that someone's going through the work of doing it. When he finishes the dishes, he walks me into the bathroom. To my surprise, I find the tub covered in rose petals and surrounded by candles. I was going to make it extra special and already have it filled, but I know how hot you like the water, and I knew it would be too cold by the time we got in here. He laughs and turns on the faucet, letting the water pour into the ceramic tub. This is so sweet. It's like everything I've ever dreamed about after watching a chick flick. I giggle. His pearly white smile appears, and I watch his lips as he tells me to enjoy my time in the bath. I want to suggest that I would enjoy it more if he climbs in with me, but I don't want to ruin a good thing, so I thank him again as he pours me a glass of wine sitting on the counter. I'll be out here if you need anything, but take as long as you want. He walks out, shutting the door behind him, and I happily climb in. After over an hour soaking in the hot water, I appear in the living room. My skin is pruned and warm as I sit beside him on the couch. He smiles at me, shifting his focus off the TV. Feel relaxed? He asks sweetly. I nod, noticing a stack of papers on the table. So relaxed? Are these my files? Yeah. I know you needed to work on them, so I thought maybe you could work on them out here with me, and I could rub your feet. That sounds amazing. I grab the stack of files from my LTD company sales report and start combing through them as he grabs both of my feet, setting them on his lap. I don't want to work on this today, but I will get behind if I don't, and I don't want to take advantage of the fact that I'm the chairman's granddaughter-in-law. I want to advance on my own terms by putting in hard work. Over the next few hours, neither of us move positions other than when he changes which foot he's rubbing. I don't notice the hours ticking by until he says he needs to start working on dinner. I get up to help him, and he shoots me a look, telling me to sit back down. You stay here and keep working. I'll come to get you when it's ready, okay? He says, flashing a smile. I nod and dive back into my files. Before I know it, he's calling me into the kitchen to eat. As I sit at the bar, I notice his romantic arrangement. There's another glass of wine and the most beautifully prepared chocolate souffle waiting. Kaden, this looks amazing, I say, wanting to skip right to dessert. He laughs. I'm glad you think so, but let's enjoy dinner first. He sets a massive helping of chicken fettuccine Alfredo on my plate, and my mouth waters instantly. He starts grating cheese on top like at a restaurant, and I burst out laughing. He smiles and dishes his pasta, then sits beside me. I can't stop thinking about how sweet he is as we eat, not just today, but since we got together again. But now there's a whole new level to him. Years ago, we were just friends. In our current situation, there's no denying it. I'm growing feelings for him.
Chapter 24. Kaden. I awake, and even before my eyes open, I feel something wrong. My hands trace the entirety of the bed, and it suddenly hits me. No Amber. That's strange, I think, as I open my eyes and roll out of bed. Unlike her to be up before me. I wonder where she is. I make my way to the bathroom, stretching the entire way in an attempt to shake off the sleepy sensation. After relieving myself, I slip on a pair of gray sweats and an old t-shirt. I guess I'll see if she's downstairs, I think, a scowl forming on my face due to the lack of morning cuddles. I make my way down the stairs, and as I'm 3 from the bottom, I overhear Amber talking on the phone. "Yeah, that sounds great, honey," she says softly. My heart drops as soon as the words leave her lips. Wait. Hold up. Honey? That's a term for someone you have affection for. She rarely calls me honey. What the hell is going on? Who the hell is she talking to? My brow starts furrowing with a mix of emotions. I stop dead in my tracks, listening quietly and hoping for a hint as to who's on the other end. Please let it be a misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not hearing her correctly. Or perhaps it's a nickname for someone not important. I'd love that. Where should we meet up? She asks with a hint of excitement, and I can hear her pacing in the living room. Meet up? Okay, now that's concerning. Who exactly can she be meeting up with that she calls honey? She better not be cheating on me because it states in our contract that we can't have relationships outside of this one. Plus, if she is, then I'm misreading her signals. I was positive she was into me by this point. Did I get this all wrong? My mind quickly spirals into a bad place as I listen to the rest of her conversation. Frustration and jealousy consume me badly, making me want to pull my hair out. I'm unsure what else to do but confront her. As soon as Amber's off the phone, I fly down the last few stairs and into the kitchen as she walks from the living room. I'm hoping for an explanation, but I avoid looking at her, not wanting to express my feelings. "Good morning, babe," Amber says brightly. "I'm sure it is for you." I ignore her and continue walking to the coffee pot, hands in my pockets until I pour myself a cup. The rich aroma fills my nose as I glance at Amber, seeing her eyes fill with concern. I sit down on the bar stool, folding my hands on the butcher block countertops. "So I wasn't eavesdropping, but I happened to walk down the stairs when you were on the phone a minute ago. Who exactly is Honey? Do you have a lover outside our marriage, Amber?" I suddenly blurt out. I'm surprisingly able to manage to keep my temper under control as Amber's eyes suddenly fill with terror at the accusation. "What? Why would you even go there? No, of course not. I'm not seeing someone outside the relationship, Kaden. I wouldn't do that. Plus, I'm happy here with you," she says quickly, her eyes on mine. "She's a friend of mine. I haven't seen her in a few years, so, of course, when she randomly reached out this morning, I had to answer. But I'm so sorry you were worried about that, babe." My cheeks and ears burn with embarrassment as Amber looks at me. Ah, of course. They are close, just not in the way I thought. Way to jump the gun on that one, I think to myself as hot flashes of embarrassment and shame flood through my system. "Hell, Amber, I'm so sorry," I say, stumbling over my apology. "That was very stupid of me to assume. I am, of course, happy with any plans you want to make with your friends. I genuinely feel idiotic for my actions, but it seems suspicious." "Don't be sorry," she exclaims. "I can very truthfully see how it might have looked like that. With that being said, would you like to come with me to see her?" she asks, smiling. I almost jump with excitement at her invitation. "Of course I do," I say, gladly accepting. More than you'll ever know, in fact. At this point, it isn't an issue of jealousy. I just want to know more about her life and her friends. Thank you for accepting my flaws and making me a better person. I'm sorry. I get a little over crazy sometimes. I think it's a childhood thing, I say to her. She smiles at me warmly, leaving no doubt in my mind about how much she cares about me. Later that day, we meet with her friend at the local coffee shop. After introductions, we find a table. The two start reminiscing about old times, and I smile at Amber, watching her with pleasure at the sight of her enjoyment. Suddenly, she starts laughing and begins explaining to Honey the chain of events this morning. Honey laughs as well. Good Lord, Kaden. Now that you've met me, does it seem like I might be someone for you to worry about, huh? She giggles. What do you think? Am I still a threat? I return her laugh readily. Oh, definitely. It's worse now that I know you're a female best friend. That's scarier than another man. Both girls burst into laughter at my joke. Once they finish teasing me, we receive our coffee and desserts. The food is nice, as it provides a buffer if there's a lull in the conversation, but it doesn't seem necessary as the two of them never break. I'm not even sure they're stopping long enough to breathe, I think, laughing internally at a woman's gift to gab. I find myself relaxing and genuinely enjoying myself, which is a feeling I haven't had in public with anyone other than Amber in a while. Honey seems very nice, and the fact that she's cracking jokes at me makes me get along with her even better. But I also notice what good company she is for my wife. Suddenly my phone buzzes in my back pocket, signaling that I have a new message. I quickly retrieve my phone and read the screen. I sigh with disappointment when I see that it's my secretary messaging with bad news. Don't forget you have a meeting out of town this entire week, the text reads. I roll my eyes in annoyance. Just when I think everything's going perfectly and I'm enjoying the day out with Amber, something has to ruin it. God damn it. I really don't want to leave her for an entire week. A week is the longest we've been apart since we crossed paths again, and I want to spend every second of the day with her. Why is this coming at the worst time? I put my phone away, trying to concentrate on enjoying the rest of our outing. I can't stop the way that my mood turns sour after the message, though. No matter how hard I try, I'm angry and disappointed now.
Chapter 25. Amber. After our coffee and cake with honey, Kaden and I arrive home. It's obvious that something's off with him. We step out of the car, and for the first time since our contract signing, he doesn't open the door for me. He walks into the house without even holding the front door. Then he goes straight into the kitchen. He opens the fridge door with such force that the condiments all knock together, clinking the glasses together, and pulls out a beer. Not even using a bottle opener, I watch him walk to the counter, smacking the top of the beer bottle on it. Then I listen to the metal clink as the cap hits the floor. I'm staring at him, trying to read his expressions, but he won't even look at me. Are you okay? I ask, nervous to hear the answer. Yep, he says sternly. Yeah, it sure seems you're okay when you slam the lid down on the counter and then give me a one-word answer. What the hell is his issue? He walks out of the kitchen and into the living room, not even asking if I'd like a drink. So I open the fridge and grab a soda, opening it as I watch him take a seat on the couch. His whole body slumps into the cushions, and I try to replay our morning events. Am I missing something? I thought everything was going well today. How can I be so wrong? I grab a bag of pretzels and walk to the living room, sitting beside him as he flips through the channels. I try to grab his opposite hand to hold it, but he moves it away from me. My eyes stare at the side of his face, waiting for him to look over so I can meet his eyes. But he never does. His perfectly sculpted jaw clenches several times before I get annoyed and look away. My eyes dart back to the TV as he puts on a show I don't recognize. What happened to our nightly chick flick, huh? I asked jokingly, trying to lighten the mood and get a hint of a smile out of him. But I have no luck. He finally turns to look at me, but it's only to hand me the remote. You can pick. No, I was kidding. You can choose whatever you want. I like our evening routines. I nudge in closer to him, trying to snuggle in. In return, I feel his body tense. My heart breaks as he gets up off the sofa entirely. Do you want anything? No, I'm okay. Thank you. I answer, not wanting to start an argument. The words I want to say spring to mind, unspoken. Yes, for you to stop acting like an asshole or to tell me what's wrong. I hear his footsteps, sounding louder than normal the entire way to the kitchen. The cabinets slam, and the fridge opens and shuts again before he reappears. I'm going to head to bed, he says, not even waiting for a response before turning around and heading down the hall. What the hell is going on? I turn off the TV and follow him into the bedroom, where I find him sitting on his side of the bed, shirt off and reading. "Not even going to have dinner first?" I ask, trying to joke again. He looks up at me without a hint of a smile, then goes back to his book. Maybe some sexy time before bed will help his mood, I think, stripping out of my daytime outfit and finding a nightgown. I watch out of the corner of my eye to see if he looks up when I'm standing in my bra and underwear. My heart skips when I see him glance up, but it's momentarily and without a compliment. My ego immediately takes a hit, as he usually jumps for joy when I'm in my underwear. I throw on my nightgown and crawl into bed. I turn toward the wall, staying on the edge of the mattress, away from him as far as I can. Does he find Honey more attractive than me? Is that it? He's no longer interested or even pretending to be, because he's upset about the other options he's missing out on. The longer I lie here thinking of the worst-case scenarios, the worse my anxiety feels. Suddenly, he flips off his nightstand lamp and crawls under the comforter. My heart breaks at the space between us, trying to forget what it feels like to fall asleep in his arms so that I can get a hint of sleep tonight. Until I feel Kaden scooch over and wrap his arms around me. It's silent for a moment until he gets close to my ear, whispering, "I'm going to be gone for a week." His words hit me hard, and I'm unsure if it's because he's leaving or because I've been thinking all night that he was suddenly uninterested. I know I'll miss him, but as much as I want to tell him not to go, I know how hard he's working on expanding his connections, so I must understand his need to leave and let him go. I turn to him. "Okay, I'm sad you're leaving. I'll miss you, of course." "I'll miss you too, babe," he says, kissing my forehead. "Well, in that case, I might need a little something from you to hold me over until you get back." His eyebrow raises, and the corner of his mouth turns up. "Oh, yeah? What did you have in mind?" I seductively bite my lip, looking at his while I do it, and climb on top of him. My knees are straddling his hips, and my hands are pressing on his rock-solid chest. "What are you thinking you might need, huh?" he asks again. "I need you, Kaden, right now." He lunges at my words, meeting my lips with a fiery passion, like he's been waiting for my request. Our lips melt together as my tongue slides between his teeth, and it dances with his own for a moment. He runs his hands down my spine to my butt, grabbing it and squeezing it. I quietly moan as the anticipation of him touching me there sends a wave of goosebumps across my body. He smiles as soon as he hears it and moves his lips to my neck, kissing and licking playfully along my collarbone. My eyes close in pleasure. "Tell me again what you need from me, Amber," he says, looking up at me seductively. Our eyes meet, and fireworks are going off all around us. My head's spinning as the desire for him is almost too much. "I need you, Kaden, all of you." Chapter 26. Amber. With Kaden away on business, I'm suddenly finding myself with a lot of free time. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do with it. The house is eerily quiet, so I grab my keys and head out for a drive. I'm cruising through town aimlessly, still unsure what to do with my time as I stop for a coffee. I continue for a few hours before deciding I want company, and I end up in front of the Williams' house. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing here, perhaps searching for a little bit of Kaden while he's away, I think to myself, shaking my head and preparing to leave. As I'm switching the car in drive, Deborah, Kaden's stepmother, walks out the door and waves at me. I quickly realize there's no way I'm getting out of this now, so I shut off the car and get out, waving back. As I approach Mrs. Williams, I notice a huge smile on her face. "Hi, sweetheart. Is everything okay?" she asks politely when I get close enough to hear her. I smile at her, feeling my nerves jump a little at my being here without Kaden. "Hello, Mrs. Williams. Yes, everything's just fine. I apologize for coming by unannounced." I was just driving around and found myself in the neighborhood, I respond honestly. God, I hope I'm not intruding. Or she thinks this is weird, I think, as my anxiety grows by the second. No need to apologize, dear. Come on in. This is your house, too, she exclaims sweetly. I follow Deborah into the house. Kaden's siblings, Catherine and Claude, greet me excitedly. I exchange greetings with them and follow Deborah into the kitchen. I notice Mr. Williams sitting at the table reading the newspaper, a hot cup of coffee steaming in his hand. He looks up, regarding me over the top of the global news section. Amber, to what do we owe this pleasure? He asks kindly, folding the newspaper. He sets it down, giving me his full attention. I pull out a chair and sit adjacent to him as Deborah sits across the table from me to his right. I apologize for the intrusion. I was out driving around, and I guess I may have been searching for a bit of Kaden while he's away. It's strange having the house empty and all to myself for the first time, I explain, staring at my hands folded neatly on the table. Mr. Williams chuckles deeply. No intrusion at all. I'm grateful you feel comfortable stopping by. Hell, my own son doesn't even do that much, he says. A look of pain briefly crosses his face, but it disappears as fast as it appears. Anyways, how have you been doing? He asks, quickly changing the topic. I've been great. It's been slightly hectic learning the responsibilities of a wife and maintaining a huge house. There's never a dull moment, that's for sure, I say, trying to find a new and less sensitive topic. For some reason, I feel oddly comfortable here without Kaden. They're making me feel like they enjoy having me here. It's almost like I've been a part of this family forever. I'm not sure I've felt more welcome by anyone other than Kaden. Kaden's father smiles at me warmly. Well, it appears to me you're doing well. I haven't seen Kaden this happy in years. It's crazy to see how much he's becoming himself again, he says. I smile at the thought of young Kaden. It's hard to imagine what he was like as a child. It seems like it's been forever since we met in our first year of college, but I'm curious about who he was before that. I knew Kaden when we were a bit younger, but what was he really like? If you don't mind me asking, I say, hoping to fulfill some of my curiosities. I notice a look of pure pride and love on Mr. Williams' face as he reminisces. Kaden's always been a very hard-working person. After his mother died, he stayed with his aunt in San Francisco for a bit. He started college where he met you, but then he came home to live with us. We were in New York at the time, he says, smiling at me. I nod, listening. This explains a bit about the gap in our relationship. Kaden simply withdrew from college one day during senior year. I never saw him again until our recent run-in. Hearing that he moved back home with his father in New York does answer some questions. After that, he spent some time at a school there before going to Harvard for his master's degree. Harvard is an impressive school. It's awesome to think that he graduated from there, I exclaim. Kaden's always been incredibly brilliant. He graduated as one of the top students in his class. He then continued to blow me away by starting his own business and working his ass off for everything he has, including you, he says, pride echoing in his voice. He went through hell to get here, Deborah chimes in, a pained look crossing her eyes. He refused help too. He struggled financially for a while, almost losing the business. Whenever we offered our help, he always said that he built the business from the ground up. If he lost it, nobody was to blame but him. Yeah, that sounds like my stubborn husband, but I'm proud of him for it, I think to myself, feeling humbled to learn this about him. I'm proud of what he achieved on his own, especially when he had the support not to have to do it alone, I say with a smile. That child didn't ask for our money to earn the fortune he has now, he says. I'm damn proud of him too, whether he realizes it or not. The day passes by in a flash, and I enjoy spending time with them all day. I stay for dinner at their request, listening to more stories about Kaden's childhood. It almost makes me fall for him more, knowing how he's been all of these years. After dinner, I help clean up and start collecting my things against the family's protest. My heart feels complete that they want me to stay, but I'm exhausted. I manage to devise a compromise, promising to come back tomorrow. We say our goodbyes, and I start thinking about sleeping tonight as I pull out of the driveway. The thought of the empty bed and not receiving cuddles from Kaden saddens me. It quickly changes my mind about going home, and I end up at my mother's place instead. I quietly unlock the door, letting myself inside. The staff Kaden hired to care for my mother is still doing a good job, though I noticed some dishes in the sink, likely from dinner, after everyone had already left for the day. I putter around the house, quietly cleaning them. I don't mind as it gives me something to focus on. I do a little more anxious straightening of things, whether the house really needs it or not. After a couple of hours, I finally feel my eyelids getting heavy. But I notice that even here, I don't like the idea of sleeping alone. What is Kaden doing to me? I spend the morning missing him and resort to spending the day with his family. Now I don't want to go to bed because I miss sleeping with him. I'm unsure how I'm letting my feelings for him grow this much. All I know is that I want my husband home. I smile at my use of the word husband, meaningfully this time. I slip into my mother's room, pull back the covers and crawl in bed with her. It reminds me of being a kid, creeping into my mom's room when I didn't feel well. My mom briefly wakes and smiles at me, not questioning my appearance, and goes back to bed. I'll worry about the next few days, one at a time. For now, I'm going to try and get some sleep, I think, before I drift into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 27. Amber. It's only been 4 days since Kaden left for his business trip, but I'm missing him like crazy. I don't even understand my feelings entirely. Before him, the thought of letting another man come into my life and have this kind of hold on me would make me laugh. But now I sit in bed, thinking about how much I miss him. It's starting to terrify me. I have been working overtime all week, trying to distract my mind during the day. Then I come home and distract my mind with chores all evening. But bedtime proves to be the most challenging time of all. I lie in our bed, in the same spot I'm in now, doing the same thing. I stare at the ceiling, thinking of how he feels lying next to me and how much I miss his warmth. It's almost ridiculous how little sleep I'm running on. Amber, get it together. You're not even supposed to have feelings for him, and here you are lying in bed, barely able to move without him. You look ridiculous. What will you tell him when he comes home and asks how your week was or what you did? I feel my cheeks heat up at the thought of admitting to him how pathetic I am. You can't tell him you just worked your ass off and cleaned every square inch of the mansion. Sorry, honey. I sent the maid home this week and cleaned the house enough for the next 2 months, and you should probably give her an advance. No. He's going to think you're ridiculous. My mind often wonders what he's doing and who he's with. I bet he's enjoying himself, drinking cold beers while his business partners order him the best steaks in town. But it also makes me wonder if there's any slight chance he's missing me too. I'm sure it's not in the same unhealthy way you're missing him, but maybe he misses me, even if it's just a little. At least, I hope he does. It's almost 2 o'clock on my day off. After not doing anything all morning, I finally decide to get up and find something to eat. I get a head rush as soon as I sit up, making me realize how long I've been laying here. As soon as I stop feeling dizzy, I walk into the kitchen and open the fridge to find something easy to make. Perfect. I have my leftover sandwich from lunch yesterday. No cooking is required. I grab a soda and sit at the bar. Opening my sandwich, I remove it from the bag. Sitting at the bar for lunch feels weird because I usually watch TV on my off days on the sofa in the living room, Now I can't hold the remote without feeling sad, making me hate myself even more. As I try taking a bite of my sandwich, I miss my mouth, and the mayonnaise rolls down my chin. I laugh at myself as I wipe it off. Oh my God, you're even losing your ability to eat like an adult. Finally, I'm able to eat my sandwich and finish my soda once I clean up my mess. After I throw away the wrapper and soda can, I look around the room, wondering what I can clean next. Then the library comes to mind. Perfect. Kaden has enough books in the library to keep me busy alphabetizing for days. I make my way down the hall. After turning down the wrong way several times, I finally find the doorway I'm looking for. This huge house still confuses me at times. I walk inside, grab my phone out of my pocket, and turn on some music. The radio is playing the perfect songs to pump me up as I sort through the books. Suddenly, I hear the ding of my cell phone, alerting me to a message. I climb off the step stool and grab the phone, hoping it's a message from Kaden as he hasn't messaged yet today. When I open the screen, I realize it's a text from an unknown number. I click to look at it, and my heart drops. It's an image of Kaden sitting with a beautiful blonde celebrity next to him. What the hell is he doing? Anger boils inside me the longer I look at it, and envy consumes me. I'm feeling incredibly insecure. I can't believe he's away from me, acting like he's single. Then it occurs to me. In a way, he is single. I have no right to be mad at him. Our agreement was no cheating, but he can talk to any woman he wants. Still, why is he out doing this in public where people can see that the woman he's with clearly isn't the woman he's supposed to be married to? I shake my head, trying to decide if it's still the jealousy talking. But the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced my point is valid. Doesn't this undermine our whole story? What's he thinking? Obviously, someone's seen him misbehave and trying to warn me. Or maybe it's from the girl, trying to let me know she's taking my place. I feel nauseous, and I'm so angry all I want to do is cry. I can feel tears well in my eyes and threaten to spill over, but I'm fighting them as hard as possible. You can't cry for him. You can't let him have this satisfaction. When he comes home, you have to act like everything's fine. You need to forget everything you thought was happening between the two of you and look at this picture. He's a playboy. He's using you. I slam the library door and run down the hall to the bathroom. But I don't use mine and Kaden's. Instead, I use the guest bathroom. I don't even want to be in the same shower as the one we use together. I can't stand the thought of it now. All I can think about is wanting to cleanse myself of him. I turn on the guest shower, as hot as it will go. It's steaming the mirrors as I stare at my reflection. I told you not to get involved. I told you if you let yourself fall and let him in too close, you would get hurt. Now, look at you. You're hurt. You're spending all week missing him and wanting him to come home. And he's out there with some other girl. The tears start pouring down my cheeks, and I can feel my heart breaking into 1,000 pieces, like a piece of china being thrown on the floor. How am I so stupid to think he liked me? To think everything we've been doing together was not just for show or to follow the terms of the contract. I think and slip into the shower. The boiling hot water feels fantastic on my crushed heart. I stay under the stream for as long as possible, turning the temperature up until I can't take anymore. Once the water runs cold, I get out, dry off, and walk to the bedroom. I don't even bother putting on pajamas. My nightgowns are all in the washer, and the thought of wearing something he's taken off me is too much to handle right now. So I climb under the covers, wrapped in my towel. I spend all night staring at the ceiling, remembering the contract. I reflect on the terms and picture our divorce. In a year, the only proof we'll have will be the contract itself, just the way he wants it to be. Chapter 28. Amber. The sun rises as I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling. My eyes burn from tears and lack of sleep, but I'm thrilled it's finally the next day. I hate lying in bed in the dark when I'm sad, and it's even worse now that I'm used to sleeping next to Kaden. It proves impossible to sleep by myself now, and it breaks my heart all over again to think that I will have to retrain myself to sleep alone. The picture keeps flashing in my mind, and I can't stop seeing it every time I blink. I can't get over seeing another woman so close to him when he's married to me, even if he's pretending. If that picture circulates, he will make me look stupid. Everyone's going to pity me, and I don't want it. Especially when it's not my fault, and I'm already breaking inside. The more I think of losing him, the more my heart tells me how much it doesn't want to. I decide to try and think of the positive things. That is, if there are any. The photo isn't too incriminating. They're not kissing or naked. But her hand is on his arm, and he's leaning close to her in what looks like a bar. I shake my head, giving up on solving the unsolvable mystery. I can spin stories to explain the picture, both good and bad, all day. I still won't know the truth. God, why can't I erase this from my vision? Amber, move on. What's done is done. Let it go, I try telling myself. But I can't help feeling terrible thinking about what he's out doing while he's away. I feel so hollow, and the vitality is draining from me. I can't go to work. I can't see his grandfather. If he asks how I'm doing, I will lose it. I can't change what happens when the picture gets out because I need to keep up my end of our deal. I still deserve the money he owes me, especially after he's putting me through all of this. I grab my phone off the nightstand and start a group text with the chairman and another coworker, Melanie. Sorry, I woke up not feeling well. I hate to pass it around the office, so I'm staying in bed today. Almost instantly, the chairman responds. Are you doing okay? It must be serious. Yes, I'm okay. It's not serious. It's probably just a cold. But I don't want to pass it along. I send back. Melanie messages next. Are you sure you're okay? You never call in sick. It feels good to know they care enough about me to worry. I can't help wondering if that'll change too, once the secrets are out. But in the meantime, I assure them I'll be fine in a day or two. Suddenly, my phone starts to ring. Kaden's face pops up, requesting to video chat. Part of me is angry. Oh, are you calling to tell me about your date with the hot blonde? Thanks, but you're too late. Or are you calling to pretend some more? But the other part of me is confused. Angry as I am, I still want to answer it. Finally, I decide to just shut my phone off. That way, I don't have to keep seeing his face and wondering what he wants. I throw my phone on the other side of the bed and flip on the TV. Hours go by as I lie in the same spot, watching endless reruns of shows I typically would care nothing about. The only interruption comes when the doorbell rings. Who the hell is showing up in the middle of the workday? I wonder as I climb out of my blankets and walk to the door. I open it slowly until I see Melanie carrying a big bag of takeout. What are you doing here, Melanie? I ask, helping her inside. We set the bag on the bar, and she sorts the contents out. Well, I knew it had to be something even semi-serious if you called off work. You never call in sick, so I just wanted to check on you. I didn't want to show up empty-handed and figured food you didn't have to cook would be the way to go, she says. Smiling at me, she hands me a box of to-go Chinese and chopsticks. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, though, I say, feeling guilty for lying. Here she is, showing up and missing a day of work to help me, and my only reason for not coming in is that my fake husband can't keep it in his pants. I dive in, and Melanie does the same. It tastes good, and it's from my favorite restaurant, but after 2 bites, I lose my appetite. It's hard to eat when your heart is trying to repair itself and needs every ounce of energy in your body to do it. I'm sorry. Did I pick the wrong thing? She asks, watching me set down my box. No, that's not it. It's great, I assure her. I'm just not very hungry. Maybe I got food poisoning from my chicken last night or something. It was a rough night. She side hugs me. I'm so sorry you're not well. But it looks like it definitely was a bad night. Your poor eyes are red and swollen. Yeah, I know they are. But it's not from not feeling unwell. It's from the waterworks I unleashed last night. After Melanie finishes her lunch, she stays with me for the rest of the afternoon. We watch TV in the living room and talk about work. After a couple hours, she says she'll get out of my hair and let me get some rest. I thank her for her kindness and for spending her day with me as she walks out, heading to her car. I shut the door and go back into my bedroom. Suddenly, I can't take it anymore. I feel overwhelmed, wanting to look at my phone. I started feeling guilty for not responding to Kaden, and I can't just ignore him forever when he technically hasn't done anything wrong. I grab it off the comforter and power it on. After a few minutes, it starts to ring again. It's Kaden, but this time I answer it. "Hello, beautiful," he says. It breaks my heart because I miss loving him and calling me beautiful. I have to stay strong. "Hi, Kaden," I reply dryly. There's silence on the other end as he pauses for a moment. "What's wrong?" he asks, surprising me with how quickly he notices my tone is off. I decide the only adult thing to do is tell the truth, so I tell him about receiving the photo. "Who sent it to you?" he asks. I scoff. Does it matter who sent it to me? Is that the point? My tone is showing total irritation, and I don't care. No, it isn't. I just wanted to know who was trying to stir something between us. Babe, I swear it's not what it looks like at all. That woman in the picture is my business partner's daughter. He was there too, just not in the photo, obviously. I'm sure the press took it, trying to stir up drama, but I promise it's harmless. His explanation lifts a massive weight off my shoulders and makes me feel ridiculous about how I've been acting all day. I'm sorry. I should have called and asked you what it was. I shouldn't have gotten upset at you. It won't happen again, I say, hoping he isn't too angry at me. He laughs. Don't be sorry. I know how weird it must have looked. But honey, I want you to know I'm a faithful husband. I wouldn't do that to you. His words make me flush and instantly feel better. It warms my heart to know he's not angry with my assumptions and is being sweet in his explanation. We talk on the phone the rest of the night. Chapter 29. Amber. Kaden is exceptionally good at reassuring me. I had felt like a young girl in high school, missing my boyfriend, when he had explained thoughtfully who the woman in the photo was. He never made me feel stupid or irrational. I can't ignore that something inside me is blooming. Something beyond physical attraction, and it makes my mind feel like it is a snow globe being shaken. I return back to work after taking an entire day off, ready to face them with my confidence restored. My coworkers tell me that I seem to be glowing, though I barely notice a difference in me when I gaze into the mirror. Sarah, one of the most experienced women working for the company, shakes her head firmly at me. It's not about what you see in the mirror. It's how you move, how you look when you're on your own, the way your face changes when you are thinking by yourself. I want to deny her, but I know she is right. I feel different, especially after being reassured so lovingly. I wasn't blown off, the way many women are when they feel the cold hands of jealousy wrap around their throats. I keep working, doing my best not to think about Kaden. It is difficult, though. His beautiful eyes and presence infiltrate every meeting, every message, every document I scan and write up. I find myself standing at the photocopier, barely present, when Sarah walks in on me. "You're doing it again," she says with a smirk. I look up, straightening my posture as Sarah stands next to me. She is a gorgeous white woman. in her late 40s, with flaming red hair and deep blue eyes. She is smiling at me, fanning herself with the paper she had come into the room to copy. "I have no idea what you're talking about," I say, returning my gaze to the copier. Sarah places a hand on my shoulder, which I don't expect. I've worked here for years, but never felt particularly connected with my coworkers until recently. Still, I melt into it faster than I initially anticipated. "I can see a difference in you since you've been with Kaden," Sarah says, voice soft and soothing. "It's like letting yourself ease into a hot spring. At first, it's too much, overwhelming, easy to stop and abandon. But if you do it slowly, let your body adjust, you will find it life-changing." I want to scoff at her, but I know she is right. If I let my body give in to what I am feeling, it will flourish and I will become more than what I was yesterday. I finish making copies, and I thank Sarah. She gives me a nod and a wink before giving a final bit of advice. "Life is too short to be unhappy. Go with what makes you feel good, hun." "I will take heed of that," I say back. I continue working, watching the clock like a hawk. I want today to be done so I can get through tomorrow. Then I will get to see Kaden. I try to let my body ease into my emotions the way Sarah had suggested, but I find resistance, as palpable as barbed wire around my chest. When the clock strikes 5, I gather up my things quickly. The chairman has already left, and most of my coworkers too. Sarah comes to the desk and remarks that there is a stud waiting for me outside. I frown. Kaden is supposed to be back tomorrow. "I think you will like what you see," Sarah says. I excitedly gather my things from lunch, my jacket and my purse. Hands full, I move quickly out the glass doors. I don't want anyone to see me rushing, so I wait by the elevator, trying to stifle the excitement that is now hammering inside the cages of my ribs. I take the elevator down with a few other people, and I stand at the back. I can hear my heart in my ears as the doors finally part on the lobby level, and I resist the urge to clamber through the crowd. Once everyone leaves, I finally see what Sarah was talking about. I feel my heart being struck like a gong when I see him standing nearby in a beautiful black and blue suit, cradling bright violet lilies in his arms. When I move to him, I am floating. He is looking at me from a fair distance away, but I can still feel his icy blues capturing me, calling to me. I go to him, my body feeling wonderfully weak. "I thought you were going to be back tomorrow." Before I have a chance to say another word, he sweeps me into his arms with his free hand. I gasp, feeling his hand on my lower back, and let him press his mouth against mine. His power is unquestionable, and I want to give in to it. I drop everything, letting my coat and other items fall to the floor. I wrap my now free hands around his head, and I push my tongue into his mouth. I have missed him dearly, as has my body, waiting for him to return to place his mouth everywhere, all over me. We kiss erotically in the lobby. For an unforeseen amount of time, I can feel my heart beating through my blouse, wanting to burst out and take him inside me. Again and again. When we part, we are both restless. I smile at him, knowing that my pupils are massive and hungry-looking. "Hi," he whispers. I run my hands through his hair, disrupting the gel he has caked through it. I tug on it playfully, and he lets out a soft chuckle. "That's quite a greeting," I whisper back. "I missed you," he purrs. "Then why don't you show me how much you missed me?" Kaden bites his lip, then proceeds to gnaw on my neck. I let out a small, sultry gasp, thankful that there isn't anyone left in the lobby. But even if there was, I don't think either of us would care. "Let's get home," he says keenly, taking me by the hand and rushing outside. I quickly pull back, needing to collect my items once more. Hastily, he helps, erratically snatching items off the ground in a hurry. I laugh as we go to his car, slide into the back, and begin to make out again. His hands are all over me, rubbing on my thighs, the lilies having been abandoned on the leather sat next to us. I start to know and understand exactly what Sarah meant. Holding him close as is humanly possible is transcendent, supernatural almost. I want to sink into him the way he sinks into me. There is no pullback on his passion as he kisses me, wandering over my neck in the back seat, teasing my center as he rubs over my dress pants. I groan and laugh, whispering his name into his ear and watch as goosebumps rise up like bubbles over a pond. We finally part long enough to drive ourselves home, where we can enjoy each other more fully. Still, the long drive is almost unbearable. I want him now. We lose ourselves again before we even open the front door. He backs me up against the wood, his body pressing against me. His hands are firmly on my hips, my neck, my breasts, wandering everywhere. I have never felt so alive in my entire life.
Chapter 30. Kaden. I knew immediately that something was wrong when Amber wouldn't take my calls. She is normally a very direct person, which we both appreciate. Not hearing from her for nearly an entire day was abnormal. When we were finally able to get on a call together, I saw the pained look in her eyes, mixed with shame. It's very important to Amber for her own reasons that she avoids seeming like the stereotype of what she would call other, more difficult women. This is something I've seen in her, without a doubt, even when sometimes it might be healthier to let herself speak freely. Though she has never shown an ounce of toxicity, I could see in her eyes that it was difficult to admit her feelings about the photo and the subsequent jealousy. I did my best to relieve her worries, but still wasn't satisfied once the phone call ended. So, I did the one thing I know I can do in my position of power with no consequence. I cut the trip short and flew back home to my wife a day early. The look on her face in the lobby was everything I wanted and more. There was relief, affection, vulnerability, and lust. Her mouth tasted sweeter than any honeyed treat I'd indulged in before. We went back home to satiate our hunger for one another. As soon as the door opened, she took the lilies out of my hand and tossed them onto the floor. They made a comically loud smack, and we both chuckled before colliding once more. Now, our lips pressed wet and warm against each other on her couch, with her lovely, voluptuous form beneath me. Being with Amber never feels like a rush, but a wonderful, sauntering exploration of each other's needs and desires. She runs her hand through my hair and onto my back, her legs wrapping around my waist, and her back arching when I make my way down to her nape. "You are an incredible creature, Amber," I whisper into her supple brown skin. "So full of passion, so delicious and insatiable." She moans under me as I kiss and lick down her neck to her shoulder, taking a light bite as I move down her collarbone. She started to wear blouses with a bit more cleavage, so I kiss the peak of it before unbuttoning it languidly. "I don't want to be a creature, Kaden," she says, breathless and smoky. "I want to be a woman who gets what she wants." Her voice makes me twitch, and I know that I am at her mercy. I finish unbuttoning her top, kissing the immense cleavage held together by her silky black bra, and make my way down to her stomach. I kiss that too, appreciating every valley and curve of her spectacular body. The rest of this scene is too hot for YouTube. I understand your frustration at this. I would be frustrated too. But I have good news. If you want the unabridged version, you can have it at TylaWalker.com. Head on over to TylaWalker.com to grab the full, uncensored audiobook, complete with all those spicy scenes you've been waiting for. And here's the cherry on top. Use discount code SAVE40 to score a 40% off on all digital purchases. Talk about getting more bang for your buck. Now let's pick up where we left off in the story, shall we? "I really did miss you, you know," she says, taking the mug from me. I cock an eyebrow, inquisitive. "You think I didn't believe you?" Amber looks away, strumming her fingers against the cup. "It's not that. I just want you to know. I haven't ever really missed anyone like that. And seeing you in the lobby just brought me back to life." I sit next to her on the bed with my own mug of herbal tea. It is then when something formidable strikes me, watching her wipe the hair away from her face and blowing on the steaming cup. I had been drawn to Amber years ago, not only because of her pain, but because of her strength. It had been difficult for her to admit when she needed help, but she did, without really knowing who I was in the first place. That was so long ago. Ever since I saw her in the line of the cafe, something has been budding in me. And like a vine, it has found its way around the core of my being, squeezing tight around me. The more we make love, the more time we spend together, the more she lets go of her distrust toward men, and the more I find myself appreciating every moment she lets me in. I blow on the steam myself, nodding along with the revelation. I have the urge to tell her that the only place I want to be is with her. That coming back from that trip was a selfish act for me, not her. I wanted to be nurtured by her presence, her beauty and heart, mind and soul. But I stay quiet instead, not wanting to overstep any boundaries. Well, I didn't want you worrying any more about that photo, I say, taking her by the hand. I can understand why you would feel strange about it. So, what's better than showing up in person with some lilies you're going to toss on the floor nonchalantly? Amber giggles and I begin to laugh with her. We lose ourselves beautifully in a moment of utter perfection.
Chapter 31. Amber. Everything has felt so beautiful and natural since Kaden has been back. There is a flow in our day-to-day workdays and a wonderful solace in the evenings and weekends when we bury ourselves in each other from dusk till dawn. Everything feels easier and lighter since being with Kaden. It isn't something I would have anticipated as my younger self. It all sounds way too idealistic and romantic, in the sense of lacking any sense of reality. But as I make my copies for the chairman to sign, I feel a constant internal smile rising on my lips. I think about our lovemaking, our laughter, the excitement behind what the unknown future looks like. It's truly riveting, even on a gray, chilly Monday. My stomach feels like it is bustling with fluttering butterflies. I make copies in the copier room, looking forward to getting home and seeing Kaden's beautiful face walk in the door. I smile to myself, watching the hypnotic light sway back and forth as the machine spews out copy after copy. It is then that I feel something different move inside my stomach. It isn't a pleasant flutter of butterflies, but something crawling and creating turmoil. It rises up in me quickly, and I have to dart to the bathroom. The acid in my throat forces out a wash of vomit, accompanied by a brief feeling of relief. I wait for another rush, still feeling my gut stir and my mind spin with nausea, but nothing comes. I stand up, wipe my mouth, and stare into the mirror, confused. This happens a few more times in the same week, so I decide to make a covert appointment with a family doctor a week later. As a woman, I have an inclination as to what is going on, but I'm not entirely ready to admit it to myself, and definitely not to Kaden. I know that Kaden has a meeting today, around the same time as my appointment. Because of the connection between our workplaces, he is hardly a stranger to my workplace. I can only hope he doesn't get word of my absence, though it should be easy for me to go undetected for a mere hour or two. I don't enjoy keeping the secret of my sudden sickness from him, but he will know one way or another soon enough. I slip out for lunch and head to the clinic down the street. My nausea seems to often be triggered by certain smells, usually spicy food. Sometimes, however, it comes up apropos of nothing at all. I go in on time, first to the waiting room, then into the small doctor's office. I had already completed a blood test yesterday, and today I do a urine test for the nurse before the doctor comes in. I sit waiting, my foot bouncing up and down impatiently. "Good afternoon, Amber," Dr. Henderson says. "Good afternoon," I reply, wanting to get down to it. He comes to me and places a hand on my shoulder. My heart drops, knowing what he is going to say before he says it. "Judging by the way you went about getting tests, I'm sure this result isn't what you were expecting. But Amber, I want to inform you that you are, indeed, pregnant. He is smiling down at me, not exactly excited or cold, but something in between. He rubs my shoulder as I disassociate for a moment, my mind going into overdrive. Amber, are you okay? His voice is distant, but I use it as an anchor to come back into the moment. The stark white walls look as bright as Kaden's teeth. Yes, sorry, I say, clearing my throat. That's interesting. Like you said, doctor, this wasn't expected. He nods, then goes to the desk in the room to pick up some pamphlets. He places them on my lap, one about abortion, another about being a single mother. You are about 10 weeks along, Amber. You have many options at this point if a baby isn't what you want right now. Please get back to me if you have any questions. I nod, still somewhat in a daze, and leave the office with my pamphlets. I squish them into my purse so Sarah or any other nosy coworkers cannot see what I have been up to. I go back to work after picking up a quick bagel for lunch. I try to distract myself. There is always enough to do. I'm not quite sure what I'm feeling, as everything is blending into one ugly medley of emotions. The first feeling is, of course, confusion. Every time we make love, Kaden uses protection. It is important to both of us, especially during the initial part of our dalliance. Neither of us was eager to complicate things with the possibility of a child. So did one break without us knowing? How did we end up here? I am at the copier again when it hits me. The image of the bright purple lilies, their beauty contrasting with the lazy way they had been tossed to the floor. That was the day he had come back early from his trip, and we'd make love on the couch before heading into bed for another round. Great, I muttered to myself. Okay, so we weren't so careful that time. But what now? Is Kaden going to be okay with us having a baby together? Am I okay with us having a baby together? Another wave of nausea hits me, and I make my way to the bathroom promptly, trying not to look like I am rushing. I sit by the toilet, waiting for the acid to rise up and inevitably spill. The discomfort in my gut is from more than just the nausea. I'm worried about how I'm going to tell Kaden about this. Things have been going swimmingly. Do we really need to throw a child into the middle of our bliss? The vomit doesn't come, so I put the toilet seat down and sit for a second. I can feel my heart racing with anxiety, but under there I also detect the smallest bit of joy. A joy from the possibility of being a mother, of raising a child with Kaden. It fills me once again with those bold and beautiful butterflies. I breathe in deeply, trying to let the feeling of joy override the feeling of fear. I have no idea how Kaden is going to react, but what is wrong with being even a little bit hopeful? I leave the bathroom and return to work as normal. Kaden visits me after his meeting. He has been spending a lot of time in our offices lately, and the rumor is that his grandfather is preparing to hand over the business to his heir soon. Rust, so far, has been unwilling to confirm that, even to Kaden, but I think everyone can sense it coming. He plants a kiss on my cheek before scanning me with his icy blues. I sometimes call him a human lie detector, because with one look, he can instantly tell when something is wrong. "Are you okay, darling?" he says, taking me by the wrist. I am sitting at the reception desk, trying to focus on the computer in front of me. I really don't want to tell him here. I really don't know, at this moment, if I can tell him at all. I pull my arm away from him, motioning towards Sarah, who walks back with a tap of her heels. A flash of hurt moves across his face, which I instantly regret causing. "Just tired, honey," I reply. "You should get back to work. Don't linger." He smiles at me and gives me a quick wink. It makes me somehow both melt and increase the turmoil surging through my gut and heart. What do I do now?
Chapter 32. Kaden. Amber likes to call me a human lie detector. I initially thought that was a compliment, but now I'm starting to think that it isn't anything but a character flaw. Sometimes lie detectors are wrong, especially when a practiced person is strapped to one. It had started on the day after a big meeting, when I was beaming from the success of it all. I paid a visit to her like I often do and found her staring blankly into the computer screen. I do think it is important to not be a person who overanalyzes their partners, who fixates on every micro-expression and slightly irregular behavior. I have been with women who were irritated by my sense of perception. Sometimes a feeling is perfectly innocent and something you want to keep to yourself. I understand how that is only fair and human, how everyone sometimes needs space. So I've learned to temper my intuition, keeping most revelations and suppositions to myself. But I've grown rather fond of Amber. Even within this setup that we have, I have found myself looking forward to seeing her, even if it is merely for a split second. It is hard not to worry about her, even if I suspect it could be unwelcome. That was when it all started, this extra layer of coldness. Withdrawal happens in relationships slowly, or at least in my experience. It's often subtle, something people don't necessarily notice until it has advanced beyond repair. When we sit at dinner, I try to engage her about her day. "It's been fine, nothing exciting to make note of," she remarks. She moves her peas and chicken around slowly, not engulfing it with vigor the way she normally does. "Is there something wrong with the chicken?" I ask, trying not to sound accusatory. She shakes her head, then gives me an exhausted look. It makes my heart sad to see. "No, it's great, Kaden. Trust me. I'm just not very hungry these days." "Well, if you're getting tired of the recipe, I can get the chef to try something new." Amber shakes her head, saying that it's fine. She's fine. It doesn't sound very convincing. I leave the topic for the time being that night. Instead, I try to reconnect again when we settle down for our nightly habit of watching TV and relaxing. She's quick to move away from me, not laughing as fully as I am used to. She then retires to bed before me, giving me a quick peck on the cheek. I am a night owl, so I tend to stay up later than Amber anyway. I sometimes spend it working or going out on the terrace for a smoke. Amber isn't nuts about my smoking, and I haven't done it in ages. But tonight, my anxiety gets to me. So light up, staring up at the cascade of stars above. They are silent, offering me no advice. The night is still and beautiful, the faint hum of cars so distant it could be mistaken for nature itself. I find solace in these moments, breathing into the cigarette and watching the smoke drift lazily in the air. I start to wonder if this agreement isn't working for her anymore. We have grown affectionate toward one another, like a real couple, making love and spending all of our free time together. But perhaps the secret is getting to her. Maybe she's overwhelmed, but doesn't want to tell me because it hasn't gone past the year yet. I butt the cigarette out on the terrace railing and return inside. It is past midnight, so I move slowly and quietly into the bedroom. I see Amber on the right side of the bed, dozing. I remove my clothing and climb onto the king-size mattress, snaking my arms around her, spooning my body against the wonderful curve of her own. Kaden," she groans, half asleep. "Not tonight, baby. I'm exhausted." I hadn't been implying an expectation for sex, but nevertheless, I don't want to make her uncomfortable. So I kiss her neck, give one single hug into her body, then move away to my side. I barely sleep a wink, the thoughts about what Amber is truly feeling running through my mind like a freight train. I can only take so much of this distance. At this point, the strain is palpable. I wake up late to my alarm blaring, finding Amber's side of the bed empty. The mere sight of it makes my heart skip a beat. I phone my receptionist to tell her I will be late and commit to my usual routine. I shower, shave, eat, then get dressed for the day. Normally, this process is ritualistic and gets me into the zone. But today it feels pointless. I drag myself into work, and my receptionist reminds me of a big meeting that day. I had entirely forgotten, of course, but try not to let it show. I move into my office and gather up the things necessary for the meeting. I am a trustworthy, confident person, so it isn't likely that others will notice my lack of preparation. I do what I can to make up for it, But my thoughts continued to return to Amber. I had believed that we were growing closer. Perhaps even a part of me wanted to believe that she could see herself as my real wife, rather than a fake one for a year for the sake of financial reward. When we make love, the soft sounds of her breath heal me. I long to give her pleasure, joy, contentment, in any way that it is remotely possible. But am I expecting too much from her side? Has she grown weary of our agreement and simply wants to move on with her life? I can't blame her in the slightest if this is the case. She is young and has her whole life ahead of her. Maybe she just doesn't want to be tied down for an entire year in a relationship she sees no future in. I sigh heavily and get my things to carry into the conference room. I sit in my usual spot, flashing a warm smile to conceal the heart inside me that is slowly starting to break. I can barely pay attention to the meeting at hand. Thankfully, though, not much is asked of me. I simply sit there listening, nodding along at the right moments, and speaking only when spoken to. Thoughts of Amber dance in my head most of the time, though I hope no one else notices. She is more interesting than the dry conversation happening here anyway. She is beautiful and intriguing, and I'm starting to realize that I truly do not want to lose her. The meeting ends, and I make the proper amount of small talk before getting back to my office. My receptionist calls in while my face falls heavily into my hands. Kaden, a reminder about the garden party Friday night. Do you want me to book the caterer? Yes, please do, I mutter, then clear my throat. Book them for the seafood and Mediterranean platter. You know the drill. Of course, I had forgotten about the garden party. My grandfather throws it every year to mingle with some of his best clients. I always take the opportunity to network, show my face, crack some jokes, and basically represent my own company. There's no telling who you can meet at one of these things, and my grandfather knows some important people. Most of the time I don't mind it, but right now all I can think of is Amber and wanting to make things right. I could care less about a social event and the boost to business. But my sense of duty reminds me I have to go. She must come with me, of course. It will reflect better on me and the company. More than that, I just want her there. But does she want to be there? Is she tired of being thought of as good optics? My heart aches to think about how much she might be detesting all of this.
Chapter 33. Amber. God damn it. The office feels stifling. For what must be the 80th time, I pull at my collar, loosening my shirt as much as I can to allow my damp skin some air. It doesn't help. I breathe in deeply, trying to fight the nausea that seems to eternally be present since I found out a few days ago that inside of me, a baby is now growing. Kaden's baby. Our baby. Just those words, turning over and over in my mind, sets me on edge. I'm angry and tearful and scared all at once. This isn't like me. I'm strong. I don't crumble like this. It's no use, though. No matter how much I remind myself of that, I can't seem to find the strength I know I'm hiding somewhere. In this case, it just will not appear. Whatever I do, nothing is going to change the fact that he is going to need to know. And when he does, I have every expectation that he is going to freak the hell out. And that will seal the final nail into this obviously doomed fake marriage. The truth is, I wouldn't blame him. It's not what he signed up for. What either of us signed up for. But then again, neither was anything else that's happened between us since we decided to go ahead with this crazy plan. I should have known better, and I'm angry at myself for letting it get this far. There's a weird mix of guilt and regret now when I reflect on the feelings that I have and the times we've spent cementing them together. Each kiss, each thrust, each tender caress, all of it building up into something real and strong. And now a baby. I can feel the eyes of my coworkers on me as I go about my day. They're just not used to seeing me like this. On edge, irritable, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. Get a grip, Amber. You sure you're okay? You know, if you're not feeling great, it might be best if you take off for the day. The voice of one of the administrators grates at my already fried nerves. "I'm fine," I snap, surprising even myself with my tone. Grace looks back at me as if she's just been slapped. Instantly, I feel a sharp pang of guilt stinging my chest. "Well, okay then," she says, widening her eyes and turning away from me. The guilt grows in me until I can't stand it anymore. I get up from my desk and make my way hastily to the bathroom. I hardly recognize myself in the mirror as I splash my face with some water and then lock myself in a stall. Pulling the seat cover down so that I can sit in privacy, I finally let out a river of hot tears for probably the third time in as many days. I can't go on like this. Something has to give. How can this be happening to me? The fear that he is going to blame me for not being careful enough during the times we spend in our bed is what's eating at me the most. I've already pictured the look of pure horror on his face as I tell him about the baby. It's hard enough that I've fallen in love with the man I married as part of a contract. Now I am carrying his baby as well. Despite everything, I had hoped maybe the future for us might look a little different to what we originally intended. Now I have no idea what will happen and how I will cope when he finally leaves, because he will leave. I can feel it. Falling in love was not part of the plan. A baby was certainly not part of the plan, and Kaden is a man who likes his plans to run smoothly. It's part of what draws me to him. I decide that maybe Grace is right. Instead of staying late as I usually do, I finish up what I need to get done and leave the office on time for a change. Now people will definitely know something is wrong. I take a shower as soon as I get home, desperate to feel clean and fresh again, even if on the inside I feel anything but. Eventually, Kaden arrives home, and I try my best to act as if everything is okay. It turns out I'm a terrible actress. When we sit down to dinner, the silence is deafening. I can sense he wants to say something, maybe ask what is going on with me. It must be obvious that something is wrong, but he keeps any questions to himself. "So you get everything done at the office today?" he says, before taking a bite of his medium-rare steak. "Mostly," I reply, trying not to heave as the smell of charred meat makes its way up into my nostrils. He watches me intently, those eyes of his reading me. A man like Kaden doesn't get where he is without being able to read the room. But I doubt even he will guess this one. Instinctively, I press my hand to my stomach and hope that he hasn't noticed. He slices into the meat and chews slowly, methodically, still watching me. "How about you?" I ask. "Did you finally sign off on the Grosvenor deal?" A small grin tugs at the corner of his mouth. Better believe it. Instantly, his words and that smile go to my stomach. There is something about this man that just drives me wild. "Well, that's great. Maybe we should be celebrating," he says, loading veggies onto his fork and flashing me that smile again. My stomach sinks to the ground. If only he knew there is nothing to celebrate. In fact, it's the opposite. "I'm sorry, I need to just..." There's no time to finish my sentence. I rush to the bathroom and throw up what little food I've managed to eat. It's not long before he calls from behind the door. "Amber, are you okay in there?" Collecting myself and wiping my mouth, I get up from the bathroom floor and open the door. The last thing I want is for him to see me like this, but I'll just lie my way out of it. That's all I can do. "I'm fine, just feeling a little off. I'll get an early night." "Sure, I'll join you." "No, I mean, you don't need to." "Oh," he says, disappointment dressing his face. "Of course you get some rest now." He touches my arm as I brush past him, and I turn and smile flatly. "You sure you're okay?" "I'm sure," I say, turning and leaving for the bedroom. When he finally comes to bed, I'm still awake, though I keep my eyes closed. He gets in, and I feel him getting closer, his arm resting on my hip, All I can think of is the child inside of me. Could he accept it? Or will this be the reason why this sham of a marriage finally collapses and dies?
Chapter 34. Kaden. If I'm honest, heading to my grandfather's party is the last thing I want to be doing, and certainly not a priority on the list of things that occupy my mind. Pressing at my temples, I struggle to recall a time when I ever felt this way. On a daily basis, I can deal with it all, and always have. I can sift and sort through everything. What needs to be done. What my focus should be at any given time. Who should be doing what, and by when. Not now, though. An unfamiliar sensation grows in my chest as I try to figure out what is going on with Amber. Because something is, that's for sure. I like to know what is happening, what to expect. It's just who I am. But right now I don't, and that's not something I can live with easily. You look stunning, I say as Amber emerges from her dressing room. My breath catches as she walks towards me. How did I ever get this lucky? But the look on her face is the same one she's been wearing for days now, though she tries to mask it with a tight smile. Thanks. I hope this dress will be okay. I look into her eyes and take her by the waist. Beneath the fabric, her skin is warm, and suddenly I realize how much I've missed being so close to her. She's been so distant, and as she looks up into my eyes, I swear I see something that I just can't place. All I know is that it's not a good thing and that her sparkle is missing. Whatever you wear will be more than okay. What I mean to say is that no amount of fabric or money can ever distract from her and what she means to me. I know at this moment, that's more than I ever could have imagined when we started out on this journey together. You look good too, she says, but the smile she gives me doesn't reach her eyes. We head down to the car, her fragrance enveloping me as she sweeps past the door I hold open for her and steps inside. When I get in next to her, she doesn't look over at me as she's done in the past, just turns her attention to her passenger window. The drive is a silent one. Uncomfortably so. Not for her, it seems, as she's off somewhere in her own head. But to me, she's even more distant than she has been these last few days, and that feels off. Right now? I'm not sure of much, but I do know that I'll talk to her tonight. If she's as unhappy as she seems to be, then I'll let her go. All I want for her is to be happy, and if that's what it takes, then I guess I'll have to do it. It's not like me not to know the pitch because I always know what I want and usually get it. But I don't want to have to sell that idea to her because deep down, it's not what I want. She's taken root in my heart, and I want her more than anyone or anything I've ever wanted before. Bad day at the office? I finally ask, breaking the silence between us. Huh? She replies without even turning to me. How was your day? You seem a little distracted. She looks back at me with eyes that I could drown in, even though they are missing something, as if the essence of her has been drained from them. It rips my heart in two to think that I may be responsible. Fine, she says. I'm just tired. Yeah, we won't stay too late, I promise. I've had a bit of a struggle today, too. There's no point in pursuing any further conversation. It's obvious she's not interested. It's almost like she's a completely different person than the Amber I know and have grown to love. What have I done to her? I grip the steering wheel tight, wishing it was my own flesh. I'm so angry at myself. Amber, my beautiful Amber. I should never have gone along with this and drawn her into something she obviously can't bear. A few moments pass when she turns to me unexpectedly. You know, I was thinking of my friend Honey today. Oh, really? I ask, wondering where this sudden admission has come from. Whatever, I'll take it. At least she's talking to me. She was telling me about a nice day she had with some kids she used to babysit. Do you like kids? This completely catches me off guard. I mean, I don't dislike them particularly, but I've never been overjoyed to be in the presence of a child either. All in all, I suppose I'm not bothered either way. They've never really been a consideration for me. Until now, that is. Now that I have her, my outlook on life has changed. What seemed so important The money, the business, the deals, all feels a little less urgent. With Amber, I could be the type of man with a family. With her at my side, I want to be so much more than the dollar signs above my head. Is this what she's thinking? Is that why she's been so withdrawn? I take a big breath. I never was fond of kids, but I'm not fond of kids either. Her words almost cut me down, and I don't venture further with the topic. We ride the rest of the way in silence, though I can't help but hope she'll return to what she was wanting to say. But it seems it's not going to go down that way. The party, even in full swing, feels empty and lacking because she's so distant. It's not like her. She's usually so full of life. It's obvious from the way she seems to be avoiding me that this is now worse than I thought. I'll just have to accept that this is the end for us. Even though she seems to want to do anything but talk with me, I will speak to her when we get home. "Everything okay there?" says my grandfather, slapping me on the back. "You and Amber have not had a fight, have you?" Of course, other people would notice my wife across the other side of the room actively avoiding me. Of course, it would be my grandfather. Perfectly in keeping with my current luck, it seems. "No, she's just had a bad day at the office," I lie. I'm not going to tell him or anyone else that things are worse than I could have imagined. It's hard enough to even admit to myself.
Chapter 35. Amber. The garden party is an opulent festival of affluent faces, blending with the glow of fairylands, elegantly lined buffets, and even an illuminated dance floor. The night is dark but clear, cool but comfortable. It gives me space to breathe as we climb out of the car, my canary yellow dress blowing in the soft wind. Kaden takes me by the hand, a habit if anything. I feel a swarm of guilt inside me for being so distant, but then I recall his confession about not liking children. What else would seal the deal but something so affirming as that? He gazes down at me as we walk toward the back of the massive mansion. The grass is bright emerald and carefully curated beneath our feet, even a little damp with dew. I can hear crickets beginning to test themselves, tentatively making music in the evening air. His eyes are like knives cutting through me, leaving me breathless and, as always, torn. "You look so stunning, Amber," he says, touching my face. "I hope you know how special you are to me." I feel my stomach drop, a sensation akin to the nausea, but this time pleasant. I open my mouth to say something, hell, even to spill the beans on my secret. Just then, Rust, Kaden's grandfather, interrupts our tender moment. "My boy," he bellows, clapping Kaden on the shoulder. "So glad you two could crawl out of your love nest to pay us a visit." Russ takes him by the arm, and our hands part. I feel instantly hollow. Come, there are a few people I want you to meet," Russ says. "I'll find you," Kaden says, widening his eyes sarcastically. I am used to occasions such as these, where it is important to show my face. It has also been rumored that his grandfather is going to announce his retirement at this particular event. When he's in the building, Kaden is often pulled away from me to talk to Russ's prospective clients these days, to show off that smoldering smile to win them over. It surely has won me over. I lift up the skirt of my dress and move toward one of the billowing tents. I make eye contact with Melanie, who already has a drink in her hand and is leaning up against the neon blue glow of the bar. "How are you tonight, honey?" she asks as I stand next to her. I give her a nonchalant shrug, leaning my elbow on the bar. "I'm okay. Frankly, not really in the mood for one of these tonight." Melanie cocks an eyebrow as she mouths the straw of her drink. I have no idea why that honest confession poured out of me. "Oh, any particular reason?" I scramble in my mind, not wanting to tell Melanie about the pregnancy, but wanting to come up with something believable, something that won't make her suspicious. So I go for a half-truth. "I haven't been feeling like myself lately," I say into the night air. and I'm afraid I have been taking it out on Kaden a little bit. Melanie nods without judgment. It's a lot to cope with, isn't it? She says, tilting her head thoughtfully. All this money, all this status and prestige. People would assume that it makes things go smoother, but I think it can sometimes be the opposite. I turn away from the bar and spot Kaden a few yards away from me. He is nodding along to his grandfather, but there is someone clinging to his arm. A gorgeous woman with long black hair, confident and lean in her magnificent presence. I feel my eyes beginning to fill with tears, and only faintly hear Melanie saying my name. Amber, she says softly. Amber, is everything okay between you two? I try to swallow away the pain, the racing thoughts about Kaden likely erupting with rage the moment he finds out about the pregnancy. It looks, judging by the way the woman is clinging to his arm, that he is entirely ready to move on from our agreement. The pregnancy will be the final death blow. Yes, sorry, I say, wiping my eyes carefully with the back of my hand. Melanie, who is that woman over there with Kaden? She turns lazily, the straw of her drink still lingering in her mouth as she regards Kaden and the mystery woman. Oh, she says with a laugh. That's Kaden's ex, Anna. She has big pull with a few of the clients. Rust has been trying to get them together again for years. My eyes fill with tears again, and I decide that I can no longer take this. I begin to move away from the bar, but Melanie catches my wrist. Amber, you are acting strange, she says sincerely. Kaden keeps looking over at you. Are you sure you're okay? My emotions are a shaken bottle of champagne, ready to pop at any given moment. I don't want to reveal the secret, so I simply nod, snatching my arm away from Melanie and turning away from the bar. She may have been calling me. I have no idea. I just have to get away from everyone right now and get myself together. I zip past Kaden, not wanting him to see him, and try to find somewhere to hide. I go back around the property, thinking that it was the entryway, and come up to a spectacular botanical garden with an iron gate and all. Enter to encounter the magic of your own dreams, a sign reads. I scoff and push through the gate. The garden is actually incredibly immaculate, a kaleidoscope of colors dim in the darkness, curves of a few petals lit softly by the gleam of the moon. I could appreciate it more if I wasn't feeling so damn frazzled. I move through the vast garden and find a bench at the center of it, along a glowing path lit by solar lights. I sit down and let my body go limp, my face falling into my hands to weep. What the hell am I doing? I say to myself. I can no longer see any way out of this conundrum. Kaden doesn't want children. I can't picture him changing his mind for the one that is half him and half me currently growing in my womb. He will likely start the divorce proceedings early, encourage me to get an abortion, or simply abandon me. Though he doesn't seem like he has the character for that. I have seen men do far worse, even in the case of something they are genetically linked to. I cry into my hands, no longer caring about the streak of makeup likely staining my face. Here I have gone and fallen for someone who had helped me drastically years before, made an absurd deal with, and now I am carrying his child. Why in God's name did I think this was going to work out well? The tears continue to flow. In between them, I hear the crunch of footsteps along the pathway. I'm startled when I look up to see Kaden, handsome in his lilac and gray suit, looking down at me with concern and surprise. Amber, what is going on?
Chapter 36. Kaden. When my grandfather pulls me away from Amber, I instantly feel distant from her and irritated. I was planning on talking to her, perhaps later that night, about what has been going on. I was hoping even at the party we could have a moment. Maybe not to talk seriously, but at least to connect. To be honest, I should have known better. These events are for business and business only. He talks to me about his retirement, which he is going to announce tonight. In another world, I would have been ecstatic to chat all about this. Right now, all I can do is shift my eyes over, quickly and subtly, to where I can see Amber and Melanie leaning up against the bar. I nod along to my grandfather, which is often all he needs to see. It is then that I feel someone tugging at my arm, tucking their own underneath it like we had done it 1,000 times before. "Fancy meeting you here." I glance down and my stomach turns to see who it is. It is Maureen, though she publicly goes by her middle name of Anna. She is my ex-girlfriend and from a very influential family. My grandfather has been trying to get us back together for months, all to no avail. I look at him scornfully, curious if he was the one who had encouraged her to catch me off guard. I thought he liked Amber. He ignores my look and claps his hands together jovially. "Oh, it is a small world indeed," he exclaims. "It is wonderful to see you again, Maureen. Isn't it, Kaden?" I glance down at the woman I spent a good year of my life with. There was something like love at the very start, but it quickly turned into a deep resentment. In time, I suppose I even went as far as hating her. She doesn't bring out the best in me the way Amber does. She is selfish, looking for one thing and one thing only: status and financial reward. She clings harder to my arm, knowing that out of politeness and optics I will not push her away. "It really is nice to see you," she says, gazing up at me with a conniving grin. "It has been way too long." I smile at her as politely as humanly possible. She then brings her hand to my collar, sliding it down sensually to squeeze my tie. I can feel my eyes blazing at her, icy and angry, but she doesn't bat an eye. "You're looking dangerously handsome, as always," she murmurs. My grandfather watches her sad attempt at flirting with a wide, desperate face. I thank Maureen for her compliment, then notice a flash of canary yellow speed by. My neck snaps towards it, my heart galloping in my chest. Amber isn't at the bar anymore. She has dashed away, and I have to find her. "It has been great talking with you both," I say with injected chivalry. "But I'm afraid I must use the restroom and do some socializing." I take Maureen by the arm and try to force it away from me, but she digs her nails in like a bird holding its prey. "Oh, so quick to go, Kaden." She tuts her lips. "Can't we have a single drink to catch up?" My eyes narrow and we begin to move away from Rust. I hold my arm out still, the eternal gentleman. Once we are out of earshot of my grandfather, I turn swiftly, peeling Maureen's arm off of mine. She looks at me with startled anger. "Maureen, I'm married, as I'm sure you know," I say sternly. "And I love my wife deeply. I have respect for you and your father, but we are no longer in a romantic relationship. You have to respect that." She rubs her arm bashfully, then tries to take a step in closer to me. I take a step away, looking at her with conviction. "Don't," I snap. I use the opportunity to move away from her, hoping that puts an end to the harassment for that night. I start looking for Amber in the guise of a curious guest, going inside to chat with the chefs, the workers, even moving up and down the halls looking for a place she might have gone to be alone. I return outside and wander around, hands in pockets, sad and desperate. I come upon the botanical garden, the iron gate sitting ajar. I walk in, my feet rushing frantically. The plants and flowers surrounding me are immaculate, but I pay them no mind. After walking a few feet, I start to hear quiet weeping, and my heart jumps into my throat. I come upon Amber sitting on a bench, her face in her hands and her shoulders shaking mournfully. I stand still for a second, admiring her but also detesting whatever may have caused this expression of grief. She looks up suddenly when I move towards her. Her face is stained with mascara, her lovely brown skin obstructed by sadness. "Amber, what is going on?" I don't expect her to confess to me tonight what is on her mind, but it would be helpful. She shakes her hand and stands up from the bench, picking up the front of her dress to move toward me. I hold my arms out, but she tries to push past me. "Amber, you have to tell me what is wrong," I say, touching her shoulders gently. I can listen. I can fix it. Whatever you want. To my own ears, I sound pathetic. I've never said any of that to a woman and meant it. But with Amber, I don't care. I would crawl across lava for her if it made things okay between us. You can't fix it, Kaden, she says, still crying. I want to go home. Please, take me home. I know that it is going to look strange for us to leave the party so early, but I don't have the energy to remind her about the political climate. So I nod and watch her walk out of the garden ahead of me. I make my way through the crowd looking for my grandfather. When I finally spot him, I let him know that she is feeling ill, and I'm leaving early to take care of her. He winks at me and clutches at his chest. Love is like an illness, you know, he says, whispering into my ear as he embraces me. But it's one we never want to be cured of, right? I get to the car and help Amber in. We sit silently as we had before, streetlights flashing by, the sadness between us thick and bursting with sorrow. When we get home, I offer to run her a bath and make her some tea. She shakes her head back and forth dramatically, then says she just wants to sleep. When I offer to lay with her, she says she needs to be alone. Okay, Amber, I say softly, but you have to tell me what is going on or I can't help you. She says nothing in response to this. I leave her in the bedroom and retreat to the guest room where I undress, take a shower, and then sit on the terrace. I'm being torn apart inside, and she is too. But I cannot help her. She won't let me in long enough.
Chapter 37. Amber. Kaden has left me alone for the past 2 days after the garden party. He had tried, desperately, to get me to talk to him the day after. He started off by giving me space for my thoughts, then inquiring at dinner. All I could do was shake my head, telling him that I wasn't ready and that there wasn't anything he could do. I should have said nothing, or hell, even lied. But if I had lied, I would only be prolonging the rejection and abandonment. My body is a vessel, growing something inside of me that represents both of us together, but is likely only going to tear us apart. Plus, there is the concern of the ex-girlfriend. I saw the way she was clinging to him. The way Russ was looking at the both of them as a preferred union. If she has the great connections Melanie said, she would likely be a better fit for Kaden anyway. It makes me think about the photo of him with that woman when he was away. Had he been lying about being faithful? And after all, what does it matter anyway, since this fake marriage is the only thing keeping us together? My mind is a tangle of thoughts, each one contrasting one another, egging each other on. I cannot seem to open my mouth and tell him about the pregnancy. Will he blame me? Will he think it was some ploy to capture him in a real marriage? I used to think I knew who he was. Loyal, proper, intelligent, nurturing. Now, as I sit on the couch of our living room curled into a ball, I am simply not sure. Kaden has taken to smoking both yesterday and today, almost every hour on the hour. He offers me food, to take me out to dinner, to watch movies, to go for a walk. I deny them all, saying I want to be left alone. And he has left me alone. Alone to weep, to ruminate, to put off the inevitable. I spend my nights in the living room watching mindless television. Kaden has been in his office, where there is a balcony he can smoke off of. We go to bed on separate sides, only saying goodnight to one another. I can see anger in him growing day by day. The polite, skinny young man I'd met all those years ago is gone, replaced by someone who is desperate and frustrated. I sit here in the fetal position, flipping between channels, not connecting to anything at all. I cannot blame him for how he feels. I haven't given him even a hint of what is going on with me. And we go on, in this gloom, in this silence. As I flip through the channels, I hear him stomp down the stairs. I turn to see him standing there, whiskey in hand, the bright blue eyes dimmed from sadness. Red veins run through them with slight intoxication. We lock eyes for the first time in days. I swallow, wanting to talk, but having no idea where to begin. Amber, I'm only going to ask you this one more time. He speaks softly, delicately, picking each word carefully. What is going on with you? It is so damn obvious. You are feeding me little bits of information that are only making me worry. Please, please tell me. I turn away from him and begin to cry. We just keep moving in circles, arriving nowhere, ever at all. I feel him sit on the couch next to me, keeping his distance. His voice is still gentle, but I know beneath it is a bubbling frustration with me. Amber, you have to talk to me. We can't go on like this. You are unhappy. I am unhappy. It's all so pointless. I think about the words that should come out of my mouth, and I play the scene in my mind like a play. I tell him I am pregnant, and he is outraged. He accuses me of not being careful, of honeypotting him, and breaks off the marriage early. I get nothing in return but a rancid and ruined reputation. I turn to him, and my mouth hangs open. He is breathing heavily, eyes glimmering with faint hope, even for a second. I want to believe that the result of my confession will be the opposite. I want to imagine he will hold me in his arms and tell me that we will figure this out together, as one big family. But I cannot stop seeing him with that woman. I cannot stop thinking about the deal we had made. Having a baby together was never part of the deal. So the words I give him are the ones that I know he hates. The empty ones. The ones that mean nothing. Kaden, I say, beginning to weep once more. I don't feel ready to talk about it. A hand comes to Kaden's face so quickly that he nearly slaps himself. He then begins to laugh maniacally, his mouth wide. The sound is more absurd than funny. Jesus Christ, Amber, what have I done to deserve this? He rises from the couch and slams his drink down on the table. It splashes everywhere, but he pays no mind. I can't keep going on like this. When are you going to be ready to talk to me? I shake my head back and forth. Tears streaming down my face in hot rushes, he places his hands on his hips and gazes down at his feet. Then he makes his final statement of the night. You know what, Amber? I think it's time for this marriage to come to an end. This isn't working. His words are like a guillotine to my heart. I break out into hysterical weeping, my face falling into my hands. I then start to shake, realizing that isn't some nightmare I have found myself in. Okay, Kaden, I say through a waterfall of tears, if that is what you want. What else could I do? The end seems inevitable by now, one way or another. It is strangely preferable to be dismissed as a hysterical, nagging, difficult woman. Better than to be the woman who tricked him into a baby. Isn't it? I tell myself it has to be. One is seen as merely annoying. The other is cruel and calculated. One of these women will be dismissed, but the other will be ruined. I hear him scoff. Then I listen to his rapidly moving footsteps. He goes to the door, takes his jacket, and slams it loudly behind him. It makes me jump. And the tears suddenly stop. I feel like I have cried enough for 1,000 lifetimes. The sadness continues, but my eyes have run dry. I stand up from the couch and run toward the front window. I push back the curtains and see him get into his car, starting the engine frantically. He then zips out of the driveway with lightning speed, disappearing into the darkness. I lean my head against the glass, questioning what I have just done. Would he really have hated hearing the news about the pregnancy that much? Would the result have been the same? Or, like I fear, would it have been worse? My limbs suddenly get weak, and my vision narrows. I have only fainted a few times in my life, mostly from physical accidents, but never from stress or any ailment. Nausea arrives at the same time, so I decide to book it to the bathroom on the main floor. I push the door open and search for the light. When I can't find it in time, I hurl myself toward the porcelain throne instead. I heave, but nothing emerges. I try to breathe in and out slowly, trying to keep myself from passing out. When it works, I slide my body to the floor, staring up into the inky dark room. What is going to become of me? Or us now? Acid rises in my gullet, but I know that nothing will come. The morning, afternoon, whatever sickness, it is going to stop soon. And then I will start to show. Am I going to have to do this all on my own? I lie there for an unforeseen amount of time, thinking about my mother, my father, all the people who wanted more for me. I think about Kaden driving enraged, wondering what is swirling along in my mind. That is when it hits me, with certainty for the first time. I know what I want. I want to have a child. I want to have a family. Whether Kaden wants to be involved in that shouldn't matter. Finally, now that I know what I want for myself, everything else starts to seem a little clearer. Chapter 38. Amber. I lay around the house listlessly. I do not want to go to sleep that night, often sobbing and wishing Kaden would come home. I don't want him to leave, and I don't want to lose him. I've never felt so confused and so confusing, trapped in a situation I simply can find no way to dig myself out of. Grief-stricken as I am, I find myself worrying about the baby as well. I recall one of the pamphlets the doctor had given me, a certain text jumping to mind. Remember to stay as stress-free as possible. Do what you can to ease and reduce stress levels. High levels of stress can affect brain development and can even cause certain problems years later in childhood. So I wipe my face, collect myself the best I can, and head to bed. I put my pajamas on and climb under our soft comforter. As soon as I'm tucked in, I instantly feel sad again. Our bed isn't the same without him in it, and I can't sleep without his warmth pressing against me. I take deep breaths, trying to relax as much as possible. It isn't easy, given the situation, but I know obsessing will not help the baby. I don't remember falling asleep, but suddenly I'm waking up to the sun shining through the windows and warming my face. As the room focuses, I remember last night's events. I quickly roll over, looking for Kaden, but my heart drops when I roll over to find an empty bed. His pillow hasn't been laid on, and his side of the comforters is still flat. I start sobbing again. I can't help it. Deep down, I will always secretly wish we could have raised this child together. Every time I am reminded that this simply isn't something he signed up for, it breaks my heart a little more. Maybe in time, I will learn how to feel angry. It isn't what I signed up for either, but I am figuring out how to make it work, with or without him. Right now, however, all I can feel is sad. I decide to go to the Williams' residence to tell them in person that we'll be going our separate ways. I wear a nice pair of jeans and a navy blue blouse and head out the door. My heart's pounding, and my nausea heightens the second I pull into their driveway. I have brought with me the divorce papers. Kaden had them drawn up in advance, though we had both once thought it would still be months before either of us signed them. Still, we knew this was coming, and his lawyer has already done the legal work. I grab the manila envelope they're in and head for the door. I take a deep breath before knocking softly. After a few moments, the heavy door swings open, and Catherine stands before me. "Hey, Amber, come on in," she says, warmly welcoming me like she always does. My heart aches thinking of how she'll act toward me once this is over. She walks with me into the living room where Mr. Williams sits in his lazy boy watching football. Deborah and Conrad are sitting beside him on the couch, and as soon as I walk in, everyone smiles. "Hello, Amber. How are you doing?" Mr. Williams asks, looking up from his game. "Hi, everyone. I'm glad you're all here. I was wondering if I could talk to you for a moment. I have something I'd like to tell you," I say, trying not to cry. They all look at me, concerned, and Conrad turns off his game. "Of course, honey. Come on in. Find a spot to sit, he invites. I sit on the sofa across from them, staring at the folder in my hands and trying not to fall apart. I take a deep breath and begin. I just wanted to come here today to tell you this in person because I have grown to love you all, and I hope what I'm about to say won't change your feelings toward me. But I wanted you all to know that Kaden and I aren't working out. We decided last night it's best if we go our separate ways. An eerie silence falls over the room, forcing me to continue. I also wanted you all to know that I'm pregnant. It was a surprise, but it's another reason it is best for everyone if we end things. We just can't seem to see eye to eye on the matter, you know? I say, trying to sound light. We want different things, and I don't think we can reconcile that in a way that lets us move forward together. I don't want to make Kaden sound like a bad guy. I'm choosing my words very carefully, trying to say just enough without saying too much. But the shakiness grows in my voice with every word. Catherine's the first one to chime in. No way. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, she says with sadness in her voice. Are you sure separating is the best thing? You don't think you guys can do anything to work things out? I shake my head, still looking at the folder in my hands, as a tear rolls down my cheek. No. We've hit a point of no longer being on the same page, and I don't think a child will fix it. Besides, I always told myself if I were ever in this situation, I'd never stay because of a child. They don't deserve to grow up feeling the tension in a home where their parents don't love each other anymore. It feels like every word I'm saying is making the hole inside of me a bit bigger, but I know it's necessary. I don't want anyone to think I'm walking out without an explanation. If this is really the end, it's time. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Is the baby doing okay? Deborah asks, with a shakiness in her voice that tells me she's crying too. I nod. Not yet, but I'm going to do my best to get there before the baby comes. Per the last appointment, the baby is just fine, I say, wiping more tears as they fall. I want to sit with them forever. I want to talk about the baby and plan the future with someone who might actually be excited for it. But it's no longer an option. I need to hurry this along before I completely break down in front of them. I open the envelope, slide the papers out, and set them on the coffee table. I notice a bulge in the bottom and realize, as I reach my hand in, that it's a pen. How convenient, I think, signing my name quickly and tossing it back in. I pick up the signed documents, take a few deep breaths trying to collect myself, and look up at Conrad. Sir, I begin. These are our divorce papers. I signed them. If you could please give them to Kaden for him to sign. I set the envelope in his outstretched hand, and as he takes them, he looks deep into my eyes. His stare makes me lose all control of my emotions, and the tears I've been holding back spill over, flowing down my cheeks as he stares. I bite my lip, trying not to cry out loud. It crushes me to hand over divorce papers, giving the man I love permission to leave. I want nothing more than for Kaden to love me the way that I love him, and for us to raise our baby together. But I can't force it. I want my baby to grow up in a happy and loving household. Conrad smiles sadly. We appreciate you coming here and being honest with us. I'm so sorry to hear this, but we will do everything we can to support you. I attempt a smile in return. I appreciate that. I really do, but I have to decline politely. If I'm going to do this, I have to do it by myself. Thank you, guys. I have to go, I say. My hand covers my mouth, choking back a sob as I run out the door. I run all the way back to my car, leaving little pieces of my heart on the ground behind me.
Chapter 39. Kaden. I drive around looking for a place to go to sort through my feelings. Why won't Amber talk to me? I don't understand what's going on with her. It's like she's going back when we need to be moving forward, but my asking gets us nowhere. After some thinking, I decide to go to my friend Cody's house. He's close by, and maybe saying everything out loud and sorting through my feelings with someone else will help it all make sense. I drive to his house, and as I pull into the driveway, I see him open the front door. I climb out and wander over to him, feeling numb. "Well, long time no see, my friend," he says, hugging me and pulling me inside. We sit in his living room, and I look around at all the same decorations hanging from the last 10 years. "Nothing's changed," I say, trying to muster up a laugh. "No, not with me," he says. "But your life sure has. I see you've got yourself a wife." The word wife hits me the worst way possible, and I stare at the floor, not saying a word. I'm sorry, dude. There's something going on there?" I take a few hours to go into detail, telling him everything so that he can help me work out a proper solution. It feels good to finally get the truth off my chest and say my feelings for her out loud. He talks with me, telling me his opinion on things. It doesn't necessarily seem reliable since he's still a bachelor, but I appreciate his input nonetheless. I notice how late it is and start getting ready to leave when he stops me. "Why don't you just stay here tonight?" he asks. "I appreciate that, I do. But I should get home," I say, missing Amber already. He gets up and grabs a blanket. "Dude, it sounds like she needs space. Why don't you sleep it off on my sofa and go have some hot makeup sex in the morning, okay?" He laughs. I agree, thinking maybe some time away from me will help her sort out her feelings. She doesn't seem to be eager to have me around, so perhaps he has a valid point. I don't remember falling asleep, but I'm waking to the sounds of the buzzing traffic outside Cody's window. He's already left for work, so I grab my keys and go home excitedly. My heart pounds as I pull into the driveway, ready to settle everything and get back to normal. I walk in the door and head straight for the bedroom. I'm disappointed to find she's already out of bed, but I decide to try the bathroom. After several minutes of searching and calling her name, she's nowhere to be found. I try calling her phone. It's shut off, sending me to voicemail. Where the hell is she? How didn't I notice her car missing from the driveway? In a panic, I drive to my grandfather's house. I speed into the driveway and fly in his front door, stopping only when I enter the living room and see my family gathering together, looking serious. "Hey guys," I say, capturing their attention. But to my surprise, instead of happy faces greeting me, it's the screaming voice of my grandfather. "Well, it's about time you showed up," he yells. "How could you turn your back on your wife like this?" My expression shifts to confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Who told you that?" I ask, angered by his outburst. My father jumps in now, shoving an envelope toward me. "These are your divorce papers. Amber came by this morning to tell us what happened between the two of you, and then handed me these for you to sign." I rip open the envelope and see her name signed neatly at the bottom. Damn it. I'm too late. "Well, yeah, you're too late. You can't expect to treat a woman that way and then have her wait around forever, do you? I mean, I think it was quite brave of her to come here on her own as she did. She obviously wasn't getting anywhere with you," my grandfather complains. There are two sides to every story. Do you care to hear my side of things? Or are you just going to keep yelling at me? I ask. He gestures toward the sofa, and I sit beside my father and Deborah. Look, I thought things were going great until one day she just shifted. She's miserable with me. Grandfather, we aren't even married for real, I admit. It was just a way to get my inheritance. I regret the statement as soon as it leaves my lips, but my grandfather starts chuckling. You don't think I knew it wasn't real in the beginning? But it obviously is now. My father speaks up quietly. She was heartbroken. I have never seen her so upset. She ran out of here like we were all going to hate her. It shocks me that he knew we were making it up, but he didn't say anything. I didn't know they all knew. How did I think we were getting away with something? Well, that doesn't make sense to me. I didn't think she wanted me anymore. She seemed like she wanted out as fast as she could, so I let her go. Then I realized that was a mistake. I was planning on telling her my real feelings for her. I was even going to propose, but now I can't find her. Deborah's voice joins the conversation as she chimes in for the first time. She's gone to her mother's, she says. Did she tell you that? I ask, wondering why they're just now pointing me in the right direction. She shakes her head. No, but a girl being as upset as she was when she left only has one place to go, and that's to her mama. Believe me. I'm silent for a moment, processing what I'm hearing when my grandfather cuts in. Well, damn, Kaden. You better hurry and get your woman before you're too late. A woman like her only comes along once in a lifetime. You need to fix this to be a good husband and father, he says. I start to agree. I know, Wait a minute, I say, pausing once his last word reaches my point of processing. What did you say? Father, Amber's pregnant with my child? Damn, he didn't know. My stepsister Catherine says, looking worried. Don't tell her we told you. We didn't know you didn't know. Who gives a damn about that, Kaden? Go find her, my father yells from beside me. I jump up and run for the door, thinking about what they're telling me the whole way to the car. There's no way. Chapter 40. Kaden. Amber's pregnant. That's why she's been acting so different. But why won't she just tell me? Why is she keeping it from me? It's like she's scared of me or something. Suddenly, a memory of a few days ago pops into my head, and I remember the conversation when she asked me if I dislike kids. Oh my God. I told her I didn't want them, and it wasn't even true. If I'd have been honest when she asked, she would have told me. The thought of her not feeling safe confiding in me breaks my heart. She feels so unsafe and insecure with us that she even signed the divorce papers. She was so scared that handling it that way seemed easier than just talking to me, all because I've never given her enough reason to trust me. Why should she? I've never once been honest with her about my own feelings. I've danced around them all this time, not wanting to admit it. All she knows is that we have a fake marriage, and as far as I'm concerned, she's paying back a favor. Tears fill my eyes as I drive, and I can't stop them as they gush down my cheeks. I try to compose myself as I pull into the parking lot of her mother's apartment. I race to the door, only to find that she's already gone. She's gone home to get her things, Amelia explains, and my heart sinks. I'm speechless. My eyes look at the floor, trying not to cry again in front of her. I love her, Amelia. I love your daughter with all my heart, I say, surprised by my own words. Kaden, I know you love her. Amber told me it was all fake, but I'm a mother. I can see the love between the two of you with my own eyes, and that's not something you can fake. Go get her. I kiss her cheek and sprint back to my car. I'm racing around everyone, trying to reach Amber before she packs her things. The drive feels like it's taking forever, and my road rage keeps making a not-so-subtle appearance as I try to get around people. Move your ass! I'm trying to save a marriage and a family here, I scream. The words leaving my lips sound scary but exciting at the same time. It's incredible to me that I'm finally in a place where I have something to fight for. I will not lose her because you don't know how to use the right lane, I yell at another car. Finally, I reach our driveway. Gravel flies as I speed down it, racing to the door in our bedroom. I'm panting as I enter and find Amber packing her luggage neatly on the bed. It stuns me to see her actually packing her belongings to leave me. You're pregnant? I ask quietly. Her eyes dart at me for a moment as shock appears on her face. She forces her anger to resurface when she responds. Yes, Kaden, I am. But it doesn't change anything between us. I'm sorry, but I can't continue with this fake marriage. She returns to loading her suitcases, and I watch for a moment. I'm trying to calm my breathing down while dealing with my heart, trying to jump out of my chest at her admittance to carrying my child. Once I'm able to catch my breath, I step toward her. Neither can I. I don't want to pretend anymore. I'm sick of living a lie. I see tears well in her eyes as I speak, not knowing if they're good or bad. She stares at me, looking like she wants to talk, but no words come out. I decide to take a leap of faith. It's now or never, Kaden. You have one chance to fix this. Tell her how you feel. Look, Amber, I need to tell you something before you finish packing. Can you come sit down? I ask, patting the mattress beside me. She nods and walks over, sitting carefully and folding her hands on her lap. I take a deep breath, terrified to continue, but almost more terrified not to. No matter what happens, you must get your feelings off your chest. You can't let her leave here today without knowing how you feel about her, or you will never be able to live with yourself. Here goes nothing, I think, as I start my confession. Amber, I'm so in love with you. I've been in love with you for so many years. But before our arrangement, I didn't even realize it. Over the last few months, I've grown so happy with you and our life together. I pause for a moment, watching a tear roll down her cheek before I continue. I know I told you the other day that I didn't want children, so I understand why you were scared to tell me when you found out. But I wasn't being truthful when I said that. I chuckle a little to myself. To be honest, if I knew I was being tested, I would have picked my words more carefully, and you didn't let me finish. I do want children, and I do want a family. But I want both of those things with you. I pause again, trying to catch a glimpse of eye contact to see how my confession's going. My heart sinks again as I realize she might not feel the same way about me. She doesn't look thrilled, the way that I hoped. I realize very soon I may have to let her go after all if it's what she truly wants. I just really thought we were somehow going to avoid that. More than anything, Amber, I just want you to be happy. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and if it's not with me, I understand. I won't be upset. I just want you to be happy. And I want our baby happy. Whatever that looks like. She's silent, and tears begin rolling down my cheeks. I'm losing her. The gravity of it finally begins to sink in, a bone-chilling feeling that spreads through my whole body. She's going to tell me she's done, and she's going to take her things and go. I'm going to lose them both forever. Suddenly her eyes meet mine, and my heart skips a beat, subtly reminding me that I still love her as much as I did yesterday. Kaden, She stutters, struggling to find her words. I don't know what to say. I grab her hand and put on a brave smile for her. It's okay, Amber. You don't have to say anything. I completely understand. Can I help you pack? I say, hoping the shakiness in my voice isn't too apparent. Her expression changes. No, I don't know what to say because I feel all those things too. My eyes widen and my spirits lift. You do? I do. I love you so much. It broke my heart leaving those papers with your family. But I knew I didn't have the strength to face you and still walk away. If we were done, I just wanted the whole thing behind us so I could move on. I never wanted to lose you, but if you really didn't want this baby, I wasn't going to force it on you. I want you both, forever. I place my hand on her belly, and for a moment, we cry together. Happy tears flow down our cheeks until she embraces me tightly. Her warm torso melts into mine, and for the first time in my entire life, I can finally say the following with absolute conviction. I'm home.
Chapter 41. Amber. I pull away from Amber, taking a moment to look at her beautiful eyes. I notice the tears still running down her cheeks, causing me to frown. I hate that something between us hurt her feelings, I think, as I glance down at the divorce papers, already signed by Amber. I quickly reach out, wiping the tears from her cheeks, and suddenly I know what to do. Amber looks at me in confusion. As I swiftly reach into my pocket, removing a pen, I bend over the table and add my signature to the already signed form. What do you say we have a fresh start? I ask softly. The marriage was a sham, even if our feelings weren't. Given our real feelings for each other now, we should do things the right way. A real fresh start, no lies, I say, excitement in my voice as I meet Amber's eyes again. I would love that, Kaden. I want to be with you. Starting over sounds like a great idea. She replies, tears welling in her eyes again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A month goes by in a blur. Amber's still living with me, and it feels fantastic to know she's here for good. But this time, there's no front of a false marriage, just pure love for one another. I wake one morning, feeling her head on my chest. I can't help but smile as I wrap my arm around her, pulling her closer. She's sleeping peacefully, her warm body next to mine. Everything feels normal, and I'm incredibly grateful I didn't lose her. She truly is the best thing that's ever happened to me, I think to myself happily. I gently slide my arm out from around her and slip my body away before clambering out of bed. I slowly walk to the bathroom, smiling at the sight of her cozily in our bed. It's reassuring to know it's because she wants to be here. After I relieve myself, I quietly slip on sweats and a t-shirt before wandering back to her side of the bed. I bend down, gently kiss her forehead, and then gently touch her baby bump. One for both of you. I quietly make my way out of the room and carefully close the door behind me, not wanting to wake Amber by bumping around the house. I walk into the kitchen and directly to the coffee pot calling my name. The delicious fragrance fills my nose as I pour a cup, humming to myself. I take a quick sip, nearly scalding all my taste buds, and head toward the office. Once I shut the door, I walk toward the large safe I have built into the wall. I punch in the key code, twist the handle, and swing open the heavy door. I quickly move a pile of legal documents, revealing a ring box in the back, and snatch it out carefully. After securing the safe door again, I sit down at my desk, absent-mindedly fumbling the box around in my fingers before I gaze at the beautiful ring inside. I stare for a few moments, trying to imagine it on her finger. Then I close the box again, tucking it into the desk. I'm so happy things are back to how they're supposed to be, and Amber's back to being the woman I fell in love with. I can't wait for her to be my wife and the mother of my child. A few hours later, we're in the car heading to Amber's maternity photo shoot. At least, that's what she thinks. I glance at her and smile at the way she's dancing to the radio with one hand on her bump. Those motherly instincts are already kicking in, I think to myself happily, my smile getting wider at the thought of a little min Amber someday. Amber catches my smile and returns it happily before leaning forward and turning the radio down. Remind me again why all of your family and friends have to be there for my maternity pictures? She asks you. Laughing, I can tell she's nervous, but it'll all make sense to her soon enough. I told you, babe, everyone is excited for us and wants to be part of it, I say. My excuse isn't entirely untrue. Everyone is excited about this. Aren't you supposed to do this in the last trimester or something? I'm not even that big yet, she points out. We can do it every week if you want, I point out. Who says it has to just be once? She rolls her eyes but stops arguing. We finally arrive. Just as my business photographer told me, the field is full of beautiful, vibrant flowers. Amber's absolutely glowing as she greets our families. It excites me to see even her mother's here for us. I quickly make my way to the photographer, who already knows what I'm planning. I talk with him for the millionth time and discuss the details. As I speak with him, my father walks up behind me, resting a hand on my shoulder. I finish my conversation with the photographer and turn to face him as he starts to speak. Son, I just want you to know that I am proud of you, he says softly with pride and love in his eyes. I smile at him, and for the first time in a long time, my resentment fades. Thank you, Dad, for helping encourage me to run after her. We exchange smiles, and my father walks away to speak with Amber. We finally begin taking pictures, and Amber looks stunning. She's glowing in her orchid purple maternity dress. It's a perfect color against her skin and the flowers in the background. The photographer snaps his pictures, but after a moment he pauses. Let's get some with Dad in them, he declares, glancing at Amber for approval, which she quickly gives. Yes, Kaden, get in here, be a part of this, she says. There's a hint of sarcasm in her voice, implying she wonders why she is doing all of the work now. I chuckle and quickly join her. With the photographer's direction, I stand behind her as he snaps a couple of pictures and glances at his camera screen, lost in thought. Kaden, you're a little too tall. Let's have you kneel for a few to see if that helps, he says, sticking to our script and smiling as our plan starts playing out perfectly. Amber, I'll have you stay right where you are, facing towards me for now. My heart pounds as I quickly drop to a knee, producing the ring box from my pocket. A massive smile dances on my lips as my photographer glances through the lens again. That's not quite right. Amber, why don't you face Kaden? It might give us a better angle, he directs, quickly raising the camera into position. Amber turns and faces me, following his orders. As soon as she sees me on my knee, she raises a brow, looking confused. But her face immediately turns to shock as it sinks in and she sees the beautiful diamond ring in my hand. You can cut the silence in the air with a knife, so... As I try to squash the nervousness rising inside of me, I take a deep breath before breaking through the quiet to start my speech. Amber Coleman, you are the love of my life. You have become my best friend and my lover all in one. Something I never thought I would have, but also something I never want to lose now that I have found you. I can't imagine spending a day without you by my side, and I pray that I never have to. My voice is cracking slightly from nerves. I swallow hard, trying to get a grip so I can get the last few words out without embarrassing myself. I love you so much. So, Amber, what do you say? Will you marry me? I notice a tear fall from her eye and slide down her cheek as she pauses for a moment before answering. I would love nothing more than to be your wife, Kaden, she exclaims with a massive smile. While everyone's cheering, I stand, kissing her deeply and passionately. After we break away, we make eye contact, smiling at one another as I slide the ring onto her finger. You did it. She's yours. For real this time?
Chapter 42. Kaden. I am bustling with excitement after the proposal. My soul is overflowing with love and a genuine, bursting interest in living and thriving. I used to think that I was living life, but after meeting Amber, I realized that I had been oblivious to some of the most important things. My time with Amber has been profound and life-changing. I wanted our actual real wedding to reflect that, so I pulled a few strings with my vast amount of connections and booked something in Malibu along the coastline, the Clearwater Ocean Resort. Amber wanted to get married properly this time, and she wanted to do it before the baby comes. I can understand that. As a first-time parent, I am nervous but also elated. We fly to Malibu a short few weeks after I propose, with only a handful of our closest friends and family having received an invitation. The resort that I have picked for us to be wed at turns out to be the perfect blend of everything we need. It hosts weddings frequently, with expert planners on staff to provide exactly what you desire in a short time. Amber can have a dream wedding, without the wait. With the baby on the way, it is the ideal arrangement. As soon as we get there and I see how gorgeous the space is, I know I've made the right choice. The ceremony in itself is stunning, with the archway we stand under nestled upon a soft carpet of sand. The both of us are dressed in casual clothing, standing barefoot as we exchange vows. I hold her hands in mine, feeling my own shake. I glance down to meet her eyes, noticing how they glisten brighter than the sea just beyond us. And it has become public knowledge that our first marriage wasn't real. It became vital for the both of us to admit that, especially to the press. We didn't want any chance it would come back and bite us in the ass later. It would make life flow more smoothly to just start over with true transparency. So we have allowed a photographer and journalist from the resort magazine to observe the ceremony. The resort will still take the traditional photos for us as well, of course. They also plan to interview us in between the ceremony and reception. The resort found our story so interesting they hoped we would share it. And we are so proud of our unusual circumstance that it didn't take us long to agree. We sit together now, hand in hand, new husband and wife, but for real this time. The backdrop of the ocean is calming, waves crashing gently against the shore. I can hear the din of our family chatting and laughing, and it makes my soul surge with rapture. Amber is gorgeous in a long flowing dress that hugs the curve of her body flawlessly. A peak of cleavage shows itself off, captivating me, sending my mind into naughty corners. Every now and then I squeeze her thigh, and she giggles while a flash of yellow camera lighting passes over her eyes. The journalist is a red-headed young man who looks younger than his actual age. He is beaming to talk to us under a canopy a short distance away from the rest of the wedding party. Well, first off, congratulations to you both, Mr. and Mrs. Kaden Williams. He laughs cheerfully. Of course, we're always excited for weddings here. Keeps us in business. You have a genuinely unique story, however. I hope I'm not being too forward. Amber smiles at me, and I smile back. I turn to the interviewer and shake my head, feeling proud and at ease. First of all, thank you, I say happily. You aren't wrong about that. We wanted to be the first ones to inform everyone that the first time was a marriage of convenience. Amber and I had compatible requirements, so we made the decision contractually. It wasn't a romantic choice at the time. His eyes go as wide as tea saucers. Then he begins scribbling down notes frantically. I keep my hand curled into Amber's and do not detect a hint of anxiety from her. She is just as open and forthright as I am at this stage, confident in who we are now. It was what worked for us at the time, of course, so we started spending a lot of time together, and I glance over at Amber, whose smile is wide and gorgeous. Well, you can tell him about that part, I say, giving her a playful nod. Amber laughs, then clears her throat, looking at the interviewer with her formidable glare. Like Kaden said, it was all just a deal we made. We had known each other years ago and ran into each other again when both of us required something specific, so we agreed to be married for a year. Uh-huh, the journalist said. Of course we had to make it look like we were a real couple. Amber pursed her lovely supple lips, remembering deeply, which meant spending a lot of time together, even living together. He would drop me off at work, come eat lunch with me. Things you'd expect a husband to do. And that brought you closer, the journalist surmises. Amber nods joyfully. Naturally, I thought we would become really close friends, but... Amber trails off, turns to me, then brings her hand to her stomach. She touches it with such love and a nurturing nature, my eyes begin to water. But it turned out that we were falling head over heels for each other. It was something neither of us could have predicted. I mean, I say, scoffing mockingly, just look at this goddess of a woman. It wouldn't be too difficult to fall for her. I lean over and give Amber a kiss, one that quickly evolves into something far more passionate. The journalist chuckles and scribbles down his notes, not seeming awkward in the slightest. He must see a lot of affectionate couples. I see that you two are ready for the honeymoon, he jests. We finish off the interview, which is overall wonderfully casual and easygoing. We invite the journalist to the reception, which takes place on a hillside near the coast. We all spend the night drinking, laughing, dancing, celebrating a life that will only continue to bloom as time goes on. We spend the next few days at the resort leisurely enjoying our time. The days here are utter bliss, with the windows always open to feel the breeze from the ocean and the sky a permanent pristine blue. We make time for endless hours of lovemaking and life planning. The resort is a fabulous place. It feels like our wedding and the honeymoon all rolled into one. The rooms are luxurious, but there is also no shortage of good food and drink or activities to partake in. I resolve that we will have to come back later when Amber is not pregnant, so she can enjoy it all more fully. In the meantime, she still enjoys the spa and a special prenatal massage. She gets her hair done by a man named Alejandro and is thrilled at the results. We dine in the very fancy Redwoods dining room and take long walks on the beach. We sit around and cuddle near the outdoor fireplace and even join other guests on a fun scavenger hunt for couples. I had access to all of this before. The tangible luxury, that is. I had money for nice trips to Malibu, for glamorous days at the beach. But I didn't have the love of a good, strong, incredible woman. That is what changed it all for me. When it is time to go back home, I am riveted. I hold Amber's hand in the private jet, along the runway, and even on the drive back. She holds it suspecting nothing, no idea of the surprise I have waiting for her in the bedroom at home. When we walk in, I start to make her tea, and she sets her things down in the bedroom. I then hear a gleeful cry and come running down to see Amber crying happy tears. "You didn't," she said, laughing and weeping. Inside one of the bedrooms, a crib is built. It has all the trappings, along with a diaper table, toys, and a framed photo of us from our wedding. I wrap my arms around her, kissing her neck, looking upon the life in the future that is flowing towards us with calm and freedom.
Chapter 43. Amber. It has been a month since the experience of our real and spectacular wedding. During that time, the interview from the resort is published, along with the rest of our photos from the ceremony. We get our own copies, admiring them when they arrive in the mail. The magazine is a promotional item put out monthly by the resort, really just fancy advertising. Still, word seems to spread. Our article runs as the main story, celebrating our love and the way we found one another. Over the next few weeks, our phone starts to blow up as various people get word of it. Neither of us are bothered by the candor. To be honest, we're both rather relieved to come clean and find that so many people are happy for us. My life otherwise has become something surreal, but pulsing with beauty, as every second ticks by. I used to view life as something to get through, to endure. Now I am indulging, spreading my wings open and wide to gulp up every ounce of joy and wonder. Part of that feeling was spurred on by this pregnancy, the presence of life swimming around inside me. I am now 5 months into the pregnancy and have started to notice a curve of my belly that can no longer be easily ignored. Gazing at myself in the mirror, just as day pours in through the curtains, I touch my stomach and feel the baby's presence. Through each finger pad, I feel the faint thump of the small life within me. I don't know if it actually is their heartbeat that I can feel, but there is something there, whether it be their essence or physical presence of a soul directly connected to mine. Kaden and I are going to an ultrasound today with the OBGYN to find out the gender of our child. I had initially wanted to be surprised. After some reflection, I decided that finding out the gender would be an exciting event to bond upon. So we go together, hand in hand, with Kaden driving this time. He places his palm on my tummy every now and then, just as he does at home, feeling the life growing inside me. "I still can't believe this is happening," he says softly. I don't think I'm going to believe it until our little bean is actually out. I chuckle in the car, placing my hand over his. "Whoever they are, Kaden." I lean over to him as he looks forward onto the road. "I know that they are going to adore you, almost as much as I do." "I hope so," he says, laughing, "because I already adore them." We get to the doctor's office and sit in the waiting room, looking around at all of the mothers-to-be. Some of them are a bit further along, but we all connect over our shared experience, giving each other a smile of support and understanding. It's nourishing to watch and feel. Our appointment comes up. I am put in a paper gown and then lay on a table to have the ultrasound done. Kaden holds my hand as the doctor comes in, greeting us with her blazing blue eyes. "Good afternoon, you two," she says, pulling up a chair next to us. "How have you been feeling lately, Mom?" The doctor places her hands on my tummy and begins to rub around gently as she waits for my answer. "Well, the morning sickness is gone. which I'm thankful for, I say, gazing at Kaden. Good, good. That is usually the part moms are happy to be done with, she says with a swift jerk to grab a bottle of lubricant. No extra pain or bleeding in the past few weeks? I shake my head back and forth. I had read about women, especially first-time mothers, losing the fetus in the first few weeks of pregnancy. I tried not to overthink that possibility, but my heart ached for the women I would never know. No, nothing like that is going on. Good. Dr. Felix squirts some gel onto my exposed belly, then gets the computer with the ultrasound ready to go. I start to feel myself getting anxious, even though I'm not entirely sure why. But Kaden feels it and gives me a reassuring squeeze. Okay, let's get you started here, Mom and Dad, Dr. Felix remarks. She places the device on my lower belly and begins to move it around. I stay facing away from the screen, not wanting to add tension to the reading. Kaden isn't looking either. He is merely looking down at my hand, eyes wide with excitement. Dr. Felix then suddenly bursts out laughing. My, well, you wanted to know the gender of the baby, right? Kaden and I nod at the same time. Dr. Felix moves the device around, grinning ear to ear. When she speaks, I feel my heart skip several beats. It's both, she says. Sorry? Kaden perks up. She turns to him, then me, grinning happily. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Williams. You are going to have a boy. And a girl. Kaden and I connect eyes like magnets, and our exhilaration is contagious. I start to laugh, as does he, and Dr. Felix moves the device out of the way so we can embrace. I have never felt such bliss in my entire life. Twins? Kaden exclaims. We are going to have twins. We hug and cry tears of elation. Dr. Felix prints out the ultrasound photo for us to put on the fridge, and she continues to congratulate us fondly. We are barely able to get out of the clinic without starting to cry and hug and laugh some more. When we get back home, we arrive upon a party that has somehow already been created for us. Kaden's parents, along with his step-siblings, got word about the twins and decided to create an impromptu get-together. Everything is going swimmingly as we all hang out the house, talking about the future with great love and ambition. I drink tea, herbal, of course, and have some Perrier while the rest of the family toasts with champagne to the new boy and girl of the family. Kaden's relationship with his family has been growing by leaps and bounds ever since we got married for the second time. They have even grown so close that Kaden is ready to request I come with him to visit his mother's grave, which is something he has not done for years. We go the next morning. It is a cloudy day, with slices of sun popping out every now and then. The feeling is solemn, yet healing, as we stand with flowers in front of his mother's gravestone. I give him the silent reverie that he needs in order to begin healing. I hold his hand the entire time as he touches the stone, ruminating thoughtfully, going somewhere in his mind he hadn't been able to think of going before. I don't think I could have done any of this without you, he says as we walk back to the car. I don't think I would have even wanted to forgive him if you and I hadn't made this work. I touch the back of his head once we are in the car, settling in. I kiss his cheek, watching as those icy bright blues begin to spill over with sadness. It's a gift to the both of you, your father and you, when you forgive. I don't doubt that he loved your mother very much. I think you know that now. He turns to me, teeth sharp and glistening. He is so handsome. Sometimes I forget that he has agreed to be mine. I love you so much, he whispers. And I love you even more. I pull him to me in the car, and he weeps into my shoulder. It is the first time I feel his entire body shake, like the tremor of an earthquake, until he cannot shake anymore. The moment fades, his body going still, and in that moment, I can sense it. He and I are renewed, looking forward to a future where our grief does not control us for the first time.
Chapter 44. Kaden. I can't believe that this is the life I get to live. Here I am with 2-year-old twins and an incredible smoke show of a wife. Living here on the coast where the wind blows freely through open windows the majority of the year round. I love listening to the little patter of feet moving through the house. I love feeling the house brimming with laughter and love. Both Amber and I continue to work for my grandfather's company. I have merged my old business with my new business, running both now as CEO. We took a year off together to raise the kids, which was a year of evolving for the both of us too. So many sleepless nights and midnight pizza orders. Our days were often exhausted by early risers and filled with hysterical laughter. I wouldn't trade any of it for the world. I have the world, the universe, a constant ebb and flow of our relationship as mother and father, right here in this house. Sometimes I choose to work from home in my office, letting me take in as many moments with little Georgia and Percy as I can. I lean on my palm, wearing only a t-shirt and boxer shorts. I've traded in, most of the time anyway, my 3-piece suits for comfortable wear. It suits me better now as someone with young toddlers, and it also suits my overall mental health. Not that I don't enjoy taking Amber out to dinner every now and then and spoiling her, but it is mostly the sight of her that keeps oxygen flowing through my lungs. Even through the roller coaster of raising 2 newborn babies, our spark has yet to go out. When she looks at me, I still get tingly inside. I touch her shoulders, her bum, kiss her neck, and she still curls against me. I haven't lost my appetite for her mind, her heart, her soul, her body. If anything, having children has only made the connection all the more closer and spicier. Last night, we binged some terrible reality shows while the kids slept. We had hot chocolate on a chilly evening and kept the TV volume low, rubbing each other's feet and trying to keep our laughter stifled. It was beautiful. And today, the twins decided to sleep in a bit, which was an extra blessing. I rise up from bed, seeing the sun pouring through the blinds. I get up quietly and ready myself without waking the others. Then I make my way into my office, typing up some emails as the week comes to a close. Everything in the house is silent as I sit, looking out of the window, reposed with serenity and gratitude for each and every moment of my life. I hear a faint knock on the door behind me, and I whip around, excited every morning to see the love of my life. Good morning, handsome. Amber rubs her eyes as she makes her way towards me. She is wearing a silk robe, and it doesn't entirely cover up her voluptuous, delicious form. I wrap my arms around her bare waist and pull her in close, leaning upon her lovely breasts. God, your skin is so soft, I say, breathing in her scent. Amber giggles, running her hands through my hair. She then sighs, and we take a moment to just feel each other, all without words and the chaos of thought. Do you think they'll stay asleep this time? Amber says with a snort. On multiple occasions, Amber and I had tried making love in the mornings while the twins were asleep. It was a time we had found was better for the both of us, energy-wise. But the first few times we tried it, one or both of them would rise up with a deafening cry like they knew we were busy. It's like we're ringing alarm bells in their bedrooms, I whisper into her skin. Amber lightly pushes my head away in a playful manner, then slips her hand in mine. She gives me a sultry look and pulls me to my feet. Nothing wrong with giving it a go, she whispers. We walk like spies on a mission back to the bedroom, where we both proceed to get naked. Amber is still so exciting and intriguing to me. When she lets herself go in our lovemaking, she is ferocious and knows exactly what she wants. I take heed of her, everything, offering up anything and everything she could ever dream of. We make love as quietly as we can, pleasing each other in ways no one else can. And for the first time, the twins do not interrupt the final movements that bring us both into earth-shattering climax. We lay together, smiling with sweat glistening off our bodies. We lay there for as long as we can, before hearing the very first expression of a cry and billowing sniffles coming from down the hall. "They have great timing," I whisper. Amber laughs, then gives me a deep kiss. I pull her in closer with a growl, taking her to straddle me, but she shakes her head back and forth. "Bad boy," she jokes. "Round 2 will have to be later." I give her a fake sobbing noise, and we both rise out of the bed. I put on my boxers while Amber puts on her robe, and we make a trip down the hallway that we must have done 100 times already. Both Percy and Georgia are standing up in their cribs, crying their eyes out. We each go to one child and proceed to comfort them, then change their diapers. Once they are changed, their temperaments shift along with them. Now, instead of crying, they are calm, playful, and intrigued by every new movement. "Let's get you two something to eat," I exclaim. We go into the kitchen where we sit both Georgia and Percy into their own high chairs. Percy is a bit more vocal than Georgia, crashing his fists against the chair and demanding food at a quicker pace. It makes me laugh and soar to the differences in their personalities as well as their appearance. Georgia has my bright blue eyes, while Percy has his mother's dark mystery. Nothing about his personality, though, is mysterious. Georgia is more thoughtful and internal. We feed them their blended carrots and applesauce, then go about making our own meal. The twin go into their playroom, which is just off the kitchen, wandering about to find toys to chew on and explore. I watch them with wonder while Amber makes both eggs and toast. I put coffee on, which tastes like nectar. "God, that's good," I groan. Amber comes to me, wrapping her arms around me, leaning her head on my chest. She breathes in deeply, and I run my hands through her hair. "What's wrong, honey?" Nothing all," she says, sniffling. "I never thought I would ever have a life like this, Kaden. Literally. And now every day, I have to pinch myself." I tilt her head back and plant a kiss on her forehead, each cheek, and finally, her rose-petal lips. I smile at her, lingering into those deep pools of wonder for a moment longer. "Keep pinching yourself, honey, because this is real, and it's only going to get better."